Oh! Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RixGG Open. It's July. It's a brand new tournament here, organised by the lovely fellas at RixGG, and I'm so pumped to get right into it. But first, I think we all deserve an introduction, right? Let's head right into it. I'll introduce myself first. I'm XWarrior, and by my side is the most loveliest person you will ever meet, Neokai.
Oh, you're just too kind. You're too kind. Thank you very much, mate. I mean, what a day for it, right? I mean, weather absolutely immaculate, vibes scrumptious, and of course the Valorant equally as good. It's going to be a beautiful day. I can't wait for this. And of course, every time we're here with Rix, we always get just tip-top Valorant. And well, I'm expecting more of the same today with some amazing teams that have joined us for the July Open. And well, I know you're as excited as I am. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, and we might as well give you some details about how this tournament does move onwards. If you've missed the previous Opens, it's a very similar format to those, so I'll just get right into it. There's a £2,000 prize pool that these two teams, well, there are currently 16 teams remaining in this tournament, so these remaining 16 teams are fighting for currently, and we're currently the round of 16, as I mentioned, moving into the quarters, semis, and finals, which will be played tomorrow. Now, two best of threes you'll be seeing on stream, both today and tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for all four, because let's be honest, there's no better Valorant than RixGG Valorant, and you'll definitely want to be here for all of that, and of course, it will be us two delivering the action across the end. I might as well give you the ins and outs and who is in the production lineup as well. Zilv, our lovely producer, together with Sam, also known as Benelot, Samantha, also known as Benelot, jumping in the observer's shoes as Salty J decided to drop the boat. But yeah,
we spit on that name, leaving us.
Absolutely. But Neo, I think it's time to sort of jump into our lineup today. Which two teams will take us on here in the round of 16?
Yeah, I mean, what a game to start us off, right? I mean, getting underway, Lasagna Beam, interesting game, versus Wicked. Two teams stacked with talent, and that's a big thing coming into this. That's what we do like about these Opens, right? We see, these mixed teams who have a very high sort of skill ceiling coming into this. It's going to be a mixture of both, of course, the executes coming in, which we know and love, but also that puggy style, which just brings the excitement to every game. It's going to be a beautiful day for it, and with these two teams as well, to get us started, I can't think of a better game.
Absolutely not, and both of them are British-based, but let's head right into the picks and bans of this whole endeavor to see how this series will progress. I'm really interested to see what we have at hand. Split is going to be the first ban coming through from the Lasagna Beam side. Instantly, Wicked does answer back with a pre, so no sunglasses will be wearing out for now, Neokai. We're going to have to hold up on those, but hopefully we'll have a chance this weekend. Sure. Haven, the first one of the three being picked up by the Lasagna side. As many times as I say lasagna, I get that much more hungry. So by the end of it, I'll be hoping to try and order some lasagna over the Italian place that we've got nearby. But nice. Ascent being the second one, and of course, the decider. And as there is a greater map pool, the first team gets to choose the third map instead of it being a decider. Bind will be the decider.
Yeah, so to be honest, I quite actually like this pool. I mean, Split is very much a bit of a Marmite map, people like to say. It's very 50-50, and a lot of people like it because of its execute style of play, but a lot of teams, they're not too fond of it. So we do actually see Split as one of those maps which isn't really picked into too much. Bind's actually relatively similar as well. The oldest map in the pool, right, was there in the beta, so teams have kind of got to a point now where they do get a little bit bored of it, so you do at times see it as one of those first bans. But Haven, I mean, I love this map. What a one to start us off, and of course, Ages pick and bans up on your screen, and while hovering over, we've always seen the insta-lock of Sky coming through, and it looks like we could see from both sides, Sky, and KO could be joining us, the new agent.
Ooh, lovely. We'll be seeing KO straight up. But what I do like about Haven now in the new meta is that double controller lineup. And we already see it reflected on this attacking side. Alex picking up the Viper, but we've also got the Brimstone over onto Grevy. Now, Sky has sort of fell off the radar, right? No longer as strong as everybody anticipated coming into this. I guess the flashes being more expensive as such was a little bit of a difference maker. Everybody would have thought, okay, maybe KO will come in and sort of switch things up. But no, we actually see two of these flashes come through. Hafik together with Faken and us, both going for that flash engager. And on the other side of the spectrum, we only have one controller. It's going to be Astra.
Yeah, I think the guiding light from Sky is a little bit situational, right? At times, it's very, very strong, especially if you're clearing onto a site. I think it's very good in terms of the execute getting out. However, in the post-bomb positions can be a little bit of a detriment, right? Quite easy to avoid. You hear the sound cue coming in. In that sense, that's where the kind of negative effects come in. But KO and Astra on the Wicked side, I'm liking this pickup. As you mentioned, with the new meta that's come forward, we're now seeing the pulling away from the double duelist style of play, and even any duelist. I mean, it's common now. The controllers are being the sort of main point of focus, really, aren't they? And that's what we're seeing here today.
Absolutely, heading right into it. Wicked starting off on the defensive side, while Lasagna Beam will be taking on the role of the attackers. Starting things up, we're looking forward to this whole endeavor. It's the first series we'll be seeing on stream. Of course, there were some other matches that did take place earlier this day, but as this is the first streamed one, I get the honor of basically welcome everybody to the stream, and make sure you've got a drink by your side. Let's enjoy this one, because it's going to be an epic endeavor.
Already Guiding Light going early up towards that long position, but it looks like a mid-take is going to be the point of focus for the time being. D-side, the aggressors, Lasagna Beam pushing down, but in comes the defensive push themselves.
Look at Alex hiding right behind the smoke here, but Gray able to shoot down the first kill. Wicked quickly replies in favor, but now they move on towards that garage side. Slowly, they do control the mid, but you know that Lasagna Bean have been able to make their way on towards Garage, onto the back alley of it, and now Spike being planted over onto the C side. They need to get themselves back into this quickly. The aggression is brought right to them, though, and Haffical won't let them breathe. It's the first round going to the side of Lasagna Bean.
I'm a big fan of that as well. While the Spike was going down, the attacking side went for that aggressive push. Early information gain allows them to set up a much more of a stronger post-bomb position. And in that sense, of course, they win the Angels, managed to find that opening round, and it has to be said, confidently finding the opening round, only losing one player. That's brilliant for the long-term economy. Things started to look very, very good already for Lasagna Beam. Of course, now coming in with the Spectres, full armor, and of course the utility to support. Well, it starts from Lasagna Beam. Wicked gonna have to step it up as they come in with the, well, essentially just a harsh eco with the Spectres.
We're actually seeing quite a lot of aggression here, aren't we, Neo? I mean, not only from the Lasagna Beam side that don't really allow Wicked to go for the retake, they themselves bring on the aggression. We also saw Wicked sort of aggress from the A long side early on as well, so I guess it's really cool to see that straight out of the bat, these two teams aren't really afraid of going head-to-head with these duels, bringing the fight to their opponents, and heading right into this. Off the shot will gain them some space. Wicked Astra draw back as they now try and find their avenue towards the A site.
Yeah, Gear just have to dash away there. You can't be sitting there off the shock like that. You're going to take so much damage. So just falls away, sets up a little bit more of a passive position as they, well, essentially just slow down the tempo here, right? Lasagna Beam, they're just taking that step back, and already the presence detected. That's huge from KO.
Absolutely. But do they expect them in this close angle? They know they've given the position away, but do they anticipate a double stack up coming through? Timing is definitely of essence. They do peek onwards, making sure they've covered all avenues. But how do you look at this? Peeks through. Venner, quick to react, and a bullet straight through the skull. A site being taken over. Lasagna Beam, this is going to be a simple take for them.
Yeah, an easy side for them. Spike going down, similar thing. Set up the post-bomb positions, and of course, you don't really need to overextend in this sense. Still will be a 5 versus 4 on the retake, and the defender side have got a lot to work with here. I mean, they've got to make their way in. They're going to split. Heaven and the rotate coming forward, and it's going to be first kill going the way of Skyuva. How has he managed to find that?
Ooh, it's an interesting one, Wicked. They definitely have the numbers advantage and the firepower coming into this one. Lasagna Beam, tough task ahead of them, looking for the shots, but Carter isn't going to give the delicacy of Haffical, able to deliver on that regard. Alex only is able to reply with one, but that is them shut down. Instantly, Wicked do bounce back after their force buy, and it works out grand for them. 1-1 now on the scoreline.
And do you know what as well? It shows how, I guess, important it was that force by there. And of course, how important it was picking up the opening kill. With the man advantage on the retake, they just played the trade game. It's perfectly executed by Wicked, retaking that site because they just played in pairs. Played for the split. And when it, you know, a player, a teammate went down, the trade came in instantaneously. That's really well played from Wicked. And a deserved first round on the board for them. Now, of course, tied all square at 1 apiece. Another sort of mix buy coming out. This time Wicked will keep the weapons, of course, they had from the previous round. And Lasagna Beam, I guess you got to force into whatever they can pick up. But Alex will manage to find himself a Vandal. That could be the differential maker.
Alex now making his way towards the mid side. Scaif be the first responder, though I'm not quite sure if he spotted out any of these pixels. Geared on the other side of the map does find contact, but I don't think that is where Lasagna Beam will want to approach from. It is going to be mid, it is going to be B. And for that reason, it's a quick take from them. They're not being challenged at all, really, are they? 3 players left on the Wicked side, and Lasagna Beam, as soon as they lose one round, it looks like they are eager to get themselves back into the rounds of victory.
Yeah, lucky for Gear there as well. Just dropped by Gray on the retake from many players. First spotted, second might be following momentarily as Ananas doing a really good job here. Just still pushing his way forward. Isn't going to find the shot. Nagi will drop in, but instantaneously traded. Hadi fires the trader with 4 remaining players. That's Lasagna Beam putting a second on the board. They answer right back, and well, so far, complete round-for-round affair. It's hard to sort of find the difference here between these two sides.
It is, isn't it, Neo? I think Lasagna Beam realized they made a few mistakes on that second round. They don't really want to allow their opponents the delicacy of sort of coming back in that endeavor. So this is actually a really close affair. I thought we would have a chance to sort of chill around the second, third round, sort of talk about some other random stuff like me. I don't know. I was going to talk about this new skin line because I really like the lore behind it as well. But we're not given the chance at all. Lasagna Beam really want to bounce back, and it's been a force buy across the board every single round so far.
Exactly, and well, so far it's actually working. The force buys have been netting rounds on the board, and of course at a 2-1 scoreline, Lasagna Beam have a ever so tentative lead here, very hesitant lead as they're looking to push it further. Scout will be destroyed, but they're aggressing over towards the site.
Ooh, unfortunately the smoke didn't quite come in on time, but here comes a rolling thunder. The buff takes over the entire site, and for that reason, Hafiko has gained so much space for them, together with the sky smokes from Brimstone. That's exactly what you're required to take his site here. Aftershock as well. Well, fault line actually. But the range of it has just increased so much. It's just ridiculous. And the fact that it can be deployed a lot quicker to its full extension of its length, it is really cool to see.
Exactly that. Trade coming forward. Carter will win it. Oh, gets a second, but finds himself traded once again by Alex. Back now in a 2 versus 2 as the retake struggling. Information gained, and Hadi just waiting hesitantly. Alex finds the first. Hadi finds the second. That's the third round on the board. Lasagna Beam this time in their attacking side, confidently taking another round on the board.
You would say comfortably, but it did end up being a 2v2. But due to the fact that Lasagna Beam did have that sort of crossfire set up, it still became a pretty good scenario for them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Quite favorable. But I think this is the only sort of round we've seen where the buy is not looking grand for Wicked, where they'll likely be falling in a more simple fashion than they have before. Yeah. But you really cannot fear their Sheriffs, because you cannot not fear the Sheriffs of their side, though, because they can really do a lot of damage if you underestimate them.
Oh, double negative there. Not.
Can't use that. Hold that.
Cutting light. Straight through. Look at the rotation from Wicked, though. Already making their way outside of C. Slowly going for the backstab, but Nagi, strong role to play. All by himself in that location. He does have the reinforcements of KO now, but it looks like the Lasagna Beam are sort of double backing on their decision. But the fact that Wicked have set up a crossfire, they've sort of pincered them in. Lasagna Beam need to take this fight. They've got the better weapons. They can't really fear this, or else they'll get punished. But I don't quite know if they know that that's moving on to the T-spawn. Carter could immediately shut them down, but no escape to line as bullet into Hadi's ear. Now it's down to 3 players onto this Lasagna Beam lineup. Alex able to shut one down, making things easier for his team. But look at the movement still, holding to their own ground. Lasagna Beam, not quite sure how they want to approach this, but they're making their way towards shore. That is the only avenue that wasn't covered from the Wicked side. But Carter, there you have it. Phantom has been picked up. And now Lasagna Beam may have gotten control over the A site. The spike may go down, but Wicked have the numbers when it comes to this retake.
That's the biggest thing, right? The man advantage. We spoke about this earlier, but they play the trade game, and now things take a turn. Spike will go down, ultimate popped, and
Spike planted.
The rotation's also being cut off. Will Gear clear this?
I love Hafikil's position here. I really do. And he will be able to catch 2 off guard. Who would have expected that someone would have pushed so far from the site? You know you've got 2 players left. Why would you take aggression like that? Unprecedented, and it pays off. 2-on-2 still, but they know they're in this approximate area. Chaos. No, really. helps out in that regard. Nagy pulls through with a share, but Haffical with a double. Lasagna Beam not going to give away on that. Crisis averted, and 4-1 goes to their favor.
Huge from Haffical there, finding the shots, but it has to be said, I mean, Alex played that perfectly. When he popped the Viper's Pit, that's when it completely locked out the site, and the rotation, even though they had the two-man advantage coming in, it made things so tough. For the retake to even work in their favor, Lasagna being perfectly executed, and of course, Haffical hitting those shots. When he cut off the rotation, as we mentioned, it was a really strong angle to hold. When you're peeking in that sense, Haffical gonna have that slight advantage, and he used it brilliantly. 9 kills already for him, and, well, 4 on the ball for Lasagna Beam.
Toxins going up.
I've got your trail.
Seekers out, Lasagna Beam. There's a reason why they've gone 2 Seekers. Well, 2 initiators, really. They want to go in aggressive. They want to go in fast. Gravity, well, will keep them at bay for a little bit longer, but Carter goes to challenge, actually gets caught off guard. Nagy's bot is actually the one doing most of the damage here, but he puts his weapon to the test as well. Quickly traded through, his rotations are coming inwards, but Faking and Us keeps his team alive. 2-on-2 Endeavor. But maybe the Wolf will spot them out. Yes, they have Seekers out as well. They know exactly where they are. Faking and Us, though, all by himself, isolated with the spike. Means it's dropped, and now Haddy, he's given away his position. And look how Jet moves away now towards the A site. They've got it covered. But do they expect this long position? Jump up, they know. Haddy falls back. 40 seconds remaining. How does he approach this?
It's tough, right? He's already been spotted. They got the early information, and well, Sword game out, but it's pushing him away from that certain angle, but they've rotated away into a much more passive position. They've doubled up as well. Similar thing, playing the trade game, and with just under 30 seconds left on the clock, they need to make a decision. Haddy, turret drop to try and get the early information, will be instantly destroyed. Swinging forward, doesn't even manage to find one. Skyuth finds the final one, and that's of course going to be a second run on the board. Wicked answering right back.
What were the chances, really, in that situation? I mean, come on. Nagy, we know you're insane, but... Yeah, no, that was 2 directions. No, it was Haddy, sorry. Nagy's on the other side. Yeah, Haddy. We know you were insane, but that was too much to ask from the man.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player individually, right? But when you're playing that trade game, it's definitely, of course, just favors a 2 versus 1 all the time. And, of course, when you're hitting your shots like that, Wicked onto right back. And now in a 4 versus 2, it's a 2-run lead. I always think it's a very hesitant lead. Oh, the guiding light getting early information.
Yeah, not too much given due to the fact that they haven't really pushed from that direction. But look at Wicked. Look at Gear's position here, because
so aggressive.
If they would have pushed through on that smoke, he'd be out in the open. Obviously, he's got his dash available, but I really like how Lasagna Beam have got this lurking position going on. Haddy drops the bomb, gives away the Q, dash out to safety. They're taking control of the garage, and Wicked are trying to reposition in that position as well. Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder as well. Second time it's being used in 4 rounds. Wow, Alex now, again, double that up. Wicked down to 2 players, and with Lasagna Beam holding strong to the C side, there's really not much these guys can do.
Oh, so this retake's going to be so tough. Carter just ever so slightly sneaking his way forward. Will be forced into the open, but finds the opener. Drops Haffical, that's a huge kill to find. Nagy, one of his own, they brought back to 2 versus 2. Now the potential comes in here.
Oh, this is such a good combo when it comes to ultimates. Cosmic Divide as well. If they threw down the lockdown, that would have been even worse. The lineup is there. Oh dear! They have to fall. No patience. I imagine if they held off from the spike defuse a little bit longer, it may have been within the realms of possibility, but that was a valiant effort.
That's so unfortunate. I mean, Cray, just a flailing bullet finds that final shot, and of course, that's the similar thing. Lasagna Beam answering right back, and the biggest problem we're seeing here for Wicked is they're struggling to put consecutive rounds on the board. That's been their biggest sort of fault. Well, they do manage to find, openings here and there. Of course, they have picked up 2 rounds so far. It's the consecutive rounds that build up momentum, of course, to give them any sort of opportunity. Oh, unfortunate. That's early utility used, and, well, not to effect.
Yeah, 0 points. Get 0 points. Because it didn't really work out for him. Carter, gravity well. Ooh, I think that was a lazy peek from the Wolf there. And I think Carter would have gotten away from it if he didn't give it away with a shorty. But, it's a giveaway round. And Lasagna Beam will be able to get themselves on site with no issues whatsoever. Though Vina is within the Sky Smoke. but due to the fact that Viper is just throwing snake bites left and right, she's not really going to give them a chance to aggress onwards. 5 players aren't going to give them a chance. Again, no point being thrown. 0 points. You know, it's really confusing when you have a character like KO having abilities like 0 point and null. How are you sort of supposed to describe the two? You know, the name's so. It's frustrating.
I do like how, obviously, you know, the new character coming into the meta. I'm liking how people are using it. Of course, with 0 point coming in, it's very, very good for early information. We're seeing time and time again 0 point being used to get that information in towards mid. Of course, not only does it suppress, but it also gives you, you know, the information of where the players are. They're using, well, yet to see a flash drive really pop to good use, but I think it's better on the execute style of play when you're on your attacker's side. So maybe in the second half, might see a little bit more of that. Either way, I'm liking K. I'm a big fan so far.
Yeah, I think I am as well. Haven't been able to play too much. I think I just unlocked him, played a couple of games. A little bit late on that regard. Seeker's through though. This is an important round, but Nagi's got a strong role to play. Carter as well will be there to assist in those endeavors. Peeks out actually. Maybe too aggressive as Gray is able to completely crush him. Oh, Geared takes advantage of that information. Preemptively pulls the trigger as well. Holds his ground. Moves out a Cloudburst, giving him some space to work around. Lasagna Beam. I think that was a really good choice from him as well, as he was being challenged from multiple positions there and could have likely been traded out. But considering he's the only player sort of lodged into that A-side position, he's got a massive role to play. Thankfully for him, Wicked, they're heading on the other side of the map. And, well, Lasagna Beam are heading over to the other side of the map. And Wicked, they've got all of their lineup in this direction as well. Fault line on the right side. That won't be catching anyone off guard, but it could, with process of elimination, get them out as well. Nagi and Wicked double things up. Faking and Ass and Hafik do trade things through, but it's all down to 2 players, and Ven is all by himself for the time being. Rotation will take its time to get on forwards. Lasagna Beam, I think they've done it. Although 2 players of theirs are low, and no healing is available on the NNR side, so...
Spike planted.
Geared, his game plan is clear. Save that operator.
It's the best thing to do, right? It's such an expensive investment that when you're in this sort of situation, 1 versus 3, there's no need to overextend. Keep the operator ticking across. It's much better just to play the long game when it comes to this sort of thing. And, well, of course, that's exactly what he is going to do. Just wait passively, and it's going to be an easy round on the ball. Lasagna Beam, again, a big thing that we're seeing from Lasagna Beam that are doing time and time again. Not only are they using their utility, I'd say slightly more effectively, but they're picking up the opening kill. When they take the man advantage, time and time again, they convert it into a round. That's their sort of catalyst, isn't it? That man advantage just turns pretty nicely into a round on the board. And, well, of course, it's been working so far. Lasagna Beam on the attacker side, about to put 7 rounds on the board, and now a 5-round lead. It's becoming quite worrying, you could say. They've already guaranteed themselves a lead heading into that second half. And, well, I mean, the way things are playing out, they'd probably get a couple more.
Does seem like that, don't they? Lasagna Beam came into this fairly aggressive, and we thought that would be the case due to their lineup.
Yeah.
They haven't disappointed in that regard, have they?
Not at all. I'm really liking what we're seeing here from Lasagna Beam. We mentioned that a big thing with, you know, sort of these 2 teams that we're going to see is, of course, the execute style of play come out, which most teams have a very good understanding of. But, of course, that slightly puggy sort of tint, let's say, coming in. And that's what we're seeing perfectly all early. Coming forward. Now we might see the flash pop by Venner, but he is just going to play things passive once again. Spectre in hand. He went slightly aggressive over towards Long, but he might fall back now.
As a breach main, I'm very happy.
Why's that?
These buffs, just so good. I know with 3, I know you have no longer got the delicacy of sort of giving epilepsy attack to everyone you encounter by flashing them over and over again, but the fact that fault line and aftershock can really be of essence. And yeah, Geared, he had a chance to really change the tides there. It could have been a collateral, but that doesn't come underway, does it?
Now they'll know that they're kind of go towards the position. Vano goes down. Alex finding the opener. Once again, Lasagna Beam finding that opening kill. And Turret doing early damage.
Scaif, I think he was just in time getting himself into safety, so even though he got affected by the Rolling Thunder, he was still alive to get himself a kill. On the background though, Wicked are being shut down 1 by 1. Snakebite also doing a lot of damage in the process.
Spike planted.
It's just Nagi all by himself. He's got a lockdown, but honestly, what can you do against 3 players? Oh no!
Oh, no.
That was a little bit of BM there from Alex. He's looking at his
Yeah.
teammate trying to get his heal, but that's not how it works. Hold your lineup, mate. Nagi, though, not going to hold back. Missed out on a 1v2 earlier. Will we do that again? Operator. It's a very important one to save. Lockdown, flash out. Are they going to contest it? Faking an us? Delaying it. Absolutely. They found a corner to survive. Ooh, that is dangerous.
Swarm grenade out.
On the backside here of Hell, faking an us will peek through. Nagi valiant effort there, but there was a weakness to that play, and Lasagna Beam were able to exploit it.
It was a good attempt, right? The lockdown coming in, trying to just force them off that site, and I think he had a rough understanding, as you can see with the Swamp Grenade following up, that they were going to be tucked in towards that corner in heaven, and then probably falling deeper over towards Defender Spawn, but really well played once again from Lasagna Beam. We spoke about it time and time again. It's that opening kill. It's so monumental to finding the momentum, right? And that's exactly what Lasagna Beam are doing. They find the opening kill, and then they just play the trade game. And of course, when you have that man advantage on attacking side, you're always going to be in the money. And well, they're doing exactly that. Now, just a harsh ego coming out for Wicked as they are 6 rounds behind.
I just remember when Viper was definitely not a viable option, now being a very distant memory. You know,
I'm loving Viper.
I absolutely do.
She's such a viable pick now as well. The boss came in, made things so good for her. Skyf's going to go down, overextends, and Ananas just finding an easy shot there. Gray, one of his own, make that 2, and it's all just falling apart. Wicked, one by one, dropping like dominoes, and Lasagna Beam with a 3-man advantage, and Spike to follow momentarily.
Last player standing.
Ouch. Yeah, no, Wicked definitely didn't stand the chance there. It was a small buy for them after all, and you know, Lasagna Beam, they're looking dominant. I think they knew that they were starting on the attacking side, and I think they knew the
Last
reasons
round
behind
in the
them
half.
picking their current squad. Obviously, it's fairly meta, but a lot of the times, I guess you would see maybe a duelist come through, right?
Yeah.
Jet is always up there. Jet is definitely what you want to have when there's an operator at play. I guess Reyna no more. I don't see too much of it lately in pro
Agreed.
play, and I think in competitive in rated play as well, it's come down quite a bit. But
Yeah,
you
no,
always
agreed.
want like a Jet handling your operator. But
Checking the
when
situation.
Lasagna Beam sort of want to go aggressive, time and time again, want to steamroll through sites, you don't really need a Jet, do you?
Not really. I think, to be honest, Jet is definitely a situational pick. I think on a map like Haven, actually Jet has those really positive signs. Of course, you can up draft down towards B. It's quite a strong angle to hold. We see that time and time again, holding over towards mid window, and I think it's a very sort of strong area to hold. Similar situation though. Most teams and players, they know to clear that pretty much instantaneously. Well, I have to say, of course, with the sort of nerfs coming in from, you know, certain ages, especially the duelists. I mean, we saw, of course, as you mentioned, Reyna, Jet as well. I think KO, even though he's not officially a duelist, I think he does have that sort of that niceness about them to kind of be a sort of semi-duelist type of role. Of course, the flash drive coming in, the fact with the null as well. I think he definitely has the possibilities. I wouldn't be surprised in the next meta, I say, coming forward. I wouldn't be surprised if we see KO be picked up by the people who wouldn't know bigger Reyna and that thing, and try and actually go for an aggressive play with KO. I quite like the adaptability he has, let's say.
Yeah, KO, I guess not only is he utilized when it comes to initiation, but also with information. So he's got a few roles to play. He's very adaptable, if you will, and can use him in various different situations for various different affairs.
For sure.
Though, I really like how Lasagna Beam have adapted to how they previously used to play Haven, right? Because they had a pretty standard setup when it comes to it. They're a pretty meta team, right? If I do describe it, they had that Cypher played out for quite some time. They swapped it in for Killjoy when it favored it quite a bit. Omen was also always the controller to go their way, but due to the fact that now he only has one smoke available at the start, it does make things a little bit tough. And they've definitely adopted this new meta where the double controller has come through. And it's working out for them, right? Both Brimstone and Viper's pretty much a must pick on pretty much every map nowadays, right? And Brimstone being a very simple agent to pick up and place smokes wherever you may please, but also having them stay for a long time, give you so much space around the map that allows you to do whatever you want. We saw it multiple times, right? On the A side, they basically used some utility, either if that was the ult of Rolling Thunder, even if that was Guiding Light or any other flash to come through from the two initiators that team has, and they just placed the smoke on Heaven and CT, and after that it was a simple affair, right? Just steamroll through. You also have the aftershock to deal with the back barrel, with the center box. It's just simple, right? There's nothing. You don't really need to complicate things, and this lineup just does exactly that. Simply just take over rounds time after time again, and the fact that they start off on the attacking side, that's just music to their ears.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, of course, just a quick explanation. We are in a quick technical pause. Hopefully, it's a very, very slight one. I think we have mice issues, but with online anything, we do see a few more tech calls coming in. We'll hopefully back underway in the game momentarily. But yeah, I think as you're mentioning, one thing we've seen that they've done very, very well of this Lasagna Bean side is that they've adapted to the current meta. They've really sort of stepped up, I'd say. And of course, with the agent picks, it's a perfect way to do it. As you mentioned, Brimstone, quite a simple player to use and a character to use in terms of both the defender and the attacking side. When it comes to executes, the Sky Smokes are humongous. And the Orbital Strike on defender side, a post-bomb position can force them off that site and make things very tough in a post-bomb situation. Lasagna Bean, they're doing a stellar job so far, and it has to be said, they're thoroughly deserving this massive lead that they've built up.
Absolutely, and I guess it sort of is a testament to how Lasagna Beam are sort of set up, because on this sort of level of play, you sort of expect for there to be one or two players to get distinguished from the rest, to be the player that is holding the heavy weight of the team, if you will, is the one that's got his team under his back, and is the one that is set up for success. Obviously, a lot of these players had their moments. Alex, as you're seeing it as well, Hafik earlier, every single one of them.
It's been working thoroughly in their favor. I'm interested to see how things now change for the Wicked side. As you mentioned, we did kind of already have this conversation that they're really sort of staling out, a bit lackluster at the moment. A big factor of that is struggling to pick up the opening kill. Now, on the defender side, I do like aggression, but tactical aggression. We are seeing maybe a couple of overextensions towards a long.
It just feels like they're doing sort of a ritual or something. Is it? No, I've got some more dirty thoughts. It's just like it just seems like they're preaching the butt of Nagy. They're just having fun. Wait, Carter just switched it up. He's just he's just aiming at another player, bringing out the Odin as well. Okay. That's enough of that ritual.
Just to test the headphones are working. Nagy, can you hear this? Odin to the face.
Although I do wonder if that ritual helps them out a bit, because they've been lacking a little bit on performance, haven't they, so far?
They need it, right? I think a big thing, they just need to step up in terms of, I'd like to see on the defender side the aggression, which they've been doing to a degree, but as a team, a big thing when they're struggling to, they lose that initial man advantage, right? And fine, that's fine, but the big thing, they're not playing the trade game very, very well. If you're going to go for aggression, let's say, for example, we've seen a couple of times where they pushed over towards C-Long, gave early information that they're actually not going for an execute in that sort of direction, right? Send a couple of players that way, go for a flank, but play for the trades. If you pick up an opening kill and then drop yourself, the teammate comes in, finds the trade, you keep the man advantage. That's the biggest thing, and that's where they're struggling. We see the aggression push out. They go towards A-Long from time and time again, and we've essentially seen the Marshall make those, those sort of peaks towards Tunnel and towards A-Long as well. But when he's dropped, that's the site exposed, and of course, next to you comes for. It comes in, and well, they've just struggled with the post-bomb positions once they're set up. I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due, haven't you? Lasagna Beam,
absolutely,
in those post-bomb positions, they're just unstoppable. They've been so tough, even with the man disadvantage. They managed to pull off a 2 versus 4 with ease.
And I think it's I think you made some good points here, and we know the meta most prevalent currently is that retake meta, right? Where most teams would will allow their opponents to get themselves in sight. They do play around the information and obviously want to challenge for those picks early on, but you know when you're in trouble, and you know when the site is going to come underway, and you try and keep most of your players alive, most of your utility available for you to then retake that site. What we haven't been able to do is sort of have those members available, have those high impact ultimates at hand when everybody is around on the site. But I think that's not only due to the fact that Wicked haven't been able to do that. I think it's due to the fact that Lasagna Beam haven't really permitted them to actually allow their opponents to pull that across, because multiple times we don't only see Lasagna Beam take over the site, they overextend further as well. When it's the C site take, they usually extend over to the CT entry, maybe keep hold of garage, but most often than not have that control over and long. When it's A, you also will see them enter main and take over the defensive spawn as well. Not only that, sometimes when they have the space, when they've gotten the kills, they'll even place players onto the heaven side. That usually does happen when you've got an Omen where you can just simply TP over it.
For sure.
But the fact that they don't have an Omen is also a factor that has caught Wicked off guard time and time again. So Lasagna Beam, I think they found their way into this meta. I think they've managed to sort of find a way to give Haven, well, to basically gift Haven as a map to themselves, because they figured it out completely. And right now it feels like Wicked haven't really found a response.
No, exactly that. I think a big thing that you did mention was, of course, the use of, especially the ultimates coming in. We've seen it already once. Nagy, the player who's having, of course, the technical issues, when he used the lockdown to try and retake the site, it was actually a very good use of it. He understood where they would have had to have pushed to be, you know, to avoid that lockdown, of course, being suppressed, but unfortunately wasn't able to pull off. Again, it's a similar thing. When you have the man advantage, of course, in a 2 versus 1 situation, it's always going to very much favor towards the 2. Another thing we have seen work in their favor was the Astral, you know, the Cosmic Divider coming forward from Astra, right? Again, very good use of that over towards C. They managed to get on the spike, halfway defuse it, but they stuck it all the way, and of course didn't work in their favor. And when that flailing bullet hit that last, you know, the last person, that's just a bit of luck on your side. You've got to give just a little bit of RNG. Sometimes that's what you need to make the slight difference. I mean, if you look towards the start, right, it was round for round. It went one way, back and forth, and we couldn't really see who was going to sort of breaching the gap, let's say, and making this big sort of, well, as we can see, the deficit that we've got on our screens. But now, of course, Lasagna Beam, they've pulled away. And if you are Wicked, what do you do to turn things around? Because everything they try just seems to be being completely shut down.
Well, hopefully they've been well, due to that technical timeout, they may have had time to sort of discuss how to get back into this. Not that they've lacklustered with kills, it's always been a close affair, but heading right into it, it is Lasagna Beam now looking to regain advantage. Now they've got some mid-dedication. I like how Faken and Ass have nestled himself now to the garage side. Wall challenge, Nagy is out of the equation instantly. Alex as well on the other side of the map. They've taken over the A site of it just like that.
Very easily done. So, and Alex finds the opener. Skyuff, when we drop Sky versus Sky, goes the way of the attack inside, and already now just falling apart. It's a slight little consolation kill, I guess you could say. 4 versus 2, but I think for the 2 remaining defender sides, they may just keep hold of the weapons they've already got. Well, actually saying that, they're going for this.
Looks like they are. Ooh, good suppression coming through. That's going to be really good for them. It helps out. Haftical trades it through. Carter, though, looks to bounce back. 2 kills remaining for him to accumulate. Spike. It ticks down, but Gravy's got the lineup. Double digits now being picked up by Lasagna Beam. They're looking strong, and they're not being scathed at all by Wicked's attempts.
Not at all. I mean, Lasagna Beam, they're just a different class here so far. I mean, it's been a completely, you know, just one-way traffic, by all means. And now, I guess if you are Wicked, heading onto your attacking side, they need to step up. They need to start really putting the aggression. They need to, as well, make Lasagna Beam feel uncomfortable. Because so far, Lasagna Beam have just been gifted this sort of free will to set up their game plan, dictate the tempo, dictate their play style. And, oh, Wicked, they're just falling into every single trap and every single speed bump along the way. A 10-2 scoreline, an 8-round advantage. Unless Wicked step it up, this could be a very quick map number 1.
Could be. Sort of a shame, really, that Wicked aren't able to find the answer, but I think it's for good reason why Lasagna Beam are able to set up. But I guess we'll have a sense of how their defense lineup is being picked up. The fact that Viper can both act as a sentinel and as a controller really helps out on both ends. Yes. Not only onto that A site, but not only the A site, both A site entries, but the B entry as well. So no wonder it's a must pick, really, and something that Wicked was missing when it comes to that defense. Hold them back a bit. But their lineup is good. It's not like they're allowing their teammates to their opponents to cross on through. KO sort of acting currently as the initiator. Hasn't got any reinforcements to sort of help him out in that endeavor. He's only going for a scouting play. Wicked wants to go for that mid push, but he's being greeted by a wall. There's nothing he can do. Flash out, comes out with a swing, but they exchange positions. Returns, pulls out the pistol for a second time, but Hafikul is cool enough to happily pick that one up. Although Snakebite really going to keep them at bay for now. They're not going to allow them to get on site. They're delaying them quite a bit. 30 seconds remaining, but now they're going to start pushing through. Have rotations coming quick enough? No, Alex is all by himself. Needs to deal with a kill. What a jump shot. Right click as well. Gray chimes in and come in from behind. That's going to be a triple for Gray. Lasagna being prowessing over their opponents. 11-2 currently on the scoreboard.
It's so well played, and I have to, you know what, credit's due. Alex played this actually just perfectly. He gained not only the information, but then just took a step back. Didn't need to overextend, and of course a little bit of a jumping kill, but the information was the biggest play there from him. Of course, once he spotted the two players making their way forward after the snake bite, and then the player who had aggressed from long, he just had to step back, wait for his teammates to rotate in, and that's exactly what they did. Once they rotated in, then they played for the trades, and similar thing. 11-2 scoreline. On defender side, Lasagna Beam looking equally as strong as when they were on that attacking side. What a start.
It's been looking splendid by them, and of course, they have the economical advantage now, don't they, Neo? It looks like this game is slipping through the fingers of Wicked. Just like the ABBA song.
Oh, nice. That's reference, you know, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Used to be a lot of ABBA music being played in my household.
Sounds like a dream come true.
Is it, though? If you hear those songs over and over again.
Okay, maybe not repeat, but I mean...
No, it's just like my sister had this ABBA CD and would play it over on repeat. I think it was her favorite favorite CD, and she just wouldn't stop playing it, man. But you know, no, I really like ABBA. Who doesn't? If you don't like ABBA, then
questions have to be asked.
If you're my friend, you shouldn't quite. I think I should reconsider why you are my friend. I really like Big out of this position here, makes his presence known. Guiding light, no, the wall will protect him. Does he move out in time? Switching positions. Change the angle. Oh, that is genius! Fake out enough. That's going to be the opener for him. Damage onto the second. Draws out the pistol. Follows it up with a second. How are you doing this? Looking to bounce back, though. 2 kills going to the side of Wicked, but is that going to be good enough? Geared now on site. Isolated all by himself. It's cold. He's feeling lonely. But his loneliness has brought a fire in his veins. 10 seconds, no time, dashes through, but I think he realised he's just going to save, that's it.
It's all you can really do, right? I mean,
and he missed that on picking up the spike as well, Neo. Oh dear, that hurts.
It's brutal. It's just brutal. Everything just, once again, just not going the way of Wicked. And Lasagna Beam, it's a similar thing. They just played it perfectly. Once they knew as well that the timer was more against Wicked than they were themselves, Lasagna Beam, all they had to do was just take a step back, play it passively, and wait for essentially Geared to run into nothingness. It's not been the greatest of maps for him individually. He's a player with a lot of talent, but I just think he hasn't been given enough room to play with, which is credit to Lasagna Beam. We mentioned this earlier, they've been dictating the tempo and their playstyle, and Wicked, it's just nothing they can do. They're falling into every trap, every hurdle along the way, and with 10 round advantage now and map points, this could be the beginning of the end.
Paddy, known he's in that approximate area. Wicked looking to find the advantage. Alex, that is smart. He'll go for the swing, won't he? But Addy has to fall, so he doesn't have any reinforcements on that take. Oh, redirects his crossfire, but Nagy, he doubles it up with 2. Maybe we can have a living breath before they go down.
No.
I think, although, is he bringing the madness? 2 kills goes his way, but a 2 left. Can he bring on the 4K? The spike only just got planted, so he's got time.
This would be insane if he managed to pull this off. Now, Hafikul, he's pushing forward. He's gone for the rotation as well, trying to sort of catch them off guard. I think they are waiting for him, though.
Oh, that could be a freebie. It is. Flash out. Goes for it.
No way.
That is perfect, Hafikul. And he's even got the time. He's done it all by himself. A 1v4. Hafikul, you're a beast. That could be.
Oh, it was so close.
What? Not? What? Huh?
No, he didn't have enough time. It was so
I want to see the replay
close
on the spike again. I thought I saw the circle not quite closing in yet, but I guess I missed it.
It was literally about half a second. When he got on it, I thought he was maybe just half a second too late. And as you can see, once he manages to pick up this kill, I think the swing was slightly wide, and that's what gave it. You can see it's ever so slight.
So slow. I thought, oh no. I thought I didn't see the circle close in. I thought I touched it before the circle went in, but no. Oh, that is heartbreaking, but at the same time...
I mean, even still, what a round from him. That is ridiculous individual skill.
Now Wicked. Okay. They've just had their weapons slapped off their hands.
Get out of my way!
Definitely has to hurt, although they do retrieve the round. Can try and play around this Blade Storm, doubling it up towards the C area, moving into Garage, making their way onto it as well. Aggressive, so, but Snakebite closing things out. 0 point shown. Alex delivers with the Marshall. Wicked trades it through. Skyaf as well. Wicked. They're looking good. Although they lost the first player, they're able to bounce back, killing off both remaining holders of the C site, and now it's a 3-man endeavor for Lasagna Bean on this retake.
Yeah, they've got to try and find something here, but with the man disadvantage, we spoke about how important this is, and, well, classic. Gonna try and find something. We're not the best place for it. And, well, great, he might actually just play for Exes here. It's not the worst thing, but if he can just damage that economy a little bit, would have been something, but he's not going to find anything. Instantly shut down by Carter, and of course, the 2 remaining might be able to find 1 or 2 consolation kills, which will be granted. A weapon collected as well, so a slight silver lining, but no, he's coming in. Hadi, though. Oh, it's a nice shot. You have to give him credit.
Oh, no. Oh, man. I saw 4 people remaining on Wicked for a second. I was like, oh, okay, that's what they need. You know, a round where they can survive with weapons still in their hands. And yeah, no, Anuna reverse card just was brought in through the heavens. I don't know, it was God's hand sort of placing his fingers onto the map and just putting it down as if it was a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah, do you know, it was actually quite nicely played from Lasagna Bean, right? Because they knew that there's no point saving the weapons they had. You know, they're a classic and a sheriff, so there's no point. You may as well play for the X's, and as we spoke about, damage that long-term economy for Wicked to make things uncomfortable, which is exactly what they've done. Now Lasagna Bean answering right back with a buy of their own, and, well, can they make it work here? Skyler still just holding in towards the window, going to go for an aggressive peek, but nothing gained for the time being.
That is questionable from Lasagna Bean because they didn't really have any information of their whereabouts. So it's basically a lost ultimate that could be used for the retake by Hadi. That is mad. Still is alive somehow. 10 bullets, well, 10 points of health, but that gets shut down instantly with a bullet through the nostrils. Sight taking over, Spike being planted as well. It's going to be a 4-on-4 when it comes to this retake. I like this. Rolling Thunder used, so they won't be able to use this now. That could have cleared out the site. Lockdown available for them. This really helps them out. Slows down their attack as well. Oh, the orbital strike is massive, though. Shuts it down. Carter as well. Lockdown still at play. They need to find cover. They have all 3 of them. There's time remaining. It's up to Nagy. Oh, dear. The Incendiary blocking his path. They're looking for the spray down, but they haven't found it. Guiding Light doesn't flash. Nagy delivers on 2 ends. Can he connect the 3rd? Peeking through. Audio cue given out. Is that enough time for Grevy? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be closer, but I think he's just about going to get it.
I think he's got it.
Oh,
what?
It's even closer than the first one. I thought he maybe just had it. That's got to be, what, 0.2, 0.1 seconds there on that one? 0.11. So the production in my ears has told me that is insanely close. Oh, you got to feel for them. That's twice now Lasagna Beam have pulled off an insane clutch and, well, just fallen to these ever so slightest of timings.
I think I need to check again when the spike explodes because it's been twice I've been baited.
I understood that one will be close, but I didn't think it'd be that close. 0.11. You hate to see it.
Isn't it if you're able to get touch the spike before the big circle starts to close in? I always thought that was the case. Maybe.
But with 0.11, it's such fine margins, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I don't know, guess the delay maybe on observing. I'm not even sure if that is even the case. Probably not. just talking nonsense.
have the
But
spike.
Wicked, they've been holding on. Although there haven't been easy rounds and they haven't remained with too many players at the end of it. I think every single one of them died the previous one. Yes, they did. Nagy was the final member to survive, but he was able to clutch things up. But they're pressuring Lasagna Beam. Although their approach is a lot more methodical than what their opponents were on the attacking side previously, they're able to get themselves a numbers advantage nonetheless, and now they've cleared up the C site, but they're heading right into A.
Yeah, we asked for Wicked to step up, and on their attacking side so far, they're doing exactly that. Now guarding light, getting early. A lot of information. For the time being, Wicked are actually just going to double back. They don't really need to overextend here over towards A. They can just rotate all the way forward, but I think NMS may have the information. Damage dealt, Sky just needs to stay alive.
One enemy
I mean, they did retrieve the information that both players were there, but Nike sticks around. Tells them, okay, I was the boss to shut you down earlier,
Yeah.
and I'm still standing. Kill me. Challenge me. So far, it looks like they haven't really. I really like how Geared just had no fear in his eyes there, you know? It's as if they weren't at a massive deficit. It's as if as their opponents weren't on that point.
Yeah, Wicked's, you know, I'm going to one-man army this. Just makes his way single-handedly over towards that long position, and, well, in doing so,
Don't give them ground.
has picked himself up 2 kills, and, of course, Wicked now up to 6. They stepped it up. We asked for them to, play the aggression but play the trade, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Guiding Light will flash his way in towards B side, but for the time being, with now the Viper's Pit coming down, what's the decision here for Alex?
Ooh. The Nebula always throws me off when it's in the Viper's Pit. It's just such a different color.
I like it. It's quite vibey, isn't it? I'm a fan.
It's quite a royal purple, isn't it?
Yeah, we do like a royal purple as well.
Lasagna Beam felt challenged from mid. Absolutely. You can see that Lasagna Beam was slightly pressured when it came to mid due to the fact that Viper's always been initiated. Master's position has been spotted. Tries to delay them, but oh dear. Ah, that hurts. Skyev will be able to put the final bullets onto his body. Quickly traded through by Grevy, finding 2 kills. When able to shut him down though, so still a 3v3 endeavor. And the A site has been regained control courtesy of Breach, and now they're turning their attention towards the middle of this map. They're looking to head onto the B site, and there's no one covering it from Lasagna.
Much slower tempo once again in a 3 vs 3. Now the lockdown comes in from the defender side, and Lasagna Beam trying to keep them away. Spike will manage to go down, however. It finds herself one information gain, but a missed shot. That could be costly.
It really could. Lockdown goes off. Let's see how this one gets approached. Addy. They've got a crossfire set up. They're actually going for it. Nano Swarm going to delay them slightly. Nagy again in a clutch position. Nano Swarm for a second time. Delaying them further. Delivers on that end. Flashpoint looks to go for the lockdown, but changes his mind, repositions, and that's going to be the double up. Wicked, they hold on, and they've been holding on for quite some time now.
Didn't even need a lockdown at all. Nagy find it perfectly. Mouse issue's gone away. The slight fake there as well, bring up the lockdown, we're not actually going to use it there, then re-peeks in, finds the second kill, and of course in doing so, a 7th on the board. As you mentioned, Wicked, they're really looking a lot better on the attacking side. At times, I can understand why this is one of those maps that's seen as, being more favourite towards that attacking side structure, right, where you have 3 sides. On the defender side, you do get spaced out quite a lot, and the rotations, they're quite long. If you're going from C to A or vice versa, it's a good old run to get there, let's say, and now that's of course why we are seeing Wicked on their attacking side, really taking a step up.
It's really interesting to see that both teams have a different way of approaching the attack. One is quite straightforward, just instantly push onto the site. The other is just methodically trying to gain advantages across the map by spreading out your players. And of course, you've got a lot of defensive utility coming your way, so you don't really mind going for these trades. And obviously, this is a low buy-in from Lasagna Beam, therefore Wicked is illustrated as coming out on top, but I really find this interesting, the fact that they can... This new patch has sort of brought to life a lot of different metas, a lot of different agent combinations that can be brought to life, and they can actually work out in various situations.
Ooh. Slight whip spray there, but manages to get the kill in the end. Gid finds that final shot, and of course, once again, really well played from Wicked. I mean, we've got to give them the credit. They were lackluster, to say the least, when on their defender side, but coming into attacking side, this second half, they've definitely moved in towards gear 2 and looking a lot better. A whole mag was used there, essentially, but a flawless round nonetheless. Wicked put 8 on the board, and this deficit that at one point was 10 rounds in favour of Lasagna Beam is now only down to 4. We're really getting a game on here.
We absolutely are, Neo. We absolutely are. Lasagna Beam, they've got a buy going on for them, but I think they've had enough of this shenanigans, right? When you start fearing the comeback from Wicked, it's been going on for quite some time. I didn't quite believe, and I'm not quite sure they've got what it takes, but they've definitely been worth this endeavor. Dash out, tried to elude his positioning, but didn't have the follow-up. Alex delivers on that and gives his team the numbers advantage, gets brought out into the open, lured out as well. And for that reason, it is traded out throughout it, but Wicked, they're in position.
Slower tempo once again. Back in the 4 versus 4 as well. All square for the time being. A minute left on the clock to make a decision for Wicked. They've been so good at just utilizing essentially these 4v4 situations to pull off a nice execute here with the turret drops in towards mid as well. It's good for information to get the rotate from the defender side as they slowly, ever so tentatively, make their way over towards C-Long.
Only challenged by one player in that regard. Happy Cool swings out. Now realizes they're there. He's in for reinforcements. Here comes now Wicked. Cosmic Divide coming in as well. 2 ultimates expended for Wicked's attack. They've been able to lock them out. Lasagna Beam, they know what they want to go for. They want to go for this retake. No ultimates available for them though. Let's see how this one works out. One player sticks to the site. The rest holding towards A-Long. Faking an ass, moving onwards. Vina still alive. Carter delivers the first shot. Down they go. Gray trades it through. Moving across the site, looking to reposition. He's got the reinforcements on the other side, but here come the Seekers. Vina come through again. Notice the lockdown actually activated. I thought I heard the wrong audio cue, but maybe it was both. Nagi out again. Lockdown drops down for now. Faking an ass is all by himself now to try to salvage this situation. Not much time. Vina holds down a different angle, and for that reason they fall. Wicked, they hold on. They're now on a 9 rounds.
The way things are playing out right now, we can maybe... I don't want to, make any early assumptions, and I, of course, don't want to cast the curse this, because that seems to be my bread and butter. But we could maybe see overtime on the cards here. I mean, Wicked, they have been just stellar, absolutely insane for the last 7 rounds consecutive. Just all going their way. And of course, we spoke about the use of utilities, especially the use of ultimates from Wicked was slightly lackluster in that first half. But now coming to attack inside, it's been a completely different story. They've turned a new leaf and they are looking well and truly in control, dictating the tempo and their play style. Oh, Nana's going to be caught out here. Nice use of the guiding light. Will find himself one. It's actually difficult to find the shot. Ultimate picked up with the aggression up towards his lower tons. They're aggressing here. They will work in their favor. Man advantage again.
Yeah, and the A-site now is uninhabited. This should be a simple endeavor. Seekers coming through to realize where the rotations are going to come from. Obviously, they're pretty spread out due to the fact that they Lasagna Beam coming in from a really far angle. They don't really have most of the weapons to work with. Nagi, I'm surprised he didn't look around because there's a lot of audio cues being given out on that occasion. But so that's a Vandal being given into the hands of Lasagna. Of course, still finding damage when it comes to these kills. Skayoff holds down his ground towards this site. Flash out as well. They're going to go for this. They really are eager to get themselves back in. They can announce firstly the charge. Flash looked good. Geared though. He's able to trade it through onto Gray and still hides in within the safety of the smoke. It's all a matter of timing, isn't it? Aftershock drawn on Heaven. Geared delivers on one end. It's all down to Haffical. Goes for the fake, but Geared, there you go. Double digits now for Wicked. They're still in it, Neo. They're still in it.
They are. I mean, really, really, once again, well played from Wicked. And the biggest factor there is, of course, driving us alongside, of course, the opening kills that we mentioned, right? When they get that man advantage, they play the trade game. The man advantage always will favor. I mean, even in a 4v4 situation, it always does favor the attacking side because they're very good at, essentially making those man advantages work in their way. But Wicked, again, that long-term economy is built up now, which is a problem that Lasagna Beam have been facing themselves. They've been sort of fighting not only Wicked on the attacking side, but fighting their own economy. And being constantly forced into ecos and force buys is making things really tough. They just need one round, but even that seems like too much to ask for.
Could be indeed. I'm going to turn back our attention to that overtime statement you made. It's as if we've got. It's as if we got some sort of devilish mind, sort of whispering in our ears, shouting overtime, overtime.
It's looking like that.
Yeah. That person, that devilish voice in your ears is basically the person responsible of all the classes curse you've always been in front of. Flash point drawn out as well. Incendiary will block their entry, but they've got a dash and updraft to get him onto the side. Faken and Asso delivers. They've got the numbers advantage now. Can they hold on to it? Oh, through the smoke, Carter delivers. Can they continue? Spike going down. It's a 3-on-3 endeavor, but the rolling thunder. Look, the spike has been interrupted. Carter delivers on two ends. Wicked. They're still holding on, and it's all down to Carter's prowess with that Vandal. Alex, what can you do? You need madness. You absolutely do.
Toxins
He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. His whole team is relying on him right now. But he's going to ease up a little bit. One corner at a time. Spotted out. Catches Skay off guard. They know where he is, though.
Toxin screen down.
The bot still bringing a nuisance. Carter does in that position. Snake bite being thrown out, but Carter peaks on time. Wicked one away from overtime. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? At one point, we were sitting at 12-2, and we were like, yeah, you know what, Lasagna Beam, map number 1, fair play. It was a good showing from them, but Wicked, they have stepped it up. They are looking, unstoppable on their attacking side, and it's showing as well for both of these sides how their attacking side is a real position of strength, where the defender side is got massive gaps, and, well, when the defense is looking that weak, that makes an interesting game. 12-11. Are we going to overtime? Or Lasagna Beam just going to take map number 1?
Big question here. Honestly, anything could happen, Neo. Anything can happen. Anyone's game. Lasagna searching deep into their pockets to keep them alive here. Wicked. How do they work around this? Spreading across. It's Nike the first one to inch forwards. One way being delivered from that side. Ooh, the slow as well with the orbital strike keeps Vena in that location. Aftershock will make them move out of the angle, but Vena somehow survives. Ooh, that hurt. That really did, but still lives to tell the tale.
How is Venus still alive? He's been attacked by everything. Orbital strike coming in for first, and well, that causes the real chunk of damage. Left on 10 HP after that, and well, now he has to make a sort of decision. It becomes a decision for Vena as well. Does he go for the early information players? You know, he sends himself on his own. Will be dropped, of course, because any sort of a slight breeze can blow him out of this round. He might send him in first just to get that early information. I think that's exactly what they're doing.
Here comes Null. Seeker's out from the other side as well. Flash through. Vena first through the charge, looking for the first shot. Delivers. Faking an ass able to shut him down, though. Nagy.
10 seconds left.
Only person holding on, really. Only person to do the damage. Faking an ass looking to do some extra damage onto the reigning player. The ultimates will keep him at bay. Oh, they're going for the knife as well.
Oh,
they are.
no.
Lasagna Beam. Oh, they went for the fake comeback. But there you have it. Lasagna Beam. Well, I want to give valiant effort to Wicket there because they were down 12-2 and they bring it back to 11. But yeah, c'est la vie.
It's one of those things, right? I think we sort of mentioned earlier, but it's really showing now for these two sides that their attacking side very, very strong. The executes are brilliant, and the team synergy when it comes to the attacking side has been brilliant. But the defender side it's pretty lackluster, right? There's a lot of holes in there, and something they may need to work on when we head into map number 2. But credit where credit's due, Wicked. From 12-2, they brought it back to nearly potential overtime, but just in the last round, they managed to seal it out. And of course, map number 1. It's an exciting way to get a start, to say. We asked for an exciting game, and we got it.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back right after a very short break to see how this series continues.
so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're young, baby, while we're young, baby, while we're
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RixGG July Open. Of course, I'm their coach, I'm the little VX Warrior. We've already seen map number 1, a close affair, to say the least. Getting on the way, map number 2. I mean, we've seen a brilliant Valorant already.
You said a close affair, but it didn't feel like it at the start, right? It was a 12, it was 11 to 2 for quite some time.
Yeah.
Or was it even 12 to 2 at
12
some
to 2.
point?
It was a 10
It
round
was
advantage.
ridiculous. And then it ended up being 12 to 11. So I want to see more close neck and neck action rather than a team steamrolling and then the other team just taking the hurdle and making that game their own. But, you know, we get another map at hand. We're heading right into the Agent Select to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, now heading on to Ascent, a slightly different in terms of course, in our previous map, a very attacking sided. Now, maybe starts to take a little bit of a, pressure off the attacking, which was both teams' strength, and, the defender side was their weakness. Now can this be the map that changes things up here? Of course, Agent Select, and, what are your thoughts on what we're seeing?
Well, we're seeing Sova across the board. That is a must pick when it comes to Ascent, really. Well, the difference we're sort of seeing is with the Initiator. Sky is sort of being the choice on the one side. Well, on the other, we've also got a Breach. But I don't think that is the big difference. I think that Omen is still being picked up. And I think it's due to the fact that he's got really nice combos being set up with Sage. It's not as if they're out of the meta just yet, right? But I think the fact that you can use Omen to nestle yourself into the B site. But not only that, go for like odd sort of plays when it comes to that catwalk angle when you get boosted on. It just sort of helps you get into that endeavor. But what Astra enables you to do, it enables is really the map control throughout the entire map.
No, exactly that. And I'm a big fan as well, of course, of the Cypher being picked up by Hadi. Now, hopefully this works in their favor, but I do like Cypher on this map. Comes in, gains a lot of control, and of course the information plays. He's already setting up, right? You can drop the cages coming in. It really enables you to get a lot of one-ways in your favor.
What we're also seeing is that it seems like Luka don't really want to be going for the attacking side, but no, look at that. They're going to push through aggressively. 2 kills for 1. My point was that they didn't really want an Initiator. No, a Duelist, excuse me. A Duelist. They didn't have a... But whatever, that's the side note that my brain wanted to stick on for quite some time while action was going on. 3-on-1 with only 1 player remaining. Faking an ass all by himself. Can he find a kill here? I think he may be able to. Oh, it's the first one. Okay, still is alive. Nagy barely breathing, barely standing. Is basically steals away from dying. Although we will likely get spotted out here. Doesn't matter. He was just trying to lure him onto that site, not allow him to rotate as the spike makes his way towards A.
Yeah,
gonna be a very, very easy plant here. Gonna get the spike down, and of course now they can set up the post-plant position. And the issue is, of course, Nagy has taken a good chunk of damage, down to 10 points of health. So I'm assuming he's just gonna really take a step back, play nice and passively as, well, Ananas pushes his way in from heaven. Gotta find this 1 versus 2, gotta clear the angles, and already the turret giving away the information. Now they know he's here.
They do. How's he gonna make this work? Nano Swarm. Not going to let him touch the spike just yet, but I imagine when it does fade out, he's going to touch it once and go aggressive. Good timing on the swing as well. Both players simultaneously peeking through and deliver on their end. Wicked, they start things off well with a 1-0 start.
Perfect way to play it as well, of course, in the 1 versus 2, right? Just play for the trade game. We've already spoke about it, but they double swing in. They give it a little 3-2-1, swing in, and of course they find the shot. Skyif will be the one to hit his second kill in that first round, and of course gifting a first round on the board for Wicked. Now Wicked, who dropped map number 1, but it was a close one. I mean, they were 1 round away from pushing that to overtime, and well, just unfortunately weren't able to do so. But is this going to be their redemption arc? Is map number 2 going to be where they pick this one up? And well,
Definitely will be looking for that. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite get themselves to an overtime position. They fell victims to a massive lockdown and a few backstabs. They're really going to get themselves in mid though, Sanya, although they've only got classics to work around. Would it be the guiding light to guide them into a swing here? Long distance trade, Carter. Not quite connecting a shot. It's just was contact really. But as I said, Astra really helps out with controlling across the map. He can really put a lot of pressure onto various positions. And as you can see, they've already found their way onto the A site and simultaneously block entry from the players from Catwalk. So already, they'll be able to get themselves a free spike plant.
Spike now once again post-plants now being set up, but this time 5 versus 5. Retake Carter finds the opener. Gray dropped the Sage, goes for a slightly aggressive push there and pays the price. Alex though might be able to find one of his own. I spoke too soon, doesn't. Trade comes in from Happy Cool though.
Not really doable for Lasagna Beam, is it anymore?
No, not at all. I mean, they had an opportunity, right? But it kind of whisked itself away ever so momentarily. And of course, with Hadi spotting the turret into his heaven, he's just going to make the very, very passive call just to fall off. Now he's been spotted, and essentially it's all one and done. It's a 4 versus 1. He's got very little chance of finding anything here.
I love that they didn't really go for an aggressive play there. They just waited for Carter to make his way from mid. And it just shows that they're respecting their opponents here, because they know that the danger of losing a weapon, when there's no need to lose a weapon and put some extra credits into your opponent's bag, don't do it, you know? And
Yeah, spot on.
And I think the fact that they're respecting that regard is a good sign.
I do like the sort of game plan as well with Carter. It's, to a degree, he likes to play that sort of lurk role, right? We see him time and time again. Just make his way very passively into a few sort of off angles, right? Wait for rotations, wait for slight overextensions, and then he punishes them. That's what he does best. He waits for just an opening and a gap, finds them, and utilizes it perfectly.
How do they continue? Cloudburst throwing out pretty good initially to get them pushing onto the mid side, but the trade comes through as Grey trades his life. Tactical, only standing player on this B site. Quickly repositions to have the assistance of a teammate. NanoSwarm will keep them out though. Ooh. The swing and the change of position won't work out for Tactical. He made quite a lot of commotion and noise. Wicked stands it. After shock,
Gun here.
looting Alex out as well. Swing out. They're just playing with them right now. They've got the spike down. They're just playing multiple directions. And if they, from any sort of entry, try and make their way onto the site, they'll get shut down. They'll get spotted. Although they go for the lost position. Beard already shut down. Nagy and Carter, though, they find kills. Vena as well. Nothing given over to Lasagna being Wicked. Go strong with a 3-0 start.
What a way to do so. Exactly that. 3-0, and I mean as well, it was coming into that one for Wicked, it was a slight sort of bonus buy, right? Because they had a couple of Spectres coming across, and essentially what they had saved from the previous round worked in their favor. A 3-0, and now a similar situation once again of your Lasagna Beam. Just that broken economy, Sheriff's coming out, and it's not going to be the easiest route at all for them. But for them, it is about making things expensive if they can. Pick up a couple of frags, find a silver lining.
Right here.
Let's see if they find it. Let's see if there's gold at the other side of the rainbow. I think you said it right. I think
Right there.
I think it's a silver lining. I think that's the better way to describe it. They need to find this rainbow first, and obviously this is not out of reach. They're not in too deep just yet. 3-0, just the start of the game.
We can sort of, pip this down to a strong start, let's say. Lasagna Beam's still a potential. That's a perfect way to do so. And Anas finds the opener. Carter dropped, but he's left on low HP.
You know, Neo, when I'm in that situation, when I connect the first headshot with a Sheriff in that long distance, it's a 125 damage maker, right?
Oh yeah.
It's not exactly the closer. So I always am like, wait, I did my job. I've connected my one-shot headshot. Just give it to me. But he was able to line 2 in a row. So that I guess that's the difference maker between me and actual people that are good at the game. But look at this. They're going to move into it straight away. Here, delivers on that end. Hattie is out already. Sheriff's not quite paying the price. Not quite being what they require. Tactical does take a lot of damage to the NanoSwarm. And in the meantime, receives bullets up his behind through the boxes below. Delivers, shot through. Nagy jumps up and gets both. 4-0 now for Wicked.
A brilliant start. A sort of expected round for them as well, of course. The really rough buy coming in from Lasagna Beam with just the Sheriffs. I mean, puts a good use as you mentioned. I mean, this is a beautiful double, it has to be said. Perfect control, but same thing, Wicked. Once in the post-bomb positions, just oh so strong. And well, they did find a couple of consolation kills, as you mentioned. Silver linings, pros and cons here and there. But they did find that it just wasn't quite good enough. A 4-0 start, and Wicked, from what was a close lost map number 1, heading into map number 2, they've come into second gear, and they are proving it. 4-0, long-term economy built up. Lasagna Beam struggling.
Does seem to be a struggle out. But Neo, a little bird has told me that you haven't been really playing Valorant that much lately, and it's hurting me. In
all fairness, my defense in this one is I haven't played anything very much. I've been full-time work and then full-time commentary. I mean, I'm a busy man. And I've just moved house as well. So, I mean, I've been enjoying the sights.
All I'm hearing is excuses, Neo. All I'm hearing is excuses. I'm just waiting for you to come online so you can carry me like you know how to do.
Don't worry, it'll be happening soon. Actually, to be honest, I was a big fan of when it was, Haven only. Not Haven only, sorry, Breeze only. I'm a big fan of Breeze, the map. I really do enjoy it, and I'd love to see it come out today.
Yeah, not the first best of 3 though. Maybe later on when we head over to the quarterfinals, we'll have a chance then. Because I don't think I've even casted an official.
It's good
on Breeze. Yeah, it's looking
exciting
forward
map.
to it.
It's aggressive as well, which is the big thing I like, because it allows players to sort of have that individual brilliance that we like to see. And it's another thing I do like about Breeze, but look, brilliant. Crazy to find the opener. Doesn't manage to fall away though. Carter in for the trade. Penny for a pound. It's actually finds one of his own.
Yeah, just reaching out, getting the kills, and running away. You're okay with it, Avina.
Right there.
Now right behind the smoke. I think he misstepped. Okay, he's given away an audio cue. Alex definitely has heard that. Lockdown though. But Ananas
Placing swarm
can
grenade.
hold it out from here.
Swarm grenade out.
Nano Swarm to follow up on the wrong end of the lockdown. I love that combo, but it's been shot down. Nagy delivers with his bullets instead. Haddy delivers 2 kills for him. Lasagna Beam, they find themselves on the scoreboard.
And, well, has to be said, what a way to do it. Finally getting off the mark. And on the defender side, a similar thing as you spoke about time and time again, but it's playing that trade game. That's what they did brilliantly, and Paddy steps up. I mentioned I liked the pick of the Cypher coming into this, because, as well, with Cypher, not only does it gain the early information, but it allows for those individual plays. Once you've got the information, then you can, well, affect the swing, and Paddy does exactly that. Find a double. That's the first round on the board, and Wicked finally tested, right? That's what we just needed them to be tested, and now they finally are.
Let's see. Lasagna Beam can keep this streak going. Drone spotting out the positioning of Sage. Haffical looking to push onwards. Instead, actually holds back. It's interesting how they've inhabited the B site so heavily. I'm sure if it was going to be an aggressive A-take from Wicked, they would have gone for the retake since they have so many ultimates available. But it comes down to getting 1 kill, and that's what you sort of fear, because you want that Neuro Theft to spot out the setup of Wicked. And slowly they reposition. I'm not quite sure if it's a good move. The fact that the spike of Wicked is well, sort of nursing itself to this direction. Paranoia? No, not Paranoia. From the shadows. What on earth am I talking about? Grey, though. Operator misses out on the first shot, and Wicked make their presence towards the A side, looking to push through. They're having pressure from short as well, but they go towards mid. They've called all the rotations ahead towards that A site, and now mid is clear for the taking. They can head straight into market, straight onto the site, and there's only one player holding it down. It's Haddy, all by himself. Rolling Thunder. It's going to miss its mark as Haddy is out of it. Looking for the swing, doesn't deliver. Only some damage found as he does get killed out. Spike is dropped, though. Haffical finding a really important kill, but Cosmic Divide will allow them to get it back up again. Hunter's Fury as well with Cosmic Divide. It's chaos, but it's still kills going mostly to the side of Wicked. It's all down to 1. What a shot from Haffical. 8 seconds coming through. Does he go for it? Sky headshot, repositions, but Nagy is there to deliver. Wicked win the round.
Poor Haffical, that was a little bit too close for comfort. The fact as well that he was able to not only pull out the Hunter's Fury, find the damage and the information gained with it, but then able to 180, find himself a shot there, and a second on top of that gear, just slightly overextending once again. Once he knew that the crosshairs were placed upon his head, just take that step back. You can play the waiting game, because of course Haffical, he had to hard focus on his flank, so maybe he should have played things a little bit more passively, but it will not take away from the end result. Either way, it's Wicked putting a 5th round on the board, and once again now, taking that 4-round lead. They're doing a stellar job here.
Yeah. Ooh, Gray's giving away his position, I reckon. Thankfully for Lasagna Beam, they still have some ultimates available for them. Although they did use Hunter's Fury and Resurrection in their affairs there. Even from the shadows early on, so 3 ultimates expended in the previous round, not quite working out for them. But now their aggression towards the A site has been rewarded. 3 kills going their way, and the 2 left now, they're scratching their heads. Where on earth did the rest of them go? Seekers do spread out where Skyoff is hiding out. And I love that Lasagna Beam are actually considering going for this. They actually do. They don't even need to. They've got control over the spike. No, actually they don't. They don't have any information regarding that. But now they will. Alex will just see it. Spots out there his opponent as well. So, yeah, Lasagna Beam, I don't see a world where they lose this round.
Oh, it's all well. Addy doing a stellar job, a flawless. And maybe for Lasagna Beam, this is going to be a catalyst now to sort of take this resurgence, take this step up, because they've looked a bit stale and they've, well, actually, to be honest, they've looked struggling, haven't they? They've been, you know, not only losing map control, but losing these just 50-50 aim duels. And now, finally, with a flawless round on the board, maybe that's the confidence booster to sort of give them this next step going forward. A second round on the board, chipping away at that deficit as well. With only 3-round differential, which could be what's needed to take the step. But one thing that does make me slightly fearsome is he's picked up an Odin.
Ooh, would he have the time to make it work? Ward out. Well, I guess he will make it work because he just annihilates the wall. Great, hasn't he spotted? The smoke comes in just in time. Lockdown though from Wicked. This could allow them to slowly move in. Gray looks to move out as well. This ult is just so important to taking sides that quickly. But Faking and Us lines one up. They slowly look to trickle in, but they're taking a lot of damage. Faking and Us gets 2. Geared, he actually aggresses with the Odin. How does it work out? Hardy is there waiting, quick, to put his crosshair on his opponent's body, and now Gray bounces back. Faker and Us, such a massive impact when it came to that take. And the rest of them were able to get themselves quickly on the rotation. What a round from Lasagna Beam.
Well, we said maybe the confidence boost was what they needed. That's exactly what they get. And as well, we talk about individual brilliance. Well, that's a perfect example of it. Really well played. Lasagna Beam starting to take that step up. And of course, now finally put up a consecutive round. This is the momentum they were looking for. And of course, in doing so with these 2 rounds picked up, Wicked, that economy broken. Just a Marshall coming into this next round.
Get out of my way.
Slow. Wait. Looks to move out. Wall up. Ooh, I love the attempt, but no. Great. Knew exactly what was going on and denied it. Skaev. They look to exchange some shock darts left and right, but I don't think any of them really connected onto each other. It's like the 2 Sovas of each side are just having fun, a little mini game of their own. They both have got weapons, looking to wall through. Odin on the one hand, Sheriff on the other. But none of them are really chiming in with damage. What Lasagna Beam have been doing in the process, though, while the Sovas have been having their own little fun, is gain control of the mid. Not really give access to it for Wicked. And the fact that the 2 players of Wicked are now isolated completely, Lasagna Beam have got free roam over the map and can really take these duels heads on.
Of course, now Venner trying to just find something. Guiding Light will force them back to essentially a sort of safe haven here. Hardy just waiting. Wants the heal to come forward, but this guy's not interested. Venner peeking and dying instantaneously. Alex easily finding that shot. It's all down to one man, and Skyoof, he's got such a tough job here. It could be yet another flawless round on the board for Lasagna Beam.
Scanning ahead.
Long.
What Sheriff skin do you have? I'm interested, Neo.
I actually don't have a Sheriff skin, but I like the Ion one. I think if I was going to get any, I'd get that one. The Ion Sheriff skin, I think, is... it's just good, isn't it? What
It's crispy. It absolutely is. It's clean as well. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't have that. I have that Fox one. You know, it came with a second pack, I believe.
No, I do remember.
Yeah.
The big question is, what's your favourite Vandal skin? I think that's the big question.
Ooh. That is a really good question.
I can't lie.
Reaver's always nice, you know.
Yeah, I'm a prime Vandal man myself.
I like that. I really respect that.
It just has better stats. It just does. It just works better.
Guaranteed. But as we do ramble on about skins, the scoreline has been getting awfully close. 4-on-5. Mid control coming out from Wicked, something that they really haven't been permitted access so far. Though Lasagna Beam are sort of allowing them this sort of potential. Jones will just bump heads. But I really like the positioning of Geared here. Haddy, as soon as he swings, could be opportunity that Geared could capitalize on, looking at the wrong direction, but hasn't been spotted. Oh, maybe he has. Yeah, there you go. Freebie of a kill for Lasagna Beam. And when you thought mid was taken over, well, think again. No one's inhabiting it anymore. I think what they want to go for is for a take towards A by combining A main and short together.
Of course, again, early information plays being made here, but Wicked, they've lost that man advantage. Now, with Lasagna Beam in a 5 vs 4 situation, similar thing that can be played for them.
30 seconds
much more
left.
passively. Take that step back, assess the situation, and of course, play for the trades. That's all it needs to do. And, well, Wicked pushing their way aggressively in towards main. They're going to be shut down instantaneously. Or saying that, Skyu finds the first encounter, one of his own. Site compromised.
Absolutely.
Scanning ahead.
What a change of pace
seconds
from
left.
Wicked onto the site directly, getting 2 kills, and now with a spike going down, they've got the numbers advantage to save for it as well. Oh, Rolling Thunder, that is not fair. That is not fair at all. Hadi, he was just flying through the air. Slow motion for him, as if he was listening to Hans Zimmer and his music.
Three.
There should be a cinematic for it, but somehow Alex has been able to turn it around. Seekers through, knows exactly where he is, it's just distracting them with one piece of utility after the other. What a retake by Alex, getting 4 kills, not affected by the Rolling Thunder, and able to deliver when it mattered most. The fuse comes in an easy fashion as well, and he gives the equalizer to his team.
Some serenity.
When things aren't quite going your way, all it takes is just a little bit of individual brilliance, and that's what we see from Alex. Brilliant with the guiding light as well, gives himself not only the first, but then of course the information once again. I mean, you just got to give credit where credit's due. Alex has played that absolutely perfectly, and the fake guiding light, that was even better. Didn't even need to flash, and forced him to turn away, and of course in doing so, an easy frag with little repercussions. A quad kill in the round ties things up. With title square at 5 apiece.
Alex is sort of playing a little mini game of his own, isn't he? He's just trying to bait them out. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. You see some aggression being thrown out from Lasagna Beam multiple times. Will it pay the price? So far, not challenged, really. They are looking for that kill. They find it. What kind of shadows come out from Faker and Asa? Was that just a simple TP? Not quite sure, but Hadi is able to find one. So Lasagna Beam, we've got double the amount of numbers live on the server than Wicked do. But Gray with the operator will just not allow them to pass. He's basically Gandalf the Grey. You shall not pass. Let's see if Vina has different ideas. Is he going to challenge him like Saruman did? No, Alex shuts him down. Doesn't give him a chance. Lasagna Beam, although they've been behind most of the game, they have now found the lead.
Of course, Lasagna, I mean, the answer right back, similar thing with, it was a slow start from them, right? I think they just kind of struggled to find their footing. They were looking for that sort of cemented position in that defender side, and that's what they weren't able to find, essentially. Wicked, they were playing their play style, the executes were working in their favor, and the retakes weren't at all working with Lasagna Beam. But this game has turned on its head now. Lasagna Beam, a 6-5, a 1-round lead, and, well, they're dictating everything, the tempo, the play style, and exactly how they want this to be working in their favor. 1-round lead, and Wicked, they're struggling now.
Does seem they're struggling quite a fair bit. Gray as well. It's these little instances of microaggressions brought out from the Lasagna Beam side to gain them the numbers advantage multiple times, and he still holds his ground as well. I would have thought that would have been a kill for Gray, but Carter is just too quick. Ferrari peak from him. And
Way to answer right back.
It's not like an answer, it's like shouting, it's like screaming in their ears.
You are divided.
It's a completely different way of sort of talking, you know, communication. It's no longer a thing, it's just noises coming out from his mouth. Alex now on a really difficult. Carter's able to punish him, but look at that, Wicked. They've gained so much ground with this Cosmic Divide. How cool. He's heard an audio cue there, Gids. His position is compromised. Falls back from it though, just before Cosmic Divide runs out. Still within the realm is a possibility, but they need to pick. Without it, things get tough. You can see the rotation come in from Faker and As as well. He wants to make his way now towards Market, maybe to gain an extra angle of attack, but it's not like Wicked are really giving them anything here. It's not like they're going to give him any freebies. I think they are just going to stick out to their own ground, allow their opponents to challenge them. They simultaneously do peek onto this alleyway, although Hadi is able to deliver on his end against Skyu. It's not going to be good enough, is it? Paranoia through, GP3, TP, the time is dwindling, and Geared is able to deal with that pressure. And it's Wicked to find their 6th and the equalizer at halftime.
done a fantastic job of it, and now tied 6 of 8. Just, I think that's actually a deserved scoreline for the way in which this entire map has played out so far. And to be honest, this series, it's been such an even showing. So map number 1 went all the way down to the wire, right down to that last round, of course, with JULYOPEN taking that one 13-11. But the way things are playing out map number 2, exactly the same sort of situation. But this pistol round makes it even more important. Take this pistol round, give yourself not only that 1 round advantage from the pistol, but the force by afterwards definitely in your favor. This could be a 2-round gain momentarily.
Well, this could be anyone's game, could it?
On the spot, who are you going with right now?
Oh, you really going to put the pressure on me like that? Oh. Man, I don't know. I'm not going to answer. Sorry, but because I know the caster's curse is a thing, and if I do call one team, the other one is going to win, and they're going to hate me for it.
Hey,
I'm not here to create I'm not here to create enemies. Wow.
Right there.
Let's see how this is approached. Savannah. Out. Geared delivers. Ooh, okay. 1-for-1 trade instantly. The A site has been taken over. Well, the B site has been taken over. Well, Wicked just decide to chill onto the A site. Alex is all by himself. They want to kill him. He bought quite a lot of time, which did create the space for JULYOPEN to get the spike down, but they are the numbers disadvantage.
That was the thing. It's about creating space, also kind of creating a diversion. Exactly what they did. The aggression over towards the A side. Now the rotation comes forth, and SkyYouth just sort of leading the charge. Sheriff in hand. Will be caught out with the paranoia, though, on the rotate, and this slows down the retake.
Now they're going to push through, faking an answer with the first man to stop them in their tracks. Will he be able to deliver, though? One headshot connected, traded through by Nagy and SkyYouth and Vina as well. All of them, they sort of line up in a simultaneous fire. It's as if one shot ricochets and hits another player. It's a massacre. But it works out on the side of Wicked, and they're the ones to get themselves a pistol.
It's well played, has to be said. The retake, I was sort of skeptical as the retake came in, especially the paranoia being, catching out a couple of players there, but pretty well done once again. Wow, Wicked, we're picking that 7th round up. As we mentioned earlier, they do have that slight advantage in terms of the economy coming forward. So you can see a Bulldog picked up, a Marshall actually in the hands of Venner, and this is going to be the differential maker. That Bulldog with the slight buff it got as well, where it's definitely become more of a viable pick. Before this meta change came through, I think the Bulldog was very easily overlooked, but now it's become a much more viable buy, especially on this force buys.
Concealment.
I mean, I've been picking the Bulldog quite a bit lately. I mean, if you consider long distance damages, it's basically the same potential of killing someone if you're holding a Phantom, right? So
I'm a fan.
If you connect that headshot and then get one body shot as well, that's a kill. That's it.
Spot on, exactly that. I'm a big fan of it. The aggression comes forward now. The Sage will come in, but the Swamp Grade keeps them at bay. Just keeps them stuck in that position. The shot dart to follow up.
I mean, it's just a delay. It's not like it will stop them from the spike, but it gives a lot of time for Wicked to reposition. Faking an Astro, he's got a big task ahead of him. Has to deal with 2 players. Instantly get shut down by Carter's headshot. Alex will be able to return the favor, though. Let's see. Peeks out. 1 kill. Does get treaded through still. As JULYOPEN with the numbers disadvantage, the spike only has just gone down, so you can see how much time that's Nano Swarm really bought. Great. Actually, Aggressors could have found a kill, but it seems as that to redeliver. Vina draws out the little pistol, and it works out.
Somehow works out as well. The little classic coming forward, and of course, there's going to be a 8th round on the board for Wicked. They're going to go, maybe just go and collect a couple of weapons here or there, but very well played. 8-6, a 2-round advantage now being gained here, and well, for JULYOPEN, they force-bought into that round, so in doing so, now their economy is going to be once again in a shattered state, and this could be Wicked pushing even further forward. They can support the 2 players that were dropped as well. If they pick up a Phantom or a Vandal, that firepower through the roof.
To be fair, I really like the fact that JULYOPEN wanted to go for aggression, knowing that they were with that numbers disadvantage, so Wicked could easily just trade things onwards. Although Vina somehow didn't die. He was flashed initially.
Just survived.
He ran out of bullets on his Spectres. He sprayed through, jaws to the pistol, but still finds a shot. It's ridiculous. It really is. And for that reason, Wicked will be able to contest now for that third map potentially, because they've got the upper hand. They've got those 2 rounds in favor of themselves, and Lasagna Beam are scratching their heads with Shasheris in their hands right now. Multitasking, something I myself struggle to do.
Don't we all? Slower tempo though once again, and of course Wicked, they've lost that man advantage, and 5 versus 4 being played out momentarily, but
Obscuring vision.
Astra trying to obscure the vision. That's exactly that. Flash will come forward. Well, Venom may be caught out, and he will do. Alex finds himself 1. Make that a second from Carter. He doubles off, and in doing so, that's huge. To bring it back to 3 versus 3.
Ooh, that's a good shot from Alex. Actually aggresses onwards, being spotted out through the smoke. No, Skyer is the one to find the finishing blow. Spectre now picked up. How do they finish this whole deal? Skyer quickly to lead onwards. Shocked up, not going to find too much damage, although faking on us. Now 73 points of health all by himself as Hafik fell just before him. But he'll fall to his knees as Nagy delivers on his end. The trade works out well for them. Will open up the door. I imagine there's something he wants to save. Some call, maybe some rifle, not sure. Ah, Guardian. Okay, that's better than a Spectre, I guess.
Take that. I'm not gonna say no to a Guardian. I think the Guardian, once again, another one of those weapons, similar to the way the Bulldog is, it's definitely become more of a viable pickup. I think it definitely has that sort of potential, and of course, with the one headshot coming in at certain ranges, that's where it really starts to pick up. If you can control that aim, well, you're in the money, and so far, Wicked are definitely in the money here at 9-6 scoreline, but we did mention that was a big potential, right? Because the Zanya Beam, with that force buy that they did into that second round, it broke their economy. Once they lost it, and of course, did give Wicked a significantly, well, increased firepower heading into the previous round. Now things become a little bit more of an even standing. A full buy from both sides, and well, Lasagna Beam, this is their opportunity. They need to answer back for double digits.
Ooh, stopped in their tracks with the fault line being brought out. Lovely stuff. Geared puts his jet to good use. Dashes out to safety as well by getting 1 kill. I love how Wicked play around the map by having microaggressions each time on a different end as well, catching their opponents off guard. This is wonderful stuff, really. Aggression from Hadi. But it's Carter to trade things through. Mina has to fall in the process. 3v4. They head on to the A site. 2 players holding it out, while the 2 trying to group up with their teammates.
Need that back.
But I believe they found their way onto the site. Faking an ass on the duty of planting that spike. Cosmic Divide is still available for them, so they may want to use it. That's exactly what's going to happen. Skayev, let's see if he spots them out. Faking an ass. He's revealed his angle, shooting it down. 3 on 2. How is it approached? Sentry, thrown. Faking an ass. Oh, he's in such difficult spot. Oh, he's been stunned. There's also a gravity well on the other end of it, but he's still alive, not for long. Wicked, they just make this an abysmal situation for Wicked. They punish them with a lot of utility, and they're able to take advantage of it. Double digits now on the board for them.
Deservedly so as well. Wicked on this defender side, they've been looking immaculate. They've been brilliant on not only the retake, but the defensive plays to start things off that we saw earlier then. Geared went for the aggressive play, got not only the early information, but the man advantage. I'll keep mentioning it because it's so important. It's such a catalyst for rounds being picked up. And, well, I mean, Geared, he did it perfectly. Found the shot, then fell back. You don't need to overextend, which we do see. I think that is a difference between, of course, these players at this sort of level and just your average Valorant player. An average Valorant player will find a kill there, then push forward to look for even more. But Geared, he finds a shot, falls back, assesses the situation, and of course, gives his team the opportunity and the time to rotate in. Really well played. Wicked, 10-6 and a 4-round lead.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to ask you earlier as well, though. You were praising the Guardian quite a lot. Are you one of those players that picks the Guardian no matter what, even if he's got enough money for a Vandal just because you want to flex on your opponents? Or just like the feel?
I back my aim.
Thank God.
Yeah, I back my aim, but not that much. I think I'll always go for the Phantom over the Guardian if I can.
Revealing area.
Yeah, fair enough. Actually, a lot of damage being inflicted from Lasagna Beam, but it's a spray down from Scare off the shot there. Approach. Hadi. He's the final remaining player. I love his crosshair. I haven't really pointed it out, but that is next level. That crosshair, I love it. He needs to teach us how it's set up, because I've never seen one like it.
It's so odd looking, but it seems to be working. So I mean, we can't fault him at all. But this triple spray down here, this is just sumptuous. Skyoof just controls it brilliantly. And that last shot towards Alex, barely saw a pixel, but it was enough to find that shot. And of course, in doing so, Wicked 11 on the board. They're pulling away, and as they pull away, they get ever closer to the all-elusive 13 rounds on the board. And it has to be said, the way they've played, not only on their attacking side, but now on the defending side, is deserved. They've been flawless so far on the defender side.
They have been indeed, not dropping a single round. Things, they become desperate for the Lasagna beam side. Hunter's Fury as well, Rolling Thunder being exchanged on the cross side of the map. Gray finds one. Hattie looks to drop to safety, uses his cage to sort of nestle himself into a corner where he cannot get shot from. Surprisingly enough, quite a lot expended from the Wicked side, and they don't come out ahead. It's sort of what they really like to do, but this time they pay the price. They've been caught off, and maybe Lasagna Beam can take advantage of that. Look at the movement onto B though.
No way. Look at the information.
They've got him the kill.
Spike down.
Great trades it through, but Vina
standing.
comes up huge. It could have been a difference maker, but no. Alex delivers. Seekers
Found one.
got no idea where they are, but now we'll soon retrieve information of it from at least one of them. Nagi looks to challenge 2 different directions. I can't quite deal with a 180-degree turn. Lasagna Beam, they're back in it. 7-11.
Well, I think back in it, maybe a little bit of a promising statement, let's say. There's still got a lot of work to catch back in, but that was actually a really nice play from him, as you mentioned. And I think the teleport coming forth, Fake Ananasi got so much information. Now with 7 on the board, the deficit is being chipped away slightly. You know, 4 rounds here and there. A broken economy has potential to tie this one up. We saw it happen in map number 1. That time it was Wicked catching up. This time, and we see Lasagna Beam do exactly what their opponents struggled to do in map number 1.
Ooh, I like the dink, but, you know, liking it is not really good enough when it comes to kills, right?
Nowhere to run!
It's just a classic after all. Ooh, okay, eventually finds damage, and it's able to get capitalized upon from the Lasagna Beam squad. So, quick pickings when it comes to the defense of Wicked, and now the 2 players look to reposition together as a unit. They're holding hands. They might be holding hands to death, because they both get greeted by the same player. Alex puts bullets straight through their skulls and makes sure they have a very similar death.
It's the way to do it as well. I mean, now things are starting to get ever so hesitant. I mean, of course, that was slightly expected if you're Wicked, right? We've taken a look towards their economy in that previous round. Wasn't the greatest. A little bit of a mixed bag as well. We saw a couple of weapons being picked up, but supported by sheriffs and a small amount of utility. They were going for the more heavy utility play to try and make the pistols have that slight advantage. It didn't quite work in their favor. Lasagna Beam, they punish, and of course, 1/8 round on the board. We spoke about chipping away at the deficits, and breaking the economy is a perfect way to do exactly that. Well, they are now only 3 rounds behind, and I've always thought that, you know, a 2 or 3 round lead, it's so hesitant. And on top of that, I think it puts a lot of pressure onto us Wicked now, because they're gonna be knowing that Lasagna Beam are breathing down their neck.
You know what this reminds me of?
What does it remind you of?
The previous map.
Exactly that. I mean, you mentioned, right? Wicked did it, but they weren't quite able to pull it off. Can Lasagna Beam do what their opponents failed to do in map number 1? Can they go that one step further, tie it up, or even further? You know, they could still make this a 13-11.
They might as well do just that. Do we have a disconnect, though? No? No. Okay. It seemed like one player was just stood in place onto the Wicked side. I thought Scaif was just trolling us for a second, but...
Yes.
It's been an unbelievable performance from Alex, though. Look at the scoreline, 23-11. Topping the server overall. Although Wicked are ahead when it comes to the rounds, I think he's an environment where he can just pop off, scratch that. It's the caster's curse all over again. Shut down instantly by Geared.
I do like as well how they're essentially letting Gear just free roam. I like what they can do with Gear, because he's one of those players who's got, you know, the jet movement down to a T, able to pull off the dash, the updraw perfectly in sync, and alongside the operator. I mean, that is just a lethal combination. Seen exactly there. Finds a shot, falls back, and a very strong angle as he finds the shot on towards Alex. It's all going his way. Trying to escape though, and he might be tagged down here.
Not only do I curse him once, I curse him twice. Gray falls in a similar fate. Gid is a one-man army. 2 kills overall, but it could have been a third due to the fact that the resurrection came through early, but no theft gives information. But what do you really do with it? They're spread out, are they? He knows he's being challenged from multiple directions. The only thing he can do is run away, run, Forest.
I mean, Gid, he's an animal so far.
30 seconds
Again,
left.
another thing we talk about, you know, stepping up when needed most and sort of filling the boots. That's exactly what he's been doing. Carter finds one more on towards Fake Ananas, and it leaves just now a 2 versus 4. So I think is Gid has taken damage, so it's Carter, but it does not matter how he dropped, and it's all down to 1 man. Cool needs something spectacular right here, and he's only got a Spectre in his hands.
I was going to point out that Lasagna beam were quite spread out. There were 3 players remaining against 4. That would not be an impossible affair, would it? Sometimes it's within reach. Not easy, but within reach. But the fact that they were all spread out across the map with wicked players between them, knowing that there was no easy route to grouping up and collaborating on a take.
Right there.
It just completely quashed their chances of taking that round home. Therefore, Wicked now find themselves on map points and on the verge of taking us to map number 3.
I think, to be honest, it's deserved. They've looked so strong, Wicked. They started off brilliantly, picking these 4 rounds, started off, of course. Now, Kid. Maybe a slight overextension there, but doesn't pay the price of his life. Takes a little bit of damage, then falls away. Now he can just post up into his market.
Because now Alex will push on through. Well, keeping them back. Carter, though, they line up for him. Double kill for him. This could be the end. The beginning of it, at least. Cool. What can you do? He's got reinforcements as well, but he knows there's a cross here. I have the short side. TP out. Ananas. Looking to find the geared pick, although you can see that he's got an operator sightlines towards that direction. And it's not even him to challenge him, it's Vina and Nagy across the map to sort of shoot them down. Tactical. What can you do? Well, quite frankly, not enough. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Wicked are taking us to map number 3.
Really well played from Wicked, right? From start to finish, they looked like the team in control. They dictated their tempo and their play style. Now the thing that sort of concerns me is heading into map number 3, Wicked, all the momentum's in their sails, right? We're going into the other side of the map. We're going into Bind, a map in which you very rarely see anything new on it because it's been in the pool for such a long time. Wicked, with that very strong performance map number 2, I think the momentum's going to carry on to map number 3. They could be doing a reverse sweep here.
That really could be the case, couldn't it, Neo? But there's only one way to find out, and that is by tuning in right after the break. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back.
Hello and
Tuna.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RixGG July Open. I'm Neokai, joined by the once, as ever, wonderful X-Warrior. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, and we're heading straight into a third map. We've seen 2 maps come underway, and, well, they've been exciting ones, really. They haven't been really one-sided across the map, but Wicked, they're able to bounce back. Although there was sort of a resurgence on map number 1 where there was hope. There could have been an overtime. No, that wasn't the case. That was all because they needed a journey. They need first to be hurt before they can be seen as victors. But there's also another hero's end we sort of need to look at, right? Is Lasagna Beam. Although I really do fancy the name, and the more I say it, I do get hungrier by the second. I think they still have some good moments in them. I'm just curious to see if they can still bring consistency like they did at the initial stages of the first map onto the decider. If they can still pull ahead, that's what I'm interested in looking at.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Wicked were just a slow starting side. I think, into map number 1, it was towards the latter part of map number 1 where they'd really started to essentially pick up, right? That was where the ability came in and the individual brilliance started to take that step up. And of course, map number 2 was pretty much entirely geared towards Wicked, right? They looked very, very strong from start to finish. And, well, I guess if you're Lasagna Beam, it must be quite nerve-wracking for them, has to be said. They've been pressured from start to finish from map number 2, and heading to map number 3, the momentum surely in the sails of Wicked.
Oh, absolutely. And we see the lineups yet again now heading over to Bind. Double controller across the board again, something that has been very meta. And I think for once we've got the most similar lineup we've seen so far. Only one singular difference, I believe, and that is due to the fact of the Sova and Sage exchange. Now, where do you sort of see these two comparisons come underway, and what will sort of be the approach from each team due to these changes?
Yeah, so slightly different, right? Of course, Sova's so good for that sort of early information play, and I do like the Sova pick. I have, of course, been doing a stellar job of it, but I'm interested to see what the differential maker is, of course, with, well, essentially, the Sage coming in. We do see a few different types of Sages coming through as well. We, of course, see the Battle Sage, which seems to have been slightly meta for the last kind of, well, a few months, I'd say. The Battle Sage has been a really sort of dominant pick coming in, and Venner, a player who individually has been brilliant. We saw him use KO earlier, and now, of course, picking into a Sage. Will this be the differential maker, may I say? As well, another slight difference, so Nagi pulling away from Killjoy, opting into Viper. And I think, to be honest, on a map like Bind, a strong pick. In post-plant positions, Viper is brilliant.
Launching smoke.
Absolutely. Quick start from the Lasagna Beam side as they do aggress onwards. They wanted to get things going on towards Hookah, but I think Wicked want to go for something different, get themselves a kill in the bag, but is that going to be good enough? They've exchanged positions completely. Now heading over towards the A site. Probably get the spike down in time. They've also got a player nestled into their spawn, so will they expect this angle? I think all angles will be checked if you're Wicked, but they're taking their time in that regard. They've heard a lot of audio cues. They know exactly where they can come from. The crossfire setup. What's the guy for the swing of the right click? Delivers on one end, looks to line things up with a second. Although Vina wins one kill, I don't think more will go his way as he does get shut down. As Geared looks to approach himself. Gets shut down by a bullet through the skull, and it's a 1-0 start for Lasagna Beam.
Brilliant start, brilliant resurgence as well from Lasagna Peak. Because we mentioned Wicked, the momentum slightly in those sails, but I do think, to a degree, Pisserans are slightly, at times, a little bit of RNG coming into this. I'd be interested to see when things head into the first proper full buy coming out, whether Wicked pick back up where they left off. But Lasagna Beam, strong start from them. Kills found, and of course, with everyone finding a kill each, means that things are looking good. They've still got the aim on point and a nice full buy to follow up. Look, as well, the Phantom being picked up by Hadi. Will this be the different maker?
We're more expecting to see, really. Geared expresses his intentions, really, quite visibly, as he's been tagged down, I believe, with all 3 Sona pings. Snake bite. Ooh, won't come in time, although somehow connects a dink. Won't be good enough to find the closer. Geared swings, spike goes down, not quite able to find the splash damage, not quite able to inflict anything really. The other side of the site, it does find one bullet into his opponent's head, but other than that, they're finding difficulty in getting kills. Skyev, how many kill going to their team so far as Wicked? Their whole hopes are relying on Vina right now, and They know exactly where he's hiding out. Every single one of these players will have their attention turned towards him and will be able to shut him down in a very quick fashion.
Brilliant play. That's, again, slightly expected, right? It's only been coming in with a significantly better firepower, and they make it work in their favor. 2-0 start, and well, Zanjabeam, they are answering right back. Wicked, who were in control for the majority of map number 2. They sort of, as we mentioned time and time again, right, by dictating the tempo and their play style and making things uncomfortable for Zanjabeam. It's this time Zanjabeam who have answered right back. And of course, with Wicked going for that force buy in that previous round, it now leaves them with a shattered economy and shattered hopes of anything in round number 3. This could be the Zanjabeam taking a 3-0 start.
Sky smoke out at the start. Exchange places. Really, that is really interesting to see, the fact that Wicked wanted to go for something like that. Just hide and seek.
Careful.
Do they expect so many players to have been put in this position? They won't expect Vina, although Skyf has to fall. Getting kills onto the stage is really important, I guess, for Resurrection to be being brought back, I guess, for those retakes.
Last player standing.
But they won't be given anything else, will they? Liza and Zanjabeam make sure that the 3-0 start goes their way. Very nicely done by them.
Yeah, the aggressive peak as well, I think, was just a slight overextension. Maybe should have waited for the Sky Smoke to fall away, but that's going to be expected for the third round. With the low buy coming out from Wicked, as you mentioned, that broken economy, of course, just allowing them to buy into very, very slight upgraded pistols. But a 3-0 start has been doing a very, very good job. They're looking like they're once again back awake. They were struggling to sort of get any sort of cemented foothold in map number 2, but now they look more comfortable. They're in their sort of game, playing their play style, and of course, with a 3-0 start, now the first full buy comes in. For Zanjabeam, this is essentially going to be a bonus round coming into next, with the Spectres coming across. Scared will be spotted out with the information. Now, how does he play this?
Ooh, doesn't drop back far enough with the dash, and now Gray with a Spectre is able to shut him down. Carter, what can he do in this position? Aljo and Hafikul has been able to spot him out. Now they will push forwards with it. Incendiary still blocking them, but they're greeted by another slow roll. Carter, his second kill goes as well. Quickly does get traded through, but the Seekers are thrown out as they do use a teleport ahead on the other side of the map.
Of course, now Nagi's posted up in towards U-Haul, just kind of waiting for an opportunity. But he's just pushing his way forward, sending it all the way. Will be caught out, however, by the Trailblazer, but for the time being, guiding light, giving him the information, catching the flash, but Nagi getting the frag.
That is that quickly enough, but Skyf draws it back in favor of his own team. Wicked now with a numbers advantage for Hattie. He's locked out of the Viper's pit, falls back so they can deal with the Seekers without them being shot. Sona, you know where one is. That's not really good enough. When there's a Viper pit ahead of them, when there's limited eyesight towards them, they realize that they walk past each other, but the defuse is pulled onto. Hafikul, pressure is on. Vaskayev is able to put a bullet straight through his eyes.
Nice sort of, I guess you could say the resurgence, right? Wicked back in a bit more of a comfortable position in the first round on the board. And even though Geared went down early doors and it was looking like it could have been a rough round to say the least, it's in the back in their favor. One thing I do have to mention, that we already spoke about his name, but Geared, that overextension over towards long, there's no need for that in our current situation. With their economy being, at that point in time, not the strongest in the long term, I think that was a bit of an over-aggressive peak, and he just paid the price going down, but fortunately, Wicked do step up. First round on the board, and can this be a sign of things to come?
Moving towards short again, the A-site seems to be taking their fancy multiple times. Alex dashes forwards into his own little smoke, cloud burst. Gives him breathing space, although two players do move away towards showers. This is a very unorthodox sort of play. This is the retake meta at its finest. Right? They exchange positions time and time again. It's really weird to see. It's really weird to notice out because Lasagna Beam, they actually bounce back fairly quickly enough. Gear doesn't anticipate Gray's angle and has to fall in favor. Wicked though. They go for the defuse. It's a line up there, I think it is. He's heard both of them being thrown out as well. Alex faking an ass as well. Draw things up quickly enough. And Lasagna Beam won't fall victim to another loss.
The retake meta, as you mentioned, is such a sort of prevalent part of, well, the current industry standard that we see within Valorant, but Lasagna Beam playing that perfectly. Again, one of the things I do like to see is the way they're setting up their post-spawn positions. They're actually playing very, very aggressive. They go for the early information plays and try and essentially figure out where the rotations are coming from. Are they coming from behind, where the flank would be, you know, a bit of a big factor for them to be wary of, or is it going to be a head-on conflict? And so far, Lasagna Beam, I've been calling it perfectly. Now, for Wicked, though, needs to turn things around. The Blade Storm could be one way to do exactly that.
Well, he gets information. No one is lying around that area. Faking an ass.
Get out of my way!
Throw out as well. Orbital strike thrown as well, giving them some space perhaps, but no, nothing really given. Geared Blade Storm out again. Not quite fruitful as Gray is able to shut him down in his endeavor. Quickly though, right click. There goes another kill. Again, follow up. Hello there, Carter though. Bucky at hand says a no. What a weapon to just shut someone's life.
Yeah, it's a real sort of statement maker, isn't it? It's the Bucky to the face.
Smoke's down.
Now they've turned their attention towards the B side. They've got the numbers advantage as well. Sky Smoke sort of making sure that no one's going to peek out from the defending spawn, but it doesn't seem like anything like that's going to happen anytime soon, is it? And I wonder if Wicked actually go for this. They do have Orbital Strike available. I believe Seekers was used 1 or 2 rounds ago, therefore quite far away to it being back in their command. Lasagna Beam, they've moved quite a far from this site. It's only the Viper near that elbow position to hold things through here.
Player standing.
But in a matter of seconds, both are shut down, and Lasagna reigns supreme.
Lasagna Beam really starting to bridge a notable gap here now. I think for Wicked, it was, you know, we said that the potential essentially to sort of bring things back, have a nice little start as well. Of course, after losing the pistol round, there's a couple of rounds where there's a bit of a lull period for the team that essentially lose that pistol round. So we sort of expected them, but now Wicked, they're struggling on the full buys as well. So this is where Lasagna Beam are bridging this gap, pulling away, putting the rounds on the board, and with a full-on advantage. Wicked, they force board in again with the full weapons coming out. Similar situation, the long-term economy just completely in the bin if they lose this round.
Slow approach now from the Lasagna Beam side. Updraft being thrown out as well from the one end, but the Aldron, they want to scout this information. They're eager to take control of the A side. They never really go for the B stacked straight away. Fairly surprising. Gear damaged substantially. Follow-up, not quite the closer though. Goes wide. Lack of information, couldn't quite line it up in the right direction at the right time. But here come the Seekers, damaged through. Carter needs to fall back. He's got Orbital Strike available, but they find the smoke through the wall. They find the kill through the wall. Alex though still holds his own ground. Gray shuts one down. Still favored in favor of him. Gray continues to trample on his opponents one by one, shooting them down. And Wicked, what can they do really? When you've got a man like this, such a Chad just pushing onto the site and shutting them down? Nothing much, let me tell you. And now they left to half the amount of players alive on their side, in contrast to their opponents.
We've seen a 2 versus 4 work once before, but that was in favor of Lasagna Beam. And that was, of course, in a different situation as attackers versus defenders. But now, for Wicked, can they make this one work? They've already made the early decision. They're not even give it a go. They're just going to fall away. And actually, I think he was going hunting. Skywolf holding for the rotation, but needs to be able to hit these shots. That's why I set off. He's going to be able to find the first, not quite able to find the second. Doesn't quite connect. Nagi finding a trade, but he himself finds him traded out. Alex finds that final shot as Lasagna Beam, may I say, putting 6 rounds on the board, a 5-round lead, and with 3 remaining players, makes that long-term economy ever prevalent. What a start from the attacking side. They've already put 6 on the board. All they need is 1 more for the remaining rounds to guarantee themselves a lead heading into that second half, and as we said so far, deservedly so.
Yeah, no, they're looking pretty good, aren't they? And Wicked, how do they respond, really? Because they need a miracle here.
Yeah, say that again. I mean, it hasn't been going well, has it?
And by miracle, I meant that particular round, though. It's not impossible that they come back. We've seen sort of the impossible really come underway for them. As long as they've got 2 or more rounds, whatever the scoreline of Lasagna Beam, They can definitely come back. We saw it in map number 1. Let's see if this can happen again. Gray. Last time around, he was an absolute beast when it comes to his take, but Wicked, they step 3 into this particular position. Faker that's able to deal with the first one as Kid wants to dash away, not really given the opportunity to do just that. Carter. Spectre through the sky smoke, peeks through, but now has realised that is no longer where Lasagna Beam stand. They've turned their attention towards A, but they go towards A long, and they might even want to go towards the teleporter as well, but no, in towards Garden, heading right into the site, capturing the orb, but Scale holds his ground. No, Naki delivers on the Sheriff, shut down quickly enough. Hafikal puts an end to Vina, but they've taken over the site. Naki still on the back of the site. Only good for one as Carter looks to find a backline, still with 2, but not going to be good enough. Damage inflicted heavily onto the Lasagna Beam side, but they still run away with a victory.
We spoke about it in map number 1, right? When you are playing that sort of trade game that we're seeing Lasagna Beam play, they're going to have that advantage time and time again. No matter whether they have the man advantage or it's in a 4 versus 4 situation, it always favors the attacking side. And Lasagna Beam, they're abusing that and perfectly doing it so. A 6-round lead, and as I mentioned, now of course gifting themselves at least a lead heading into that second half. Really, really well played from Lasagna Beam. And I mean, Wicked, it's a rock and a hard place right now. Nothing is going their way.
You can see that they're sort of desperate. Viper's Pit thrown down preemptively to at least make sure they've got some control. He wanted to hide away from that. I love the potential fire. He runs away with a victory, but there's so many ultimates thrown at him. Hunter's Fury, Orbital Strike, there is nothing he can do, but he still stands. How is he still alive? 1 point of health approximately. Still lives to tell the tale, healed by his own teammate. What is that, Nagi? You are Jesus Christ, because it seems you've been resurrected out of nowhere.
Nagi is... I have no idea how he's managed to stay alive there. Operator shot, not quite connecting. Geared, forced to just fall away, reposition into a slightly more passive angle, but I'm still baffled that Nagi's alive. About 4 bits of utility thrown his way, and even more, couple of shots to follow up. All he managed to find one. No, he doesn't. Great. Trade off finally goes down as the guiding light gets all 3, but only 1 kill.
And Gray finds the sigh of relief, closing Nagi's life eventually. But Skyf, oh, what a swing. Alive. Not barely, though. Standing on a nail could be his downfall. Scott Seeker's so helpful. Heal out as well. Okay, Wicked can take a sigh of relief, can breathe in some oxygen. But the rotations are too quick. Look at Wicked's responsiveness. Even before the TP has been heard, they have already made their way back onto the B site. And Sentry blocking out. Crossfire, you said it. Operator at hand for Gears. Resurrection out as well. They keep themselves alive in the game. 5 seconds. They need to go for the spike plant, but Vina do not give them the space. Wicked, they at least get another round in the half, because it's been quite a long time since they've done just that.
Someone get this.
What a call there from Wicked as well. When the aggression was making its way over towards A short, they stood their ground, stayed in their positions. The crossfires were set up from the get-go, and they did not falter a slight bit. They didn't even hesitate. Remained in that position. Of course, when they jumped through the teleporter, well, that's when everything just fell apart. Really well played, and well, I mean, they've guaranteed themselves a round on the board. Wicked does manage to drop the spike as well, which is a monumental sort of occasion for that round going in their favor. With the spike down, time not of the essence, and well, things just fell into place.
Blinded.
Absolutely do, Alex. Brace at hand, shuts down Geared. It's not the first time you see Lasagna Beam get these initial kills, is it?
Not at all.
Scout destroyed.
It looks like they want to carry on doing it.
They've done it so well, haven't they? We mentioned about picking the opening kill, getting the man advantage. It's one of the things that you've got to give credit to Lasagna Beam, because time and time again, no matter what side they're on, they're very good at finding it and getting themselves in perfect position to find it.
That wall is quite a delay. And you can't really mask your movement when you want to head towards that direction, although by shooting it down, you put a lot of question marks into the defense lineup. Lasagna Beam not only do they have the numbers advantage, they're pressuring Vina to move out of it. Only takes a tick of damage to that orbital strike, but is able to make it out safely. Still lurking in the shadows of the back of this site. But they've eluded them. They bamboozled them. They wanted to go to the A site all along, and the spike goes down with a heavy numbers advantage in favor of Lasagna. Oh,
How?
Oh. Skyf knew exactly where he was, but Nagi still was his... He's insane. He's insane. That's it. That's it.
How has he found that? How? Just how? He was just face first into a wall, turns right brown, knowing it's better to find it first, drops Gray, slow coming in as well. He swings it towards shore, but he pays the price. Half a kill finds the drop. Now guiding like blind Nagy and finishes him off, faking an ass with that final shot. And with 3 remaining players, Lasagna being back on top. An 8-2 scoreline, a 6-round lead, and Wicked heading into penultimate round of this half with, well, not a lot of hope in their hands, let's say.
Not a lot of hope, is there? Absolutely not. Where do they find this hope, really? Right? There's 2 more rounds remaining. You've said it. It's not all over yet. It's not all in the dumpster. But Lasagna Beam seem to be making easy work of the attacking side. Obviously over on Haven as well. It's where they got themselves to double digits from the initial half. So they still even have a chance to do just that, right? Only 2 rounds accumulated from Wicked. They could definitely stack up 2 and draw out that 1-0 scoreline for them. Put 10 on the board. Why not? And they again find the numbers advantage out of nowhere, but look at the movement coming through from Wicked. Carter has a knife out. You can't afford to have a knife out on those positions, Carter. You should know better. And Hafikul will be able to punish him.
That's just heartbreaking. I mean, I think he just assumed everything was all clear, and he just pays the price massively. Now, Aldrin coming in, trying to get the early information play. Will clear the close angles, but is he aware of the player tucked himself into a hookah?
Bomb to get planted. Who could be the first point of contention?
Spike planted.
Really, though, what can you do? If you're Wicked, what can you do? You're shut out of the site. You're being pressured by utility. Nagy now needs to put that sheriff to good. It's looking dire. It's looking bleak.
Last player
And Nagy,
standing.
there's nothing he can do in that situation. Hafikul finds that backstab on the 2 remaining players as well. And Lasagna Beam,
Last round.
there's only
in
one
the half.
direction they're looking at right now, and that is up. And they do not show any signs of slowing down anytime soon.
I don't blame them. I mean, they have just been looking on top from essentially start to finish. It's been just one-way traffic in favor of Lasagna Beam. And of course, they picked up those opening 3 rounds. And it's slightly expected with the 4 spies coming in. So, I mean, that was understandable. But it's from then on where Wicked, time and time again, are just struggling to find even an inch. And, well, if you give Lasagna Beam an inch, they'll take it a yard. And they've been doing exactly that. And what a performance from them so far. 9-2 scoreline. And, well, favourites to make it 10-2 and double digits in the first half.
Alex. Good stuff from him again. Final round of the half, and
Welcome to my world.
it's just immaculate stuff from Lasagna B. Where was Lasagna B over in Ascent? You know?
Yeah.
When they bring good performances like that, the first stage of Haven, and now they just show that attack is the way to go. Ooh, Seekers walk straight past them though, so that's quite a lot of deep information, and Wicked can be comfortable holding the A site for now. Although I think Lasagna Beam know of this and will quickly rotate towards the B site now.
Yeah, for cool. I was going to go for the peek in towards mid, but opted against it. Didn't want to overextend or lose a life, and probably for the best for the time being. But this could be a big kill here. Geared hits a shot, dashes away, and brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
So still a little bit of a breather, jumps out, oh dear, up drop, misses,
no.
traded through, Hafikul is able to trample onto Skyaf, and he tramples over Vina as well. He's a trampling machine, he's a tramp. Seekers though, Lasagna Beam, you would have thought that Wicked think again, or think twice. There's so much thinking you have to go, that has to be good, well, has to be performed this match, because apparently these players have got so much acute to work around with. They can think for days. Hafikul is the smartest of them all, though.
He's got Hunter's
He's got
Fury
3
as
kills
well.
this round so far. Oh, yes, he does.
He's going to make post spawns.
spotted
Hunter's
out.
Fury. He can just wait time. He doesn't need to do anything for the time being. Well, I waited Hunter's Fury because Gray finds a shot either way, but really well played. Taps the bomb, or taps the spy, I'm going to say. And, well, that's a 10-2 scoreline. I mean, I don't think we expected it to be so one-sided the way it was now. However, map number 1 played out exactly the same way, and Wicked, they turned it around.
They do indeed. Well, they did. I wonder if they do the same, though. Cracked egg. That's a good spray. I feel like there's a meme behind the cracked egg. There's a saying. Oh, he's cracked. Oh,
He's cracked, yeah.
Oh,
He's cracked.
wow. I'm so slow on that. How did I not get that from the first second?
He's cracked.
Oh, he's cracked. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know, Neo. Sometimes I feel I'm getting old. I'm only 21 years old, but sometimes I feel like, oh, it's frustrating. I'm telling you. But you know what else is frustrating? And luckily, I'm not in their shoes. Wicked. They're in a really difficult and sticky situation.
It's not going great, is it? I mean, just everything just doesn't seem to be going their way. Weird, pushing forward, finds the dink, but not the frag. Now he finds one alongside Nagy. His trade central is Happy Cool. Has managed to find himself a silver lining, but it's instantaneously snatched away, and the man advantage kept in the hands of Wicked. A 4 versus 2 now, and with low HP, things become awkward for Lasagna Beam.
I love that there's a minigame over the A site, and it's just Carter just keeping them busy.
One enemy remaining.
Swinging out wide as well and still winning his own duel. Is this where we see Wicked come back? Is this Ascent all over again? Not Ascent, sorry, Haven. Is this a Haven all over again?
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. You mentioned, you know, in map number 1, both of these two sides, it was their attacking side which the real, you know, position of strength, and their defender side where things were looking less than comfortable. It could be exactly the same as what we see here. The Lasagna Beam, they've already been sort of, well, okay, missed Molly slightly, but I mean, Sky absolutely stones Grey out the air, and well, that's going to be a comfortable 3rd round on the board. And again, the attacking side looking like the stronger side. Wicked, they step it up when it comes to their attacking, and this trade towards A Shore was the catalyst to start things off. With Gid managing to fall away without really taking too much damage, that allowed him to really peak and find the trade. Preset Molly here.
Oh.
Just even he knew. He was like, "Oh my god!"
He knew. You know, it's one of those that you couldn't even replicate, even if you tried.
No.
Toxins going up.
Looks impressive though. It's a good show. Frenzy out from Howdy. Ooh, actually finds a dink. Damage inflicted. Substantial damage as well. Wolfie has died, but runs out of bullets, and Nagy able to capitalize. 2 kills going his way, so Wicked looking to transfer that first round into a 2-round victory over the next half. But this
Spike
begs the
planted.
question, I think, Neo. Are we going to see Wicked bring things back like map number 1, where it was a 12-11 point at the end?
Yeah, you know,
Are they gonna bring it back completely and actually get the win this time? Or are they gonna fall back, or are they gonna fall loose earlier than they did that last time around?
Normally, right? You know, I would say not a chance, not at all. You know, there's just too much of a deficit here. Alex going to go out with knife out, 3rd kill on the board for Nike in that round. But yeah, you know, normally I was like, yeah, no way, not happening. You know, the deficit is too large, and Lasagna Beam, surely they're going to find 3 rounds from the multiple they have at their disposal. However, we have round, you know, map number 1 to judge by. Wicked. Again, they were brilliant on their attacking side, where they lacked on the defending side. They more than made up for it when it came to their attacking, and well, we can maybe see exactly the same. So far, the opening 2 rounds, it's been one-way traffic with Wicked just dictating every single move. They're playing chess and they're NBA playing checkers, and I don't want to count out them catching up by any means.
No, I definitely don't at all. Skayev, though, looks to run away. Guiding Light, I think, barely kept them alive, because I thought Lasagna Beam were going right after him there. Vina will put a wall down for good measure as well, but... Ooh, oh dear, that wall didn't quite go to plan, did it? But, you know, they've already made their way onto the A site, so that's the main effort of Wicked here. But the fact that Lasagna Beam haven't lost a single player yet and still want to go for the retake, getting a kill through the smoke there, Hattie brings things back for them. This could be the beginning of the end for Wicked as Lasagna Beam look to get themselves back on the site. Spike now being planted for a second time. How does Lasagna Beam approach this? Alex. Backstab. Will it come to fruition like he expects? Vina has got the right idea. It's all about timing, isn't it? Swing out and delivers on that end. 4 against 4 now when it comes to this retake. Now, Yuho will be the next point of contention. Nagi able to win out on that occasion as well. Wicked, they hold on strong. Spike is touched, but Hafikal wins on that on trades. Hafikal with a double. Skype was able to find Hattie in the process, but it's down to 2 and 2. Time is dwindling. Shotgun goes wide.
remaining.
Ananas, shut down. Can he find the other one under pressure? They don't know where the other player is. They think he's in showers. That's the wrong call. But there's no time, is there? There is no time, and for that reason, Hafikal will fall, and Wicked retrieve the round.
He thought he had tapped it halfway, and he just pays the price, but it didn't quite make it. That's a brutal way to lose that round. It's heartbreaking if you're Lasagna Bean, because they played that retake perfectly, but it just fell apart by that one ever so slight mistake. And do you know what it shows? It shows that the pressure is, really taking a burden upon Lasagna Beam's shoulders, because that's a rookie error that they're going to be kicking themselves if they made. But Wicked, a silver lining, and the gods looking favorably down upon them. 5th round gained, and now things are looking very, very good at the attacking side.
Light bulbs being flicked open, left and right, switched on, if you will. For Wicked, though, Lasagna Beam, it's as if their own LEDs had been thrown in the dumpster. Wicked said, no, the old technology is better than the new. Those light bulbs offer free heating as well. 2 and 1.
It's a win-win situation, isn't it? And that's it. All it takes is one swing, and he might be able to catch out a player here. I mean, hard focused more towards that right-hand side. I don't know, swings this. Venna could be caught in a real rough situation.
Seekers. Who do they spot out first? They made their way into the site safely enough. Sky Smokes was exactly what they required. Oh, the Viper's utility has been spent towards the other side of the map. Spray down, look for the second. Slightly greedy though. Maybe the repositioning would be best. Alex wanted to go for the right click to deny the plant, but that doesn't come underway. Viper's pit to just make sure that this goes their way. Gray. He's on the wraparound duty, but I think he's coming in too late.
Player standing.
The rest of the cavalry have fallen. And Wicked, they've set up a great wall of China, and there's nothing that Lasagna Beam can do about it. Wicked, they're closing up the gap, and I fear the Lasagna Beam have also got fear in their eyes currently. I think they're wondering, maybe this is where Wicked come back.
We're starting to see, pressure really take a toll on Lasagna Beam, and they know it more than we do, right? You can see it in their game and their play style so far. They're feeling this burden of, Wicked breathing down their neck. We saw in map number 1 with Wicked taking that, those steps to make a comeback happen. I mean, it was ever so slightly off. This time, Lasagna Beam, this could be too much to ask for them to even just close this out in regulation. Overtime could be on the cards.
Wicked spread out on 2 fronts, although the TPs can be taken advantage of, and given information towards the B site could cause extra rotation and then head towards A, but Lasagna Beam, they struggle on the defense mostly. Let's see if they can bring it back. I like the way they approach it. They like going aggressive every so often, catch their opponents off guard, but this time around, no, they've set back in their ways. They've made sure they're just holding down angles here, not really giving anything freely to Wicked. Don't give them an advantage unnecessarily. They've got a full set of weapons going for them now as Hookah's now being controlled over Wicked. Inching onwards towards the B site. Only one front from where they want to attack, but they will brute force it. Guiding lights, nothing Hafikal can do about it, still on site. No trades going in favor of Lasagna Beam. That was very one-sided from Wicked.
Spike planted.
A complete shutdown and a massacre over towards the side. Wicked now still potential here for something flawless to work in their favor. And the 2 remaining Lasagna Beam players, all they can do is just keep hold of the weapons they currently have. This is one-way traffic to the absolute least, and Wicked, they're using it to their absolute advantage. I mean, you have to fear for Lasagna Beam, because the way things are playing out, Wicked, not only could they come back from such a big deficit, that what we saw at the start of this half, I think it was 12-2.
Hawk
They
out.
could take this in regulation because they're struggling to even find one round.
They really are. It's just a wonder how the change of pace comes out like this. That was the longest angle that Alex could have had. I think the timing will work out great for him. Oh, never mind. Oh no, he doesn't even get the kill either. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. If you're Lasagna Beam, it's as if you've got little pricks and knives flown at you, and just you've got multiple wounds all over you. Although you're ahead, you're bleeding all over, and it's wicked that it's just launching those knives at them.
They've done a stellar job of it so far, and you said it earlier, but you know, the performance so far, immaculate is actually the perfect way to describe it. On their attacking side, they have been in control. They're not allowing Lasagna any sort of, comfortability in any of these rounds. They're pushing them off the site. They're making them take these awkward 50-50 duels, which leave them in just horrible positions, and of course, wicked. They're exposing them.
Addy. Good shot onto Carter. Lasagna Beam. Imagine if their victory is due to a pistol round. It's not over yet though, so maybe they've jinked it. Orbital strike available. Does he throw it down? Or is it the sky smokes that he wanted to throw out? No, the orbital strike wasn't available. That thing you just made me think otherwise. But no, the B-side has been taken over. Hunter's Fury does chunk damage to a couple of players. Hardy's able to shut one down, but Nagy is able to retaliate. Skaef as well. Wicked holding onto their own ground, but Happy that sheriff to good use. Skid on the back line, being challenged from multiple players. Somehow still alive. Updraft twice. And Cloudburst, again, thrown out in front of him. Spike didn't quite go down. They've repositioned completely towards the A site and still have good chance to close this round in their favor.
This is finally where we're going to see
30
Lasagna
seconds
Beam
left.
put
Spike
around the board.
planted.
As you mentioned, this is going to be the eco, the pistol round, which gives them their first lifeline that we've seen in such a long time. Is now the Wicked side, they're just trying to set up post-farm positions. They're wary of a flank coming forth as Geared will reposition in towards U-Haul. Doesn't want to take too much of an aggressive stance for the time being. In comes the recon dot to try and get some sort of information. Not going to spot anything. Pushing in, defender side, early information gained, and well, Cardiff going to do exactly that.
Two kills going his way. Fekanas able to deliver on one end, but can he deliver on the other? Time is of essence, and he doesn't have much of it. 5 seconds. Oh, snake bite. That hurts. 24 seconds. Barely survives. Holds it to... No, not even half. No time. Even if he would have gotten that kill, that round would have gone to Wicked either way. 9-10. Or 8-10. They won the round. 2 ahead of myself there. But it's looking good.
I mean, to us, the way things are playing out, 9-10 is probably just an early prediction of what's going to happen because we Wicked, they are well and truly in control of every situation that's going their way. They're very good at taking that step back and assessing the situation in front of them. The utility's been perfect time and time again, and we spoke about this earlier. I think a perfect mention as well with Fake Ananas. One of the things that we're seeing here is the difference between the two Skies. While Fake Ananas is picking up the frags, what we're seeing from Skaef is that early use of the Guiding Light and Trailblazer to get the information to allow his teammates to create so much space. That's one of the reasons why Wicked are just looking unstoppable so far.
Open up the sky.
Strike. It's quite visible to me where that was thrown out. I know it was outside of hookah now towards short, but towards that mid direction. But on the minimap, it sort of doesn't quite show anymore, which is a little bit frustrating when you kind of want to figure out where it's been utilized. But Viper's Pit, it's very clear where that one's headed. Short, completely shut down, and Wicked. They want to go towards the A site nonetheless. Happy spotted out from the Owl Drone though, and Orbital Shock will be followed through towards the back of the A site. Haffical wants to deliver with his shock darts, and finally will try and scout where these players are. Will spray down through it as well. Hardy joins in that positioning as well. Haffical with a 3-piece, and now it's all down to a singular player of Wicked. Only one in the stands, and it's Carter, and Gray will take him out of his misery.
Finally, Lasagna Beam starting to have some sort of cemented position, some comfortability, and again, once again, the recon dot, the early information, the shock dot to follow, utility usage was and is that differential maker. Haffical played that perfectly. As well, the fact that he managed to find that third onto his gear, despite just swinging through the smoke wall that was burdening him, well, he's managed to essentially turn this round on his head and maybe even turn this game on his head. That's 11 rounds on the board and well ever closer to that 30. But of course, as we saw in map number 1, we are now once again in a slight technical pause. So hopefully not going to take up too much of our time here.
Yeah, as I do hear from our lovely producer, there seem to be some mouse problems. So fingers crossed, there's a replacement in the house where you know you could just pop it in and just on you go. But you know, when there's no replacement, these pauses can take quite some time. So hopefully that is not the case, so we can get right into the action. But you know, Neo, we've already seen Wicked come back quite marginally. Do you think they've actually got what it takes to close this out?
Do you know what, the way they've been playing, I think it's the best way to sort of look at this one, if you take a step back, is to look towards map number 1, right? It's the same situation that we're seeing play out, where, you know, both sides, their attacking side is being their strength, right? And we're seeing it here, Wicked. They're looking, for the time being, in control. Now, finally, we have seen a round go in favor of their opponents, but it's the same situation. It's about momentum. Momentum is definitely in favor of Wicked for the time being. It's about whether they can just keep it going on. And I think so far their attacking side has been so good that I wouldn't be surprised if things just go back to regular showing, and Wicked, they could take this in regulation.
They really could, but I think the fact that Lasagna Beam only just got themselves a victory, that's a good note for them, because they just shut down Wicked. And with this technical pause, this also sort of breaks Wicked's momentum, really, right?
Exactly.
Not only did they lose a previous round, but now they've sort of fallen off pace, and maybe that might make the difference. Now, we can't obviously know, right? This is just us sort of making predictions or have sort of insights to what may go on, and due to the experience that we may or may not have in the scene and knowing that technical pause like this can really hurt you. This is map number 3. This is not the first one these two teams have played. They've played quite a bit. And when you're set off your pace, it really makes a massive difference. And this could hurt them quite substantially.
It's kind of one of the slight, I guess, you know, beauties of a tech pause. Of course, while you're trying to figure out your issues, you can use this to kind of discuss what's going right, what's going wrong, and for Lasagna Beam, this is this opportunity, right? They've now figured out, okay, we found finally a weakness in this attack that has been plaguing this entire half of them. They've finally found something that gives them a step into this game. Now, can they keep this in their favor? They need to just cling on to this lifeline in this game that they've gained here, but at the same time, Wicked, we know how quickly they can just change around on a dime, and the mid-round calls is one of the things that Wicked have done perfectly so far. So Lasagna Beam, while they may have found, you know, a weakness in this defense, I think is maybe just a momentarily one, because Wicked, I mean, just been looking brilliant.
They absolutely have. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't quite noticed, we are in the RixGG Valorant Open. If you just tuned in, thank you for joining. It's we're currently experiencing a technical timeout, and hopefully we won't be taking too much time off the games. But I believe the teams are starting to get ready, so hopefully that won't take too much time. But apart from that, I do opt you to head over to the social media of RixGG, go and check that out. If you also do !casters, you'll see our social media as well as the producer and the observer, Zilf and Benelot, taking the action over in production, and they're doing an awesome job at doing it as well, so you might as well reward them by going and checking them out and giving them a follow as well. Always welcome those. And Neokai, I know I've already begged the question, right? If you think Wicked have got what it takes to win this off. It's been shaky from both of these teams.
Yeah.
But do you think these two teams are teams we need to sort of think about in the grand scheme of things of this tournament? How far do you think these two can go if whichever actually takes the win today?
I think it's one of those things for whichever team makes it through towards tomorrow. Like, one of the biggest factors is they need to sort of figure out this problem which is plaguing both of them, which is their defense has been lackluster, to say the least. It's their very obvious glaring weakness. Is their defender side has just been, well, to be brutally honest, poor. And that's something they need to figure out, especially when, if we look towards the entire bracket, there's teams like Malek in this who are to be feared, and rightfully so. And if you're going to be facing teams like Malek, if your defensive side is poor, they're going to absolutely abuse you. So I think while they could make it off, you know, maybe even towards the semis or the grand finals, right? It's about whether they can fix this glaring issue that we see on our screens here.
Well, I believe we're back into the game. Movement towards the A site, and it's Wicked now on the attack. They've already lost a player. They're looking to move straight into it. Playstorm out as well. Aggression coming through from Hadi, but doesn't play the price. Gray tries to respond, closes up the gap, but Scarif is just too quick. There's nothing he could do about it. Lasagna Beam finding themselves with a numbers advantage, and Alex holds onto his ground for now. Spike not quite given the space to get planted just yet, but look at the movement. Scarif looking to go for the backline, gets shut down by Faking and Us. He's got himself the backstab. It's a trade coming through, and Lasagna Beam find themselves on map and series points.
We spoke about it. That tech pause, right, kills all sort of momentum, and everything that was working well for Wicked just put to a complete stop and shunted to a halt. And Lasagna Beam, they've taken advantage of that. Another round going in their favor. For the first time, we're seeing consecutive rounds picked up by Lasagna Beam on the defender side. And of course now, well, for Lasagna Beam, they've got match and series point. This is it. They just need one more of the all-elusive 13 rounds and to move ever forward to that next stage.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be what decides which team heads to the quarterfinals. They'll be looking for that. See if they're able to do so. It's been a long series, but it's been neck and neck, and so in every single one of these maps, Lasagna Beam have a chance to close things out right here, right now. Equal in numbers, but Wicked is being challenged, shut down by Gray, and that's the efforts towards the B side extinguished. Now, Geared, Playstorm out for him this time around. Resurrection will bring things in order for the Wicked side. Oh, Alex not quick enough to line up his shot, and will get challenged by Geared. What an extremely good display of skill from the sky, and now Lasagna Beam, they may be in a pressuring situation. Up against it, finds two kills. Hadi, what a performance. Nagi all by himself now in that site. He's got the reinforcements of Carter, actually. But the Seekers are right after him. He'll be able to shoot down both of them. But I think they know exactly where they may be hiding. Viper's Pit, though, will make this a very pressuring situation from Heaven. Gray has to fall, and it's Carter to close out that kill. It's all down to Faking and Us, and he has to deal with both the Viper's Pit and two players, and having to get the defuse on.
This is brutal. I mean, he's got so many angles to clear, and well, time to do swing is when you're going to work, and it's for Wicked. Brilliantly played once again on the attacking side. We spoke about post-bomb positions, and that's what they utilize just to the absolute highest degree. And I think the Viper's Pit was such a monumental part of that.
A lot was invested from the Wicked side to get themselves that victory. But it keeps them in the game. That's what they wanted. Although it looks so dominant, right? Hadi in a good position. Nova onto the A side, gets 2 kills, but Nagi and Carter take it over the finishing line.
Stay down.
There's a few more laps to go. And Lasagna Beam seem to be in pole position. Seekers out as well. Onto the A site. They go. Wicked. It'll take some time until they get the spike down. Ooh, Vena though. You were talking about battle stage on the pre-game, Leo. I think we'll be seeing just that. Vena looking to go aggressive. Whoa, Hunter's Fury being thrown. Damage onto 1. Not quite successful in finding the second as he's expended all 3 of his shots. Vena, again with a Spectre. The spike hasn't quite gone down just yet. They want to make sure they've got all the space available for them. Sky Smoke does block Alex's view, and now Haffical needs to find the shot here. Double swing from his opponents, finds the one and isolates Vena. He's so darn low, but the Aldrone will be utilized to see if he can spot these opposing players.
Trying to gain something, and gotta hope Lasagna Beam positive. They do have the man advantage, and the Judge put to good use. We saw the changes with the Judge being nerfed, but it's working brilliantly. Nagi finds a triple, however, and it will be Vena to finish things off. Despite having the man disadvantage, Wicked find the round and put 10 on the board. Double digits for them, and well, this map and series point that Lasagna Beam had in their sights is starting to become a burden.
Well. I'll tell you this. Their economy is definitely being a burden to them right now. It's been shred to pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Only Sheriff's pistols on the lower end.
We've seen these work before, though. That's the slightly concerning bit. Guiding Light once again trying to get his early play over towards Long, and Skyuf just getting that early control and lots of space created.
Wicked. Get themselves a first kill, courtesy of Skyuf. Seems like it's a gamble from Lasagna Beam. Hoping it's going to be an A-site endeavor, but seeing where the spike is positioned, that may not really be the case. He's heard a lot of movement. Here's it's a TP. You can see that Alex was giving away information, therefore you could have also seen the rotations being thrown out from Faken and Asir towards that A side, but then he's back on the B side quick enough to get shut down. Venner collectively finds 2 kills. There's only 1 remaining for Lasagna Beam. And honestly, I don't think there's much Alex can do here.
No, I mean, the buy we already mentioned was in a rough spot, to say the least, but it was just a classic in hand in 1 versus 5 there. I think we can safely bet against him, as you might be able to find a consolation kill to Carter, but Wicked clear. Yes, he will. Easily. Flawless round for Wicked. They put 11 on the board, and he's just going to play out the same way map number 1 played out, or are we going to head to overtime? Wicked, they failed to push it all the way. A 13-11 map number 1 as they, well, failed to get that last step towards overtime. Can this be their redemption, their resurrection act to take it to overtime and maybe pull off the reverse sweep?
You've said it. Last time around, this is where Lasagna Beam were able to cross that finishing line. Will this be any different? Or will we be seeing more of the same over time? That is the question through everyone's brains right now. Is that going to be the case? Alex actually pulling the aggression towards his opponents, always being quashed in the middle, but Gray and Faker and Us are able to deliver. Orbital Strike will make him move out of position, but heading towards the B side. Vikings getting up to Haddock here, but he's able to hold down his own ground. That is a massacre! And Lasagna Beam, there's only 1 kill between themselves and their opponents. Whoa, 1 kill between themselves and victory. That's what I wanted to say there. Nagy. He needs something greater than a miracle. The only thing he's got going for him is that he's got his spike in his belt. But the Seeker will give away his position. It's it, that is it. There's nothing you do. Guiding lights, multiple directions, second time as well, and has to move away, has to reposition. They're chasing after him. They need to make a big mistake here, but I don't think they will make it. 1 kill given over. That's not going to be it. 13-11. Lasagna Beam do exactly what they did in map number 1.
They just step it up in that last round, right? When they know that the pressure is on both sides and there's a room for error and room for mistakes, they abuse it. They go hyper-aggressive in the face of the attacking side, and of course, in doing so, they take their round. What a way to do it. Lasagna Beam just about close out the series 2-1. But I mean, what a game to get us started here in the RixGG July Open. I mean, that's probably got to be one of the best games we have seen in the entirety of all the RixGG games we've had.
That is a very bold statement because we've seen a lot of good games. I'd say it's been very close. I wouldn't say it's the best. It's very closest matches we've seen for sure. It's up there. It's definitely up there, Neo. But we'll be heading into a 10-minute break, I believe, before we head into the next matchup. I believe we'll be looking at the quarterfinals later, so make sure you stay tuned because, you know, there's better than some extra Valorant action. So make sure you stay tuned because that's coming right back at you in just a bit.
it goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Let's make the most of this night. Come on, baby, take my hand. And we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're
And we're back. That didn't take too long, did it? We're here for the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen, with just 8 teams remaining to see who will get the chance to get themselves that £2 prize pool under their own wraps. My name is XRay, of course, with the beautiful Nyoko by my side as we jump into the brackets to see how exactly the standings are at hand.
I mean, no surprise at all that Malik are here, right? I mean, they're a team that we spoke about earlier when we were saying, you know, teams that we expect to see in those latter stages. Malik, I think, coming into this entire tournament are probably one of the favourites. But, I mean, Duck Gaming, they're up there as well. I would not be surprised, though. I think you probably agree with me that we're most likely going to see Malik in that grand final tomorrow. We'll probably see a bit of them tomorrow, just in general.
Yeah, and of course we did see Lasagna Beam earlier, and now they will be facing against Jammers now into the quarterfinals, and on the other side, Unjumped versus Cunning Stods. But now we're heading right into the game. Bongos versus Duck Gaming. Now, I'm not quite sure if you're willing to call them Bongos throughout the entire series. I might go ahead and do that, and that will likely frustrate a lot of people, including myself. But, you know, maybe the Bongos is kind of like the rhythm that Bongos like create. I actually saw someone in chat earlier saying bring back Bongo, so maybe that's the name of them.
It's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? So we'll see. But I mean, either way, Obviously, Icebox out of commission. Haven going to follow suit. First pick for Bongos. There's going to be splits coming in. Haven't seen split yet today, but we're going to see it as our opening map in this best of 3 bind to follow. And of course, leaving our final being Ascent. So 2 maps we've seen already, but split, the new addition to the pool.
Yeah, it looks like Duck Gaming likes swimming in bind, and for that reason they'll be picking their own map pick. Yeah, no, I'm going to be making a lot of memes, just like I've been told that if as many memes as I make, that is as many golden stars I'll take, due to the fact that Duck Gaming has a name that they currently have, and you'll be expecting a lot of quacks out of my mouth.
Just disappointing. You've just let me down. I mean, yeah. Fair play, but yeah, I mean, it should be a good game nonetheless, right? These are 2 teams that we've seen time and time again. We've seen these players here and about. They've got a lot of experience, right? Duck Gaming, a roster that we've seen, I mean, in many iterations of the RixGG Opens, right? We've seen them throughout, and they always seem to put up very notable performances, which is why coming into this one, they're a side to look out for. But Bongos, can they cause this upset coming into this? Do they have the ability to essentially come in as the underdogs and cause a bit of a problem?
Yeah, causing a little bit of rockets. That's what they want, don't they? Of course, let's see. The pick and bans heading into the split. Okay, let's see. No bans, actually.
Yoru?
It's just Yoru. Oh, it's being hovered. I
know,
consider
I'm
him literally the worst agent currently. But, you know, he's been bought out on the Haven before. Like, I've heard people say that he's viable on Haven, apparently. But I'm just going to say, no, that's not really the case. But across the board, we've only seen Monster locking in the Raze, while on the other side of the map, we've got that Killjoy as the Sentinel coming through, and Sky as the Initiator. Of course, Raze has been locked in on both ends, and Omen seems to be the control of choice when it comes to both of these teams.
Yeah, it's probably the most basic one in terms of the control it allows as well. The same thing that we saw again in game number 1 with the Omen pick coming in. You do allow yourself to have that kind of quick rotate coming in. Oh, he's actually going to go for KO. Was hovering Yoru and then going to fall back onto his KO. And I think it's actually probably just a smarter pick. As you mentioned, Yoru, not the most viable of picks when it comes to agents, but KO, however, very much up there.
Ooh, I'm actually interesting to see that we've got both Viper and a Sage on the attacking side. It's actually really interesting due to the fact that Viper was sort of brought in and as a replacement to Sage to sort of control mid, but that is no longer the case, is it? They've sort of put them in together, and that actually means they've got a really strong defensive lineup. Now, of course, their attacking side isn't lacking at all. They've got a double controller lineup going their way. Omen, obviously, due to the verticality of this map, really helps a lot with his teleports and placing his smokes wherever he may please. So that is also an interesting prospect to look at, considering Duck Gaming only have one Sentinel, only one controller to sort of work around with. And yeah, we'll be heading right into the game here. Duck Gaming on the defensive side, Bongos on the attack. Let's see as the drums take us into the game.
I'm looking forward to getting this one started. Bongo is starting on that attacking side of Gaming, on the defender side, already guiding light early information in towards that mid position, just trying to keep the aggression at bay, and for the time being, it's worked.
Well, Bongos make their way on towards mid, heading towards the A site currently. They're greeted by a lot of utility placed by Killjoy on the Duck Gaming side there, so they may linger slightly. So they've got 2-man dedication on the main entry of it as well, looking to collaborate their forces to put pressure on multiple fronts. And here comes the push. Michael peeks out. Oh, not quite the kill. Although it was, I think Kurt is able to run away with his life, ducking away under the bullets. And now they push onwards. How do they aggress? Jamie holds his line for one, but does get traded 3-on-3, and this is still a close affair.
Spike planted.
Spike gonna go down now. This is a triad set of close one positions with Kurt making his way forward. Missed right click. Goes for another. And they're just roofing left, right, and center. And Kurt with a low HP just gonna go down. That's a brutal way to lose it. But that's really well played from Bongos. They put a first round on the board. And a comfortable start for them allows them to net themselves a relatively stronger buy heading into the second round. We see Spectres, the standard, come out. The Spectres, the armor, the utility. As Duck Gaming, they're essentially just stuck into a rough eco.
It's a little bit rough, isn't it? I guess what's good about KO in this endeavor is the fact that, you know, Sova isn't really played on this map much. It's definitely definitely not a pick that you usually see, and KO sort of is a replacement to that. The fact that he's got his own utility, he's got his signature 0 point going on for him. It can really, really help out spotting out players and have an approximate idea of where they're heading. Also, really assists when it comes to the takes as well, because it just completely disables the lineup, and no utility from the opposing side can be thrown out when they're disabled like that. So being implemented now into the gameplay of Duck Gaming. Was it so close? Shorty at hand, not going to be good enough as Bongo steamroll through them.
Player standing.
Michael as well chimes in onto Peter. And that's going to be a 2-0 start for the Drummers.
I sort of expected to start, right? It's just the way the meta players are in terms of, well, just how Valorant has been since the earliest iterations. When you pick up that pistol round, you of course have a significantly better buy heading into that second. And the Spectres come out full armor utility. This surely should be a second round on the board. But now Duck Gaming, by full ecoing to that previous round, they're going to be able to answer right back with a full buy of their own. And Bongo is left with just a bonus buy, I guess you could say, coming into this. The Spectres brought across from that previous round to try and cause some economical damage towards the defender side.
Monster aggressive, double blast back push, already find himself on the top of rafters. Paranoia comes in, but Bullet retrieves him before that even faces up against them. Jamie doubles it up. Duck Gaming are looking to crack themselves back into this game. Jamie now looking to move out of it, but it's a trade coming through. Zwizzer gets the kill onto Ware, but now 2-on-3 and Duck Gaming still have the advantage. Although the spike looks to get... It's way onto mid. I thought the movement would have ensued, but no, they're sticking around, and maybe they're eager to catch their opponents on rotation.
Yeah, they've actually sort of really slowed down the tempo now. Of course, with a man disadvantage, and will Kurt be aware of the player just tucked over towards wires. It's all about timing on the peak. 50 seconds remaining on the clock, however, and Kurt just holds his position. He'll be able to net himself a kill. For Bongos, they're just trying to, you know, cut down the time, force rotation away, and Transformer gonna go down. Kurt finds the shot. One more soon to follow. That's Michael. Good job by Mzuru. Nice round there from Duck Gaming. They answer right back, and with their full buy, they're able for the first round on the board.
Well, Duck Gaming, they put their face into the water looking for a fish, and they've retrieved it. There you have it. It's the first one being brought up onto the board. And Bongos. Well, now they've got a solid buy for them. This is sort of what we expect from them, as they did win the first two. But let's see how close this competition will be, as we'll be seeing Duck Gaming also buying up as much as possible.
Yeah, they're going to try and get what they can. Of course, Duck Gaming, they're bringing that Judge in, which normally you'd be like, okay, it's a bit of an eco buy, but I mean, the Judge is a very viable weapon. We've seen how broken it can be at times, hence why it had the most recent nerf. And definitely not going to count up by any means. The Trailblazer are trying to look for information. Transformer's going to spot a small amount himself, but he's going to fall back off the back of it.
Let's see what Monster is able to do. Jamie, up close, spots that one. Oh, but what a dink by Monster.
I've got your trail.
Seek is out already. In the center of the map as well. We'll be able to spot out that not many are lying onto the A site. But they can see that the rotations are coming through, therefore they're moving absolutely towards the B site. Quick bamboozlement coming through from the Bongo side. And that is them throwing down a Bongo of their own down onto the sites. Also known as a spike. 3-on-5. Savaya delivers on one end. It's as if Duck Gaming are challenged from all ends. They've been bamboozled. They've been quashed. They've been killed left and right. There's nothing going their way apart from the kill that Mzu was just able to retrieve.
Yeah, Bongo's just drumming away that defense and leaving them now in a 2 versus 4 situation. I mean, Duck Gaming a rocking hard place, and these two remaining defender side will just keep hold of the weaponry they've got here. But Bongos, once again, really well played from them. They managed to just kind of chip away, once again winning those 50-50 duels, and once they get the map control, they create their own space. Duck Gaming are just forced off the site left to just keep hold of the weaponry that they've got, and really well played from the attackers side on the board, and they once again gain that 2-round lead.
Can you hear that, Neo?
Yes.
Can you hear that?
What can I hear?
Oh, damn it. I was tapping on my mic, just trying to illustrate that. There's some like drumming going on. But no, it's the bongos. They're alive. They're shouting out.
They're alive.
They're happy.
Kicking. They're doing well. nice attack inside play so far, and that one round that we've seen picked up by Duck Gaming is immediately answered back.
Mid being taken over here from the bongo side. Transformer looks for the access of the site, but look at the movement from the Bubba Bongos though. They're already heading over to the A site, and that's a really good read. But because even the final remaining member from Duck Gaming has already quacked away, and
Look at that.
they will slowly try and get onto that A site without being challenged at all. They even get a kill in the process. A site now is where they will enter, and they've got so much control of the rafters. It's just they want to make sure that no one's hiding out onto elbow. Monster will do just that, but he actually will find himself in the middle of a crossfire. Kurt will be able to shut him down, but I think he greeted one more other player. So Duck Gaming still in the pond.
Yeah, spiking Odano as well, and Bongo's a stellar job once again, leaving the two remaining Duck Gaming members just to fall away, their tails between their legs. They just, time and time again, making things so uncomfortable for Duck Gaming. And of course, the two remaining players in the same situation that we've already seen in that previous round. They've just got to keep hold of the weapons they've got.
One
There's
enemy
no
remaining.
need to overextend into this. Well, they do that, they're punished. Transformer finds shot to Enzu, leaves Kurt all alone, hoping a dream to find something. By the time one, make that two! And now the potential starts to arise, but will timing get the better of it?
Down to 1v2. Kurt, I think he's done everything he needed to do. There's no time. Absolutely not. And Kurt, he loves this. Absolutely does. Gets himself and his team. Wait, have I misread this? Yes, I have. No, whoops. I was so focused on making duck memes and bongo memes that I've sort of lost track of the game. I'm not gonna lie. I've struggled really hard while making those sort of, you know, word plays. I worked so hard not to laugh. I've been struggling. I've muted I muted my mic a couple of times, and yeah, it's been hard, Neo. I need to stop. I definitely need help. This is not good for me.
And the duck memes are easier to make than the drum memes, the bongos memes. I mean, I think you're left with very few options, but I think you can, with the duck, you can really, you know, there's a room for versatility there.
I'd love to see you try, though, Neo. I'd love to see some duck sayings from you.
Honestly, I think you've rinsed and repeated them in the first opening few rounds already. I think you've said all of them.
Oh no, there's more. There's definitely more. You just need to be creative.
Scout
I'll
destroyed.
give it my best
Hawk
go.
out. Blinded.
There's still a lot more to go around with.
Hawk out.
Quick.
Taken out.
Beak first, enters mid, gets a kill to Jamie. See? That easy. There's a lot more, Leo. You just need to find them.
I'll get into the swing of things. Don't worry. We've got a whole best of 3 series to find something, and well, hopefully in that time, Duck Gaming can find something into this round, because that's where they're struggling. Already now lost the man advantage, and time and time again we see this, you know, the guiding light used
Spike
as a
planted.
flash, but at the same time as a fade flash, sent forward, and of course Omen caught out by it. But this defender lockdown could be the issue. Not anymore with the paint canisters.
Paint shells shutting down the lockdown, and now the push is on. Bubba Bongos want to hold this down, but Duck Gaming, they're eager to have a quack in the matter. Peter will move onwards. Monster holding it down. Snakebite. Ooh, that's really going to damage them substantially, but it might not even come down to that, because Ware is just too good. 3 kills go to his way, and Bubba Bongos now find 5 rounds.
That was all off the back of utility. We got early doors, saw the lockdown get destroyed by the paint shells, and following off with the snake bite just to cause that level of uncomfortableness towards the defending side. And Duck Gaming, again, just really struggling to find any sort of cemented footing in this round. Or in this game, may I say, a 5-1 scoreboard, and to make matters even worse, an economy which is just begging for help.
going out.
I like the movement from Duck Gaming. They've noticed that's towards the A site, but it might come in too late because Babongos are going directly into the site. Kurt is the first responder. Wall out, giving them some space to work around with. There's a gap that he could also try to make work, but the Seekers do let them know exactly where they are. While Transformer as well, tramming in for some kills as they do get themselves a spike down. But Babongos seem to be in a really good spot, though Duck Gaming want to destroy their drums. 3 players on hot pursuit. They've got good ultimates to work around with as well. As Jamie looks to approach now onto the site where will be the first responder. Headshot directly onto Jamie. 2 players remaining, and really there's nothing much you can do considering there's still 5 remaining of Babongos. Swizzer shuts one down in the process. Michael holds down the line, but I don't think he'll be challenged. The time is ticking. But actually, Duck Gaming, they want a piece of this pie. They want to go for this. Savaya shutting them down. So they're not really giving them the chances, but I really like that Duck Gaming go for it nonetheless. Obviously, they've got pistols, so it doesn't really matter. But it is the round going to the Bongo side.
It's a similar thing, right, that we see with when you're coming in with that eco buy and that just rough spot in terms of your long-term economy. It's about making these expensive for your opponents. And like you mentioned, I like that Duck Gaming tried to find something into that, even though the chances of them finding anything in that round was pretty minimal, right, when it comes to, you know, getting the defuse coming off. They still managed to find a couple of kills, make it a little bit expensive, and that's the kind of main thing. They're trying to keep this long-term economy for Bongos at bay, and, well, maybe with those kind of kills, that could be exactly the case. A full buy coming out for Duck Gaming now, but still a 6-1 scoreline. I mean, a 5-round differential is just so one-sided already, and Bongos, I mean, they're doing a stellar job.
They absolutely are. They're defeathering Duck Gaming, feather by feather. Jamie has to fall instantly. Transformer wants to get Babongo straight into it. Swizz Mzu right, but to trade things through, so it's still 3v3 endeavor. And Mzu is still alive, delivers. Showstopper being brought out. This could be massive. Gets the kill onto Ware, and now what is going to happen? There's only 2 players left on the Duck Gaming side, and Babongos, they've been hurt substantially. Resurrection puts them back into the game though. So if they go towards the B site now, towards the vents, it should be a doable affair.
Last player standing.
Kurt goes down. I mean, Kurt fights Michael, may I say. Michael goes down, and of course, now 1 versus 2. Things become a little bit more comfortable, but Peter, ooh, just about low on HP, but he stays alive. The Sky and the support coming in from the Killjoy was excellent to essentially find it. It's all off the back of M2, isn't it? I mean, the Showstopper coming in, gifting him a 3rd kill on the board, and he just completely shuts down any sort of aggression making its way over towards that A site, single-handedly being that pillar over towards the site. And Duck Gaming 2nd on the board. We're finally seeing them pick up something. Now the biggest factor is, can they get consecutive rounds? That's where they've been struggling. Consecutive rounds on the board. If they can do so, that could be a catalyst in terms of momentum in their favour.
Bomb buddy out.
I think it also came down to the Viper's mistake there from Babongos. I think they were a little bit over eager to get into a swing and try and find a few kills left and right. But no, I mean, Duck Gaming was never going to give them the chance, even though they were in a substantial deficit. I don't think they're mind too much now. No. Ult up by KO. Savaya. He knows he's nearby. But Null expires and thing has gone to waste as well. Jamie, back to safety.
Cover going out.
Tempo really slowed down now. I mean, this is a massive difference to what we see usually from Bongos. They're an aggressive side, you get early map control. This time they're taking a really passive step back.
Showstopper from Monster though, looking to drum even faster, shutting down Jamie quickly enough, and now turns his attention towards the site Mzuru. He's pretty much painted in this position. Swizzer flashed out. Oh, slight wide spray down from him, and that will be costly. But Bongos look to get right back in it. Peter holding on to his own life, but that's the only thing he can do. There's no way he salvages this round, and he realizes that, meaning that he will back away to try and save his own weapon.
Once again, we're seeing the same thing happen for Duck Gaming when they set up their defensive side positions, and the second they lose 1 player, they're forced right off the site, forced off their angles and their crossfires, and left with just their tails between their legs. And Oh, you have to feel for Duck Gaming, right? Things aren't just going their way, but credit where credit is due. With the Bongos, they are completely, well and truly destroying their opponents at the time being. And the deficit they've created already, they've guaranteed themselves at least a lead heading into our second half. And so early on in this game, they set the precedent. They're making a statement here.
They absolutely are. Not only are they killing the ducks, but they're completely demolishing their own habitat. They're emptying the ponds within they live in, and they're building real estate. Houses. Where there's musical academies, which they specifically only teach the art of the bongo.
They're single-minded entities, right? It's bongo and Valorant kills, that's it.
For every Valorant one tap comes a very skillful bongo tap.
No.
No, that's not it. No, I've definitely not. Scratch that. Delete it. That doesn't work. It's painful. I do apologize to the viewers watching watching us, listening to us make these terrible puns. But sometimes they handle the system.
Satchel out.
Quick trade out on mid though, MZU. Where's it through? Oh, look at the from the shadows. Hasn't been spotted at the back of the B site. Oh no, not given the chance to get the kill here. And in the process, Duck Gaming getting so much ground. Now they need to regather the spike, head over to the B site, but they don't quite know where Transformer is.
This time, right, when Duck Gaming, one of their biggest issues is once they lose that man advantage, they just capitulate as a side. Guiding Light coming forth, but Transformer not going to take any shots, not going to give away his position for the time being. The swinging might be brutal, though. And he's instantly just deleted out of the equation. Few many players, Swise picking up a third on the board as well as Duck Gaming follows suit. 3-7 scoreline, 4-round deficit, but potential to start chipping away at it. The only issue is that long-term mechanic of Bongo is still well and truly in play, which they need to, well, they need to destroy it because that's the only thing that's the differential maker between these two sides so far.
Split is a change of pace, isn't it, Neo? Something we haven't really seen so far.
You see it in two different ways, that's the thing. I mean, you see Split, you can play hyper-aggressive, right? Really in your face, looking for early entry frags. But at the same time, we've seen it time and time again from the Bongos, right? They take that step back, assess the situation, see where the utility's been used as well, and then make a mid-run call off the back of that.
But look at the movement from Duck Gaming. Spreading across mid. If Bongo's there to pass, the Ducks will lead them alive. Where? Running lights. Oh dear! Straight out in the open, no cover to take. It's just a flash to counter that. Seekers as well. They're going right after them. They want to go directly with the push here, but okay, we'll say no for now. Puts a stop to that. Pizza again wants to caress himself. Draws back. He wants to kill. Give him the Seekers. No, Sevilla and Michael both went on their individual trades, and Bongos are straight back into it. 2 players left. Swizzer looks to double it up, but no, Michael is good enough to shut him down. And MZU, nothing he can do in that location. Sevilla has got him well in his sights and shuts him down in the process.
Last round before the switch.
8-3 scoreline. I mean, Bongos, that was an opportunity to try and find a consecutive round, and once again, they just fall flat. And got to get credit where credit's due. I mean, Bongos, they've been looking stellar on their attacking side. Time and time again, they find the early information plays, go for the space, and once they have that space created, then they use it as a catalyst for a round in their favor. It's really well played from them, and despite them having a slightly sort of, a questionable buy at times, they've been doing a stellar job. But this time, if you're talking about questionable buy, it's Duck Gaming, a mixed one across the board as they try and make something happen in this round.
Sheriff only hands.
Welcome to my world.
Viper Spit as well. Considering Duck Gaming don't really have too much to work with, that may have been necessary, but because look at their movement. So many in this approximate area, but they're backing away from it due to the lockdown, keeping them at bay. Broombot spots them. Swizzer wants to go for the backstab. Actually, all of a sudden, Duck Gaming have a good say into this matter. Resurrection would put Bongo still safely within that leading position. And the fact that Jamie falls means that Kurt is all by himself to defend the onslaught. He lands in front of him, sprays down 2. Make that a third, Kurt, you're inhuman. You're a Duck. And what the quack was that? Because he's got one more to find to clutch this round in his team's favor. Turns around, but does he anticipate this angle? So close, he's been spotted. But moves away in time as well. He needs to get the spike, get the plant down as well. Giving away that information, Kurt will be able to reposition. Looking for the headshot, but no. Monster annihilates Kurt, and Babongos are still in it.
Oh, monster in the name, monster in the game. Does a stellar job in that 1 versus 1. Nerves of steel, just remaining calm, collected, and assessing. But I mean, that spray down from Kurt was ridiculous. What was that from him? Really well played, but a 9-3 half. I mean, nearly as one-sided as you can get. Nearly double digits in that first half. Only thing is though, now after game number 1, that means absolutely nothing. Double digits in the first half. We've seen teams come back from that exactly what we saw in game number 1. So I'm going to count up that gaming for the time being. But Bongos, I mean, they've been doing a brilliant job. Finding rounds, finding opening kills, the man advantage. They just play the trade game time and time again. It's the best way to do it. Simple Valorant play at the highest level, and it's working in their favor. This round gets underway in the second half.
Trailblazer. Let's see what they actually perform, how they actually perform here, because Bongos, they've got a good lead here in this half. With a pistol victory, they could really turn things to a close. Put a full stop in the matter, but I don't think Duck Gaming want to give them that privilege. Mid as well, they want to lay their eggs. But once they've done that, the B site is what they're going for. No, scratch it. They've got the A site take. What am I thinking? They've got 2 players now into the A main site. They want to get themselves the pincer in. The thing is that they need to win out on these duels, and it seems Monster is aware of this positioning. This angle has been given away.
Yeah. Hakan is going to be huge though.
30 seconds left.
Where we'll find the opener. Drops M2. Man advantage gained by the defender side, but darted right back as Kurt, Swice, Peter all causing issues all over the park. It's a fray of frags in towards heaven, and well, it comes out with Duck Gaming. A man advantage, but not a lot of time.
Last player standing. 10 seconds
Savaya
left.
out of it already. 10 seconds on the clock, but the spike will go down safely. This round doing wonders for that gaming, could get themselves right back into it. Frenzy now. Kanshan Former get himself all 3. Definitely difficult. They know exactly where he is. And there's just so many angles that he needs to check, and Kurt gets the better of him. Duck Gaming, they're still in the game. Absolutely, that's the case. 4th now on the board for them.
Oh, it's right back. That pistol round was monumental, right? I think if Babongos picked that one up, I think that probably would have been very close to being game, set, and match early doors. But that gaming do make the early aggression play work in their favor. And it was that heaven battle that essentially decided that one. Once it was picked up, it left one player alone over towards that site in a tough position, just trying to play around the billboard, and all they could really do was just hope and pray.
Toxins going up.
Good approach. Both teams actually challenging this area. Transformer, maybe the first man to lead the charge. They're actually going to swing out. Mzuru greets them with a Spectre at hand. And it looks like they're going to opt out of it. No, they don't want a piece of that pie anymore. They decided, no, that's not for us. We want cake. Pie is not our cup of tea. Although, we're stuck in between 2 fronts as Jamie's found his way behind them. 5 now on the board for Duck Gaming.
Again, it's a similar thing. We sort of expected, if you pick up the pistol round, coming in the second round, you're going to have that slightly better buy. And of course, off the back of that, with the increased firepower, that's when things go your way. But now it's time for Bongos to answer right back. They want their own encore, and they want to push this to double digits on the board. And the better buy coming in, the Phantoms, the Vandals. majority full armor and utility, this is the perfect opportunity to do so. Duck Gaming, just a bonus buy for them with the weapons brought across from that previous round. Is it going to be enough to cause the damage necessary?
Enemy suppressed.
Ooh. Okay, so Duck Gaming, what they've done so far is gained that mid access. They've done it time and time again. That sort of allows them to have multiple angles of approach. Now, they could either head towards vents if they got that position, they can either head towards heaven, and it really splits things up.
Scout destroyed.
Multiple times they have their Killjoy and Omen towards the A main entry to also put pressure on that end of the map. Meaning that Duck Gaming can't really be too far front when it comes to their wrap position. They can only hold back. Now, the fact that Bongos don't really have too much information on that regard, it means they'll be holding tight towards heaven, making sure that mid hasn't been taken over. Of course, the smoke has been set, and they will start crossing. Peter firstly the charge, of course, and now he'll be challenged, looking for the chop. It succeeds in finding a kill. Well, there was nothing he could do in that location, and now the A site is what they're going for.
Pushing their way forward, and of course, this is Bongo's opportunity, but they're one by one dropping left, right, and center, and transforming into special swings. Finds the first, but traded immediately by Kurt. Spike will go down, and the two remaining defenders high. Players got a lot to work with, but Michael fired a double, and now the lifeline has been gained.
Last player standing.
Is the lifeline going to be the finish? Going to be the deciding factor? Splicer's all by himself. Spray down onto Savaya. He's down. Needs to recover. But no. Michael is too quick on the swing and finds the shot, meaning they shut down Duck Gaming in their tracks. It's double digits now on the board for the Bongos.
We mentioned that coming in with the better weaponry, of course, gave them that opportunity to do so, and they utilized it. But, I mean, for Duck Gaming, when they were coming in with a bonus by the way they were, you know, just the Spectres coming in, the utility they had at hand, they didn't really add too much to it. Because of that, you could say, to be honest, it's actually a pretty good round from them. They make it very expensive. They bring it back to the 1 versus 1s. They cause a lot of uncomfortableness, I guess, towards that Wongo side, and I'll leave them now with a bit of a mixed buy coming into the next. See, a Guardian picked up, a Bulldog, a Judge to support the Marshal and the Vandal. It's not really the easiest buy by any means for Bongos, and Duck Gaming, an opportunity to answer right back.
Mid again, aggression from Duck Gaming. This time the lurk is two-sided. Kurt finds one onto the A site, so aggression from the Bongos doesn't really pay a difference to how this round may turn out. Although, they're eager to find out further information. You can see we're now pushing into that angle. Might be too late. Seekers out. You know what Duck Gaming are going for. They're going for the B site take. They're going instantly into this. Peter delivers on one end. Savaya's down already. Down to 2 players. Monster wants to go for the drop, but doesn't succeed. Maybe a little preemptive. Maybe over-eager. And for that reason, he has to fall. Michael, through the smoke, able to find himself one. Finds his way back into safety, but he needs to run away because a 2v4, it doesn't seem within reach.
No, not at all. The remaining 2 Wongo's players just keep the weapons you've got in your hand, just fall away. Especially with the Taro finding information, but the one tap was, well, a slight statement made before Kurt answers right back. Trade coming in, of course, 1 versus 3 now. Michael just gonna try and find whatever he can. Maybe he might opt for an exit frag, but with low HP, only 30 points, and he needs to be careful not to overextend it.
Well, looks like Duck Gaming will survive at least with 3 players. Meaning that they can still build an economy off of this. Lockdown available now for them. They're getting close to getting Swizzer's null as well. Jamie from the shadows close to his. It's sort of that stage of the game where all ultimates are being brought up, and juggling them is of vital importance if you want to consistently gain these victories.
Yeah, it's about the correct utilization of them, isn't it, right? When you're coming into this, we see time and time again, maybe people just drop them slightly too early, especially if you look over towards Duck Gaming, right? Kurt, keep hold of that lockdown until it's desperately needed, wait for an execution, then bring it out.
Same lineup over and over again here from Duck Gaming. Tried and tested. Bongos, what they do in response is just hold back. The only thing they can sort of wish for is that they can hold on to mid and not allow their opponents to move out. So the initial setup from Duck Gaming has now changed. You can now see the spike making its way towards the A site. Let's see if they can actually commit to this quickly.
It's one of those things, I think, for the Bongos, they want to just make sure that Duck Gaming don't get access to wires, right? If they get access to wires, that's when the flank comes in, and that's when on that defender side, you're left extremely vulnerable. But, you know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And Peter, just a late survivor. What a shot from him. The 180, good enough for one, but Ware might be able to answer right back.
Ooh, he wants to go for the trigger discipline, but the price. Emzuru turns around in time. You could see the potential there, but no, shut down just like that. Duck Gaming look to get themselves right back within the radar of this victory.
Last player standing.
Definitely can see it in the horizon, especially the way the people are performing so far. Nothing much Bongos have been able to do so far this round, and they won't be able to do anything at all because it's a teammate from Duck Gaming and a flawless one as such.
That's testament to Duck Gaming. They've stepped it up. They've got into gear 2, and, well, it's working massively in their favor. And similar thing is what we saw into, you know, that round, half number 1, may I say, where, you know, at one point, Duck Gaming was struggling to put up consecutive rounds on the board. Now we're seeing the exact same thing for the Bongos, right? They're struggling to put those consecutive rounds on the board, which essentially are, you know, are footing into momentum in your favor, and, of course, rounds going on the board. That's been their biggest sort of burden. And on top of that, they're sort of fighting a battle on two fronts, essentially. Not only are they fighting, of course, against Duck Gaming, but their own economy. And Duck Gaming doing a stellar job of causing a fray amongst the calmness that was Bongos in control. It's now looking like Duck Gaming could really, well, put the brakes on them.
You may say the brakes, but I say there's a great potential that Duck Gaming can show on the handbrake. Stop them in their tracks. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this sort of situation sort of works out for Bongos, right? Because massive difficulty on reading what Duck Gaming's game plan is.
Yeah.
Alarm bot out.
How do they adjust? Their setup has been similar most of the time. Guess now maybe switched up. They have a Yeoman onto the B side instead, and maybe control Raze towards the ramp side.
Yeah, I think for Duck Gaming, I mean, it's not broken, so don't fix it, right? They're going for the standard thing of taking that mid-control, and off the back of that, causing just Bongos to essentially double guess themselves. But for the defender side, they need to change up something, because obviously it's not working. I'd like to see a little bit more defender side aggression come out, but they're still sticking with their guns and playing extremely passively, and when they do, well, the trade game will always favor the attacking side, and that's where the defender side are struggling.
You should run.
Lockdown now. How can they work around this? Ooh, Null as well. That's really going to help him out in that endeavor. Shut down. Jamie trades it through. Emzuru closes down Survivor's life. Duck Gaming find a successful push, getting 2 kills in the process. Lockdown. Not quite getting any person, but they are locked out of the site. Monster. Strong task ahead of him. Big task ahead of him. Delivers on one end, but he's got 4 players to go. He's also got reinforcements coming in, but I don't think he will let them approach. I think he will call on the radio and say, no, let's back out of it. Let's try and live another day. Save these rifles for the next round, because this one is not a round for us.
Exactly. Same thing once again. We saw Duck Gaming in the exact position where they were, you know, losing that initial man advantage, and of course off the back of that, just forced to just drop back, keep hold of the weapons they've already got. Now Duck Gaming, they're doing exactly the same in reverse. It's changed hands, and they're doing a stellar job of it. It's going to be an 8 on the board. Duck Gaming only 2 rounds behind their opponents, and Bongos, everything they're trying so far is just not working in their favor. I mentioned this earlier, but I'd like to see the Bongos side just go for that defender side aggression. Of course, playing passively is not working in their favor. Now to try something different, because if they keep doing the same thing over and over again, Duck Gaming will keep on taking round after round.
There.
They're on the hot pursuit of the Bongos for sure. Really, really close to closing up this gap, and just feels like they're an inch away, especially considering it's basically 1 buy round away.
Go get it.
exactly that.
That
And
gaming,
that's the
they've
biggest
got,
thing.
yeah. This should be their round for the taking. What Bongos wants to do here is do as much damage as possible. I'm not sure they'll be able to do, especially given that the Heaven side is completely barren and no one will greet them in response. Apart from that, Monster, though, he's got a Vandal to work with, and he's been able to make it work. Can he find some extra kills? Will has fallen, so it's all down to Monster. Drops it back. Second kill goes his way. Shopstopper perhaps to get himself an extra kill. Yes, he does. That's a 3-piece. Looks for a full, but Peter swings out and returns the favor. Seekers, let's see what information he can gain. Moves towards the A site. He knows it's clear as Savaya has made his note towards mid.
Placing swamp
His
grenade.
presence known, and now, of course, in the 2 versus 2, Duck Gaming, they need to make a decision. Of course, that A site's looking vulnerable for the time being. Spike will go down completely uncontested, but the resurrection comes through. Now with a man advantage gained, questions have to be asked with Duck Gaming. How do they play their post-bomb positions? And it looks like they're going to play quite aggressively in towards Heaven.
Seekers again.
One enemy
Available
remaining.
for wet. Peeking through, that's going to cost Peter's life. Now they know exactly where Kurt is hiding, shooting down one of the Seekers after him. He's allowed Savaya to move across. Now he needs to repossession towards Heaven. Snake Bike, ooh, that is going to hurt the round. Well, that's going to Bongos. They're back in it. That's enough, they say, and shut down Duck Gaming streak.
Much better round there from Bongos. They do the right thing. They beat the resurrection up, and of course, with man advantage, then they just play that trade game. Use, of course, of the abilities was key to finding that round, and well, even a bit of individual brilliance like Monster showed there. Monster in the name, Monster in the game, as per usual for him. I mean, we've seen him time and time again in these Rix tournaments, always performs at the highest level, and he's done exactly the same there. Now, Bongos up to 11, 2 rounds away from taking map number 1.
I don't think Duck Gaming is going to make this easy for them. They've been able to build such an economy that they can buy it up for quite some time, so I know it's 2 rounds that they require. They're not going to be easy ones. They're going to be hard-fought ones. Savannah, good angle he's holding here. I think he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Duck Gaming, where do they sort of approach now? Don't have too many ultimates available for them. They need to methodically make their way towards the other side of mid to put some pressure onto the vent side if they want to gain access towards A. But I think Bongos want them to come into A. They've got a lot of players stacked up into that location. Well, Showstopper indicates they want to go directly onto this. Paranoia catches Monster off guard, and the Showstopper will be his finishing blow. They're heading right directly onto the B side, and there's only one man holding it. From the shadows will be shown. But Transformer will be closing it out. That's the information given. But how do they react? They've got the numbers advantage, but it doesn't seem like they've capitalized it for any space.
This mid round 4 coming forward, and well, the Satchel will give the momentum boost, but can Ware find anything? Finds the first, make that 2, looking to make it 3 as well when he'll connect. What a lockdown up towards Heaven, where individually, just brilliant from him. And of course, with time, not of the essence, Duck Gaming, 10 seconds on the clock to find the spike down, and well, if the last remaining play, just gonna run away, keep that weapon ticking across. Brilliant from Bongos. They answer right back when they're in a real position of weakness, and well, struggling to find anything. They finally managed to find some rounds on the board, and it's all off the back of individual brilliance. A 3K to net them 12 rounds on the board, a match point in their favor.
Match point, as you said, Bongos
Spike down A.
won't stop drumming just yet. They're still in it. Duck Gaming.
Let's make some chaos.
Let's see how they respond. They're 4 rounds away from their opponents. Not too far away, but definitely not too close. With a victory, they can definitely put the tempo back in their favor, but they need something different. Their approach has become stale, and I think Bongos have found the response. Quick TP, audio cue given out to Mzuru. It's a matter of timing when the challenge will come out. Damage through the boxes, doing some splash damage to Mzuru, but not too much to keep him out of that angle. Movement now towards Sewers, as they do want to put that extra player towards the A site. You can also see the spike rotating from the attacking spawn.
Scout destroyed.
Now the exchange coming through from the Trailblazers.
Blinded.
Guarding light as well being thrown, but I think Duck Gaming's plan is clear. It's the A site take. Zuru to the first man to approach, and here they come. Swizzer will be able to disable Savaya, and now he's left in a really tough angle. The paint shells do damage. They eventually kill him off as well. That's going to be the A site take for Duck Gaming. They want to hold on.
30 seconds
For
left.
Belongos, they're locked out of it, but they're still got a belief that they can still hold on. Kurt holds down the angle. Oh, the paranoia. They know exactly where he is now. They've been able to get themselves the auto queue from that spray down. It's down to a 3-on-3, Neo.
The retake needs to be immaculate. I mean, they're holding the one sort of benefit for them. Oh, the pain. The pack right in the face. That's shortest to keep at bay. Mzu finds a double, but Michael in for the trade. 1 versus 1, and Jamie catches him crossing. Oh, right down to the wire that goes in the 1 versus 1, but it's Duck Gaming to seal it out, and on the way to do it. Jamie being slightly quiet in today's game, but he steps up when needed most and finds the 9th round on the board to keep the live line around. But Duck Gaming, they get given another chance, a timeout just to try and figure something out.
I'm not surprised the timeout comes out, right? Because they only just got the win, but it was a very dicey one. It definitely wasn't a clear victory. But now they want to make sure that they can hold on. 3 rounds to go if they want overtime.
Well, things have been working quite well for Duck Gaming. And we mentioned earlier, you know, it's not broke, don't fix it. And for a long time, that sort of similar thing that we kept seeing for them was take mid control, and then once you take a mid control, then go for a split off that, whether it be you go for a B split through Heaven and of course come through the main position as well, or if you go towards Wires, make that split over there as you make your way through the sewers, right? We've seen that time and time again from Duck Gaming, and to us, it's a very sort of simple plan, but it's been working. Bongos, too much to ask from them. They've been spread thin, and in that sense, well, really struggling. But for the time being, they're still at a pretty nerve-wracking position, let's say. You know, 9-12, Bongos will only need 1 round to take map number 1, and the way they've been playing and the momentum that they have in their sales, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it.
Let's see. Now, this is a different to approach from Duck Gaming. Every single one of these players on towards the A side, but Bongos have this. Interesting wall line up there since there's a gap through it, but now they've broken edge to avoid a crossfire setup. They're actually moving in, but it looks like the Bongos have been able to map this out. We're able to deliver second kill going his way. Jamie finds a double himself, but down to 3-on-3. He's damaged substantially. Michael delivers with a bullet to the skull of Peter, and now how do Bongos hold? They just need to hold. It's up to Duck Gaming to respond. They need to be proactive. TP comes out to put Jamie back into his safety. But it looks like they're locked out of it. Bongos have responded well, and they've got the numbers advantage.
This is brutal if you're Duck Gaming. I mean, the low HP just adds even more pressure to a rough situation with Kurt holding, waiting. Timing might get the better of him here, depending on the peak or monster. But for the time being, slight information gain, just a jiggle peak. Monster will just remain a slightly more passive angle as they try to clear this side. They're pushing forward. Kurt, so many angles to clear and so little time.
Moving on to the site, 2v3, definitely not a favourable situation for the Duck Gaming side. So the Bongos want to get themselves this final piece of the pie. Closest map out. It's been enough already, but Kurt, look at that lineup. It's going to be a double kill for him. And now the tide has changed. But Bongos, I don't know what that was, but they were able to switch things up. Kurt, the fact that he had the good lineup there will keep his team alive. Lockdown as well to guarantee this win. And Michael with 3 points of health. He's got limited time to work with. 3 points of health again. He's going to back out of it. There's no chance. He's giving it away. Duck Gaming will get themselves a 10th round on the board.
Credit where credit's due. Duck Gaming, when they're in a real position of hardship, they manage to just once again isolate those fights. And once they do exactly that, both the two remaining players will stay alive. And, well, the Bongos, that's a round which should have been one in their favor, and they just threw it away at the worst possible time. The crossfires weren't good enough, and Duck Gaming exposed that. That's 10 from the board. They're 2 away from catching this up and pushing us to overtime. And the way they're playing so far, we couldn't exactly see that on the board. Hey, for Bongos, that economy is broken. It's the decision for them. What do? One Vandal saved the cross, supported by what? Some Sheriffs at most? Not the easiest buy, but as long as they have enough money to buy into next, I guess that's the slight silver lining.
Silver lining might not be what they need exactly. Jamie delivers on the front end. Oh, doubles that up as well. He's eager to get on the side, though, isn't he? 0. We'll gain information. No one is in that corner. They turn their attention towards heaven. B site now being taken over. Spike being planted. And with 2 players on the Bobongo side, there's definitely nothing they can do. Court spots one out in the process. He himself has given away his position. Now Monster will want to telegraph it. Scratch it off the map. Misses out on his first shots, and that's all you get when you're holding on Sheriff. Kurt.
Flawless.
Make sure that this is a flawless endeavor for Duck Gaming, with 1 round away to see if they can go into overtime.
The way they're playing so far, I think Duck Gaming are going to secure this. Overtime is looking well and truly on the cards. And actually, one thing to mention, if you look over towards Bongos, I mean, it's been a bit of a one-man army showing to a degree. Ware's just steaming away on 24 kills, the most in the server, and well, by 10 kills more than second place in his team. I mean, he has been a bit of a one-man army and a bit of a trooper at times. Where Duck Gaming is slightly more evenly spread, I'd say.
This is definitely a difficult situation for both teams. Bongos want to close this out right here, right now, but it's not really dependent on them, is it? It's Duck Gaming on the attacking side, the ones that can dictate the tempo. The ones that are trying on these drums. Blazer out, spots 2 people. Do Duck Gaming stick around though? Do they go for the B side take?
Spike down B.
Oh no, man advantage gain for Bongos and oh, Duck Gaming. Oh, they're a bit of a rock and a hard place. They're trying to get some information and 1 agent suppressed. Now Survive will have to drop back off this angle. I'll wait for the timer to expire, but still a man advantage gain. No trade come forth for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Seek is drawn. This will give all the information. Peter as well will use it. This is a final countdown. This is where things will get decided. Looking to get onto it. Kurt pushing through. Null as well. Being enabled, Michael delivering on his end. The Bongos now needs to just hold down. Swizzer has just dropped, but it can't get recovered. 13 to 11. Duck Gaming nearly pulled it back, but it's not quite good enough. But Bongos lead the series 1-0.
We've seen this scoreline before, I'd say. I mean, this is it seems to be a bit of a preset now, this 13-11 scoreline, but once again, really well played. Bongos, that time, in that final round, step it up. A flawless showing from them. All 5 players remaining alive, and that's a statement. That's momentum now in this sales. Can they transfer this in towards map number 2? It was a strong performance to them, and while they had a little bit of a lull period in that second half, they managed to close out. Really well played, and well, Duck Gaming, they now are at this 1 map disadvantage. Do they have enough to take this to map number 3?
Do they have enough, or do they not? Let's go and check this out as we head into the next map. Make sure you stay tuned, because we will be right back.
goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RixGG July Open, which is about to get underway in map number 2. Wongo is taking on Duck Gaming, and it has to be said, we weren't disappointed. Map number 1 going right down to the wire.
Absolutely, 13-11 on the final scoreline. It was insane. I don't think anybody would have really anticipated such results. But 13-11 has been the score from 3 out of the 4 maps we've seen today. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, we never normally see them go like the full distance at this sort of early stage, right? Normally, when we're coming to, the round of 16, the quarterfinals, that kind of thing, we see the more stomps coming out, the 2-0s, where it's very one-sided. We have a clear-cut winner coming into these games. But we've been blessed with 2 very evenly matched up sides in not only game 1, but now, of course, game 2 as well. Agent picks on your screens as we are getting ready to get underway into Bind.
Yoru? Okay, we're seeing Yoru. Okay.
Let's
first
go.
up, insta-locked. This is not a troll. This is not matchmaking. This is a game that decides whether Wongo or Duck Gaming qualify to the quarterfinals. Okay, so Yoru.
I like the pick. I think Yoru on Bind's really strong. I mean, with the teleporters alone, you can throw the footsteps through the TPs and that kind of thing. Yoru can really sell this fake, and he plays this sort of single-hand lurk role. I mean, Savaya, I would expect the entirety of this game to see Savaya sitting on his own, waiting in lurk positions, and when his team are, let's say they're ready to go for an execution over towards A, he just sends a quick, little TP going through, and that sends a massive fake of rotation called, and well, good for the side. I like the pick of Yoru. I think he's very situational, but in this situation, I think he works.
Select your agent.
Could. I'm always a little bit skeptical when it comes to Yoru, even if that's the case. Like, I know Tens once said, okay, Yoru can also work on Haven as well, and he played it in a match. Yes, they did win their own match. I think it was in VCT Challenges. He didn't quite have the best of performances. He was actually at the bottom of the scoreboard, which is very unlikely for Tens, let's be honest. So yeah, no, I've got white question marks. Obviously, as you said, this is Bind and TPs can be exploited, but still, I want to make sure how this works out in the grand scheme of things. We've got the double controller across the board, Brimstone and Viper, as it is meta as of late. Basically, everything is the same, apart from the Sage and Yoru.
Just you wait, I'm telling you, your own Bind has so much potential. It's such a versatile character, but I think it's only really versatile when it comes to Bind. I think Savaya might have a little something up his sleeve, and he's trying to cause a bit of a fray here. Well, what a perfect way to do it. However, Duck Gaming, they need to step up heading into map number 2. They struggled massively to a degree, and then turned it back around. They put the fight on into that second half, but this time, from the get-go, it needs to be a strong start. And with them being on the attacking side, I think this is probably the perfect position for them.
Yeah. Talk about Tens. I think the reason why he liked it on Haven was due to the short... Well, it basically shortens the rotations by a mile, and since it's a triple site map, I guess traveling from one side to the other on rotation is really, really quick. So this, he kind of thinks he's on 2 ends of the map, but simultaneously. That's sort of the idea behind it. But look at that wall, sort of keeping 2 players at bay here, while movement towards showers will be spotted out by 2 players with a rotation. Backstab coming out. Monster brings out a knife to approach them a little bit closer. But Pizza, there you go. Will bring out the knife. Oh, the BM play. Monster delivers. Patios are thrown out, but needs to reposition. He's got the reinforcements from the Transformer, and he's the one able to hold his ground for him as well. Spike has gone down, but it's a 3 versus 5 situation in favor of Bubba Bongos.
On it. Fight a way back in. The right click doesn't quite connect, and where punishes Jamie is dropped, and Swai is trying to find something. Will connect this time as Savaya's drop, but Michael answers right back and all onto 1, and Michael doubles up. Brilliantly done so, and that's going to be the Bongos getting off to a brilliant start with 4 remaining players. They put a first round on the board, and Duck Gaming on their preferable side of that attacking side puts to rest.
Bongos carrying the momentum from the previous map. Let's see if they can actually keep this going. Obviously, the second round should be one of their own. Duck Gaming really need to put their feet deep in this pond if they want to sort of get themselves back into it. But I don't think this one is the round. They're looking for damage here mostly, and they're going for a gamble play. They're actually stacking up towards the A alongside, and that also helps out. Okay. What I realize is that that was a misplay. That one's more like it. Duck Gaming showing how it's done. Mzuru moves in forwards. Pistols at hand. They'll look for the spot plant potentially. Last pack moving through together. But together they move, together they fall. 2-0 now for Bubba Bongos.
It's a similar thing. I think when you obviously pick up that pistol round, you're expected to pick up the following. And Bongos do exactly that, but they do it comfortably. And that's a differential maker. It's only Savia to go down, and that was in the round number 1. That's a flawless round number 2 put on the board. Completely shut down, and Duck Gaming, they need to answer right back. They need to make a statement of their own. And well, this buy might be exactly the thing to do so. Let's see Phantoms, Vandals come out, full armor, utility to support, and here's where we can maybe see the potential play in their favor. Well, Bongos, with this bonus buy, I guess you could call it, if they can cause some long-term economical damage, may I say, well, that's a silver lining, that's a plus.
Out, spotting out the position of 1. I saw a good lineup for Sova on this map earlier today, where you can just basically kill with both of your shot darts the player onto this U-hole position, but it's an equal trade across the board, 3-on-3. Site to be taken over, wall to give them space. That's sort of why you want the Sage instead of the Euro. I think Sage is way more valuable when it comes to it, but as I said, it's debatable. But Duck Gaming, they're on a numbers advantage here. Although they've got the spike planted, they're going to be approached from multiple angles.
Marshall trying to find something though. Let me see Euro. Flash. But to no real avail. Monster finds one of his own though. The retake now leaving. One goes to the man advantage. Nick just play time. Mzuru spots the first, but Savia does not care. Swings in, finds a shot, and that's going to be a flawless start remaining in favor. But Bongos, a 3-0 start. And Duck Gaming with the better buy, put in their place.
Yeah, that's a really good round for Bubba Bongos. Now, it shouldn't have been that easy. I wouldn't say it was easy, but Duck Gaming, knowing they had the rifles at play, and Bubba Bongos mostly had sort of Spectres to work around with, Duck Gaming would have been favored, but that doesn't seem to be the case. That really allows the squad to sort of get away from their opponents, get themselves an advantage, get themselves that lead. And I think a three-round differential, potentially to be 4, is a really good way to start map number 2.
Exactly that, and of course, once again, leaves Duck Gaming with a really tough buy. The Sky Smokes will come in, and Mzuru just waiting inside of it, but peek ever forward, and where will cause a real issue. It's all about timing once again, as he's going to just try and sneak his way forward. Now the information's gained, the spam coming through, and left on such low HP.
Toxin screen down.
Michael, showing him in the tracks.
Toxins going.
Swizzer, only Sheriff at hand, will get, I was going to say he was going to get punished, but no, he actually connects his second shot onto Monster, goes directly onto his head, but doesn't check the angle again because Transformer, well, obviously he's holding that angle, does shut one down, though Peter wanted to go for the rotation through the teleporter, though Savia is the master of that location, although Swizzer puts that Sheriff to good use for yet another time. I wonder if they can sort of
30 seconds
juice anything out of this round. It's not going to be an easy endeavor. But Duck Gaming, considering they don't have spike control, this really will hurt them. Actually, the Seekers going out may have been too much, considering Duck Gaming haven't really salvaged too much, haven't salvaged any weapons, and only looking for damage. Kurt has only just found a Vandal, and Transformer shuts them down. So 3 players remaining for Bongos. Duck Gaming find 2 kills as damage.
It's been brilliant so far. I mean, of course, a flawless start, but I mean, what a way to do it. They're showing this just already from the get-go, from start to finish. It's just been one of those. Duck Gaming, they're really struggling to find absolutely anything in this round, or in this game, to say the least. The fullback will be coming out, so Savia's going to pick himself up an operator, and an expensive investment, but I think under the right on the right usage, may I say, you can see some real damage be caused there. But Duck Gaming, with this fullback, they need to step up.
Wizard. First to retrieve a kill, but quickly traded out by Monster. Bongo switching up the tempo, aggressing just like they did the first round, but won't go for the full-on wraparound towards Showers this time around. Seekers now from the Duck Gaming side as Mzuru quickly does get shut down. So Babongo is winning on multiple fronts, really putting a dent into their opponent's attack lineup. It just really limits the fronts which they can take their attack. Resurrection has been forced out as well to keep them in the game. So still within the realms of possibility here for Duck Gaming.
Definitely not out of the equation, so the least. It's a 4-on-4 for the time being, and of course, it does favor normally the attacking side, but look at this angle from Monster. They just cut to the rotation perfectly. I might be able to hear some sound cues depending, and I think he will definitely have done exactly that. As the attacker side aggress forward into his hookah. Any sort of rotation coming in, but a missed shot will be punished.
Welcome to my world.
Fake flash. Monster peeks out.
Spike planted.
Doors of TB have been opened. And Monster's position, after not being telegraphed initially, will not be a massive difference maker, will it? Duck Gaming looking to get themselves right back into it. They've got the numbers advantage and they've got the hold going in for them. Michael needs to perform with wear here. Needs to look good. Snake Pit out as well. Where will look to push forward.
Standing.
Not going to allow this to happen. Michael only getting one in the process, but it's Duck Gaming now on the board.
A consolation kill there, but finally we start to see Duck Gaming step up. We've mentioned that they've been struggling to find any sort of cemented foothold in these rounds, and especially in this map so far, but that's what they need to do. Early aggression, and once they had that 4 versus 4 situation, they went aggressive over towards Hookah, they managed to utilize, well, the perfect execution on towards the site, and even though Monster was cut off the rotations, it meant no difference. Really well played. Well, now Duck Gaming, they've answered back with one of their own, but can they keep the momentum going? Can they keep this going in their sails and try and tie this one up?
Viper's Pit as well to deny entry towards the short side.
Here.
Duck Gaming. They've lined up towards this direction. Trailblazer not quite spotting out Michael as he does get himself right back into his own ultimate. Rotation coming through from them as well, though. Savaya spots him. Actually, damage has been inflicted. Ooh, that's why you say Yara is important, because he can fake rotations like that, but I don't think they will fall to such allurement, really. Savaya, operator at hand, smoked out completely. The impact he can have this round has been minimized completely because Duck Gaming have made their way onto the site. Now has to use his own dimensional drift to get himself behind, get himself that information. He knows 2 players as a garden, make that 3, works it out into the open. He's got no reinforcements to keep him alive. This round is definitely going to Duck Gaming unless Bubble Bongos come out with something greater than a miracle.
Michael needs to go huge here, and I think it's asking just a little bit too much. The Sky Smoke in the way, and well, as he falls back through elbow, he's going to try and keep this Vandal in play. And I think it was unfortunate there. Savine, just caught off as he was in his ability. And that's one of the negatives, I guess you could say, of Euro. When you're caught out like that, it's just in the open, barren, wasteland. And, of course, really dropped momentarily. Flawless round for Duck Gaming, though, to put a second on the board. We said, can they use that round they picked up as the sort of catalyst to get more on the board? That's exactly what they've done. They've answered. Well, we've asked and they have answered. Second picked up, and now Duck Gaming started to look well and truly alive in map number 2.
You said you asked, Neo, but I never recalled you speaking Duck.
Oh, come on. Quack, quack.
Maybe you did. Maybe you've got hidden talents that I didn't know about.
Do you know, like Harry Potter, how he can speak to snakes and he just thinks he's speaking English? That's like me with ducks, basically.
What would be the House of Hogwarts, but for ducks? You know, Slytherin is for snakes, and it's likely because Slytherin, they slither. What would it be? What would it be for ducks? You reckon?
I don't even know. I'm trying to think of like a really witty one, but I'm definitely going to have to go to the drawing board and find something.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you some time to think about it. Producer Zilv already had something to say about it. Mallards. Okay. Well, that could be it. Probably not. Back to the drawing board. But Duck Gaming, they've done a good job so far. 2 rounds, and getting the numbers advantage again could really get them back on the radar when it comes to the lead. Of course, 2 ultimates still available on the Bongo side, where the rifles are at play. Still could be anyone.
Still, of course, the 5 versus 4, Gaming, they got that man advantage. Crucial. Even more so on the attacker's side as the Guiding Light looks to find the entry with the paint canisters to answer with one of his own. Utility used in, swipes to the initial point of damage, but forced away from the angle.
Ooh, Monster repositions for a double. Flashed out. Can't do too much, but where closes out his life. Showstopper. Can he find more? Goes wide. He throws the paint shells now as he looks to retreat. Throws so much utility out. Blast Pack, Boom Bot as well. Blast Pack again because he's not quite sure if Duck Gaming have made their way out. He wants to delay this. There's not much time remaining for them to go for the pod. 8 seconds to be exact, but I don't think they're looking at the time. They're not going for this. They're holding back, and they're giving the round to the Babongo side.
Expertly played from Monster. He just caught the rotation, and of course, in doing so as well, played it so passively. Took that step back. We talk about assessing the situation. Well, that's it to perfection. Uses utility to keep them at bay, keep them pressed in towards that hookah area, and of course, off the back of that, excellently won. And Monster, I give you all my credit because that was brilliantly played. Once he found that initial frag as well, I mean, he was forced off the angle by the paint canisters, but it did not bother him at all. Hits the headshot, then falls back, plays it passively, and waits for the rotation. That was the key bit. The rotation came in, and while Duck Gaming, they were just stuck in towards that one position and forced to keep hold of their guns.
Yeah, now the Bongos are holding the reins of this game. I like how good their read is. Not quite sure how they've read it, how they've telegraphed it, but it could be down to the wide Viper's wall as they head into it. Incendiary from Kurt maybe to stop them from aggressing forwards. But the wall will give them some extra space. Orbital strike, where will it be? Just right center of the site, in between the wall. Savaya still alive. Kurt looking to emerge from the shadows, but the heal will come through as well from the Bongos, keeping them in this game. They've only found damage, they've only found kills, and none of them have fallen. And this is an amazing push for Bongos, well coordinated and shutting the attack in its tracks.
Yeah, all onto one man. Peter in a 1 versus 5, and I think we can both agree this is maybe asking just a little bit too much. He's trying to cut off for exits here, and he might be able to find one towards Transformer depending on the timing, but he doesn't know he's being flanked. Monster punishes a flawless round for the Bongos, and they are well and truly starting to make a statement here into map number 2. While map number 1 may have been a close finish, Bongos, they want to push it that one step further, take this one in confidence, and the way they're playing so far on the defender side, it's looking exactly like that. A 4-round lead, and Duck Gaming struggling to find anything.
Duck Gaming.
Toxins going up.
How has this approach changed? But straight out of the back, look at the Bongo's push. They're not eager to slow down the pace at all. They want to go directly to the fight, but that will cost them greatly. Jamie and Peter line things up for them. Bongos want to surprise their opponents, but instead they're the ones that are greeted with bullets to their faces. Duck Gaming, they've completely turned this around.
And now, of course, they're trying to find, well, something. You mentioned about the aggression, and well, that's what we see. Monster answers right back, however.
Stim beacon down.
Yourself 1. Down to 4 versus 2. There's definitely potential here. We've got the Sim beacon to allow him to slightly easier break the Sage wall, but at the same time, still a lot to do here. Sky Smoke's coming. This is going to try and allow him to cross, but I think Kurt's just waiting for an opportunity. If he sees a gun barrel, he'll shoot at it. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Jamie punishes, even all onto Monster. Finds some consolation. Might get one more. Oh, hello.
Okay. Looks away. 4th. How is that even possible? No time remaining, but Monster's put his dent into Duck Gaming's lineup. And even though the round goes their way, they're probably scratching their heads saying, what did Monster just do?
Yeah, he's talk about consolation frags and the rounds are going to go your way. Well, how about 3 of them? Brilliant from him away. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so easy. And despite being flashed off by the guiding light, he collects his corner round for him. But it's brutal to pick up a quad kill and not have the round go in your favor.
It's brutal, yes, but still a confidence builder, right? But Bongos know that they've lost the round, but they still feel like they've got control over the game. They've got one map in the back, remember. and also having double the amount of rounds that their opponents have accumulated so far, it's still really a big difference. Flash out, Transformer. 1-for-1 trade, but where, thankfully for them, has capitalized. And this is the second time they go for this A-long approach, go for an aggressive play, and it's the first time it's worked out. And now I know why.
Launching smoke.
4-on-3 making their way forward now. The double Anish. Sky's low on HP, but Swise finds one, drops Monster. Molly to follow as well, forcing Michael off the angle.
Spike planted.
Viper's Pit dropped down as well. Really not much space
Here.
for the Dot Gaming squads to play around with, but Bongos, they're even limited due to the Viper's Pit as well. Swizzer.
One
Make
enemy
his presence
remaining.
known. Oh, just in time. Babongos, what can you do? Nothing. Dart Gaming, beautifully done. As Babongos emerged through the Viper's Pit, they got quashed down with bullets. 6-4 as Dart Gaming closed the gap.
Started to answer right back. It was looking like Bongos were essentially going to run away with half number one and force the same thing that we saw in map number one, where Dart Gaming have to have a really tough comeback to find anything. But this time now, Dart Gaming, they don't even want to allow Bongos to take a lead heading into the second half. They could even tie things up 6-6. And the way they're playing, I can see it happening.
Okay.
We've seen comebacks before this today, Neo. So I don't see why not this would not be the case. But quite honestly, these teams that we've seen so far have been pretty well matched.
Exactly, it's been brilliant. I don't know things you mentioned earlier. Oh, shot from Mizzou. What we mentioned earlier, I mean, normally we're at this sort of stage of a RixGG Open. We see, very one-sided matches, and we sort of understand going into who's going to win it. But so far, it's been so evenly matched.
Dot Gaming not looking to let go just yet. Having one hand on the steering wheel, trying to regain control off the Babongo side, but Monster puts a stop in their tracks. Transformer. It's on rotation duty. But he must be careful, because if Kurt turns around...
Knife him.
Oh.
Knife him. Knife him. Knife him. Yes, let's go. Just a little bit of BM as well to add to it.
Yeah, he heard you, and he delivered.
You will
He
not
received
kill
the
my allies.
We
I've
all
got
did.
your trail.
Love to see those knives, but the resurrection will get Mzuru
30
back
seconds left.
in the game. Spike going down, just behind the wall. The Seekers will make things difficult as well. Showstopper now from Monster, but he hasn't really spotted out anyone. Where does he get this kill? Spots out one. There goes the killer finishing blow. Savaya holds on to his own ground. Mzuru doing a lot of damage with his own Phantom, and he shuts down one with his own Showstopper. Duck Gaming hold on more strongly, and they get themselves a fifth on the board.
Take a look at another look at the knife again, though. He heard me and he delivered. You hate to see it, Kurt. Just a little bit of BM, just to add insult to injury, I guess you could say. But the trade game, once again, Mzuru, on an individual level, has been insane so far. Not only in this game, but in this series, right? It is the kills he finds are so impactful. And while it's not always the most, the top fragger by any means, and so far he isn't, but it's the frags you find they're so important to turning around on its head. And game by Duck Gaming, and he finds another one towards Monster. Raze versus Raze, and it goes the way of Duck Gaming.
Oh, wow, needs to move out of that angle. Oh, bit of strike challenging in, but it's a bullet from Jamie to close down his life. Savaya on an off angle. Spray down connects too. This is a back and forth, but Babongos keep themselves well in the game. 3 players now approaching from hookah, but they're looking to jump out one after the other like commandos. Kurt, they're eager to find themselves where the final remaining players are.
Smoke.
The spike goes down, and Sky Smokes will close them out on site as well. The Bongos locked out of the site. 2 players remaining against the 3 of Duck Gaming. Definitely not a simple endeavor. Quite little. Methodically, they'll try and clear out every one of these corners. Snake Bite as well, with the rest of the utility being thrown. Swizzer is able to shut down one, so Savaya's odds of taking this 1v3 home are near to nothing. And Kurt illustrates that. They found the equalizer at half-time, 6-6. Things could not be closer.
Switching sides.
I mean, for Bongos, they had that opportunity. They were well and truly in control. It was 6-2 at one point. It was looking like it was going to be, once again, another lopsided half. But Duck Gaming, they take that step up. They turn into that next gear. And, of course, tying things up to 6-6 makes this piss round all the more important. Either side takes this one, they essentially give themselves a 2-round advantage and get ever closer to that 13th on the board. The question is, can Duck Gaming do enough to gift them a map number 3 on the card, or are Bongos going to be able to wake up from the slumber that they're currently in?
Well, definitely to snap their fingers and try and come back from it, don't they? They need to get themselves back into the right pace. Now on the defensive side for Duck Gaming, well, the Bongos now can dictate the pace. Kurt. Ooh, instantly out of the equation as Duck Gaming take quick care of him. No, get quick taken care of. Michael is the one. Ooh, that swing. That flick onto Survive. That was brutal.
Host plants once again, so strong, set up by Bongo. They're trying to find something, but Chan forward a shot towards Jamie. As Monster finds one of his own, it's falling apart. He's all on to one man. Emzu in a 1 versus 4 to find anything, and well, he'll find the first, but he's instantaneously cleared out by Chan Forman. That's going to be Bongos taking a 7 on the board, taking the pistol round, and with 3 remaining players, a statement made, and what a way to do so. 3 kills for Chan Former means that Bongos once again take a 1-round lead.
Well, Bongos, they at least get themselves a breather, don't they? Because for quite some time, they've lacklustered in rounds. 4 rounds in a row, to be exact, for Duck Gaming. So it's a change of pace that they definitely will enjoy. What's that? Oh, has to fall back from that position. Being challenged all around. Michael and Monster both aggress. They lose 1 player by Peter. But that might not be great enough, you know. Spike going down as well. 2v4. I mean, what can be done?
Not a lot. It's only that so far. It's looking really awkward. Flash going to come through. Savia going for the aggressive peek. Will just fall off. The Molotov going to be able to keep him at bay, as well as Duck Gaming are once again left with little to no hope in this round. It's going to be an 8th on the board for Bongos with very sort of little aggression back in their favor. Only 1 player going down for the time being, and they will be able to exit so passively through the defender spawn with, well, nothing going to really go their way. Of the remaining players, Peter might be able to try and find the next frag or 2. And he's trying to cause an issue, but the Spectre will find 1. Peter trades, that's all he'll manage to do.
Why did I sign off this shit?
Peter could have taken that Spectre through the TP, so he could have saved it if he wanted to. But I guess he thought, okay, we'll be buying up next round either way, so I might as well get me a rifle. Fair enough.
Yeah, there's no point bringing a... well, there's no point bringing a Spectre across, is there? When you can, of course, buy into a Vandal or Phantom. And
that's debatable, though, isn't it, Neo? Because, you know, it really helps out the economy if you want to get yourself an operator later on, right?
Yeah, but am I right in saying you don't get a bonus on top of that for going down?
Some chaos.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that though. I was at confirmation, but yeah, you do get a 1k bonus when you die. So that's what he was looking for. He wanted to go down because with that bonus, more economy coming forward, long-term economy building up. A 1k bonus can make all the difference.
Loosen up.
Savia now making it through showers. Monster lines it up onto Swizzer. Oh, Peter, that's brutal. Monster, he couldn't really do anything about that. Quick reaction timing by him. Spike now needs to be collected again. But look at the movement coming in from their Sage. Duck Gaming got themselves a full wraparound, though it might take quite some time before the rotation can come in. Savia uses his teleport, get himself the other side of it. I think Kurt knows that He's in this position. You can see it being
player
pinged,
standing.
but he holds down his ground. Headshot does connect, but no, Kurt has the better weapon, and he's able to close his life. Wyatt
30 seconds left.
all by himself. He needs something spectacular, and he's not going to retrieve it. Duck Gaming, 8-7 now. They're inching forwards.
They answer back, and of course with the better buy, it works in their favor. I guess that was just a bonus for Bongos, so in that sense, it's what they sort of were looking for. Essentially just a couple of frags here or there, maybe at most a spike going down. Weren't able to find that, but at that sense, the couple of frags you can see is a slight silver lining. But I mean, Duck Gaming, answer as expected, a better buy. Vandals and Phantoms put to good use, but now it's the turn of Bongos to full buy themselves. And with this first kind of full buy in the second half from both sides, this becomes an interesting competition.
Poison orb emitting.
Ooh, Swizzer. Judge coming through. Savaya
Time to jump.
pulls it back. Neck and neck though, right? I mean, you can see the lineup of utility coming in from the Bongo side. They do have that wall coming through from Viper, which can make Duck Gaming go for that rotation, but it's not like they're buying it, right? They put a lot of players dedicated to this left side of the map, and if Bongos do approach it, I mean, they know that this hookah position has been taken over. They know they've given it away, but the way they will find advantage is by pushing A-long here.
B-long, yeah, of course. Yeah, B-long. And of course, yeah, it's an information play, isn't it, really?
Spike
So
down
far,
B.
working well. Man advantage gained for Duck Gaming, but Bongos, they need to find something. Monster's being chased down by a Seeker, and he's going to wait out.
Last player standing.
Michael.
Ooh, dinked initially. It's the follow-up from Jamie.
30 seconds
Bongos,
left.
I think they'll be needing Bongos to play on because this game has been equalized completely. Well, they need to reset their mindset because Duck Gaming, I think they're playing with their minds.
Yeah, Bongos, they're actually struggling, it has to be said. This has been a... For the last sort of... I said at the beginning, essentially, this has really been all kind of in favor of Duck Gaming. Of course, they're the worst economy for the time being, but now that they've got the full buys under their belt in the second half, Duck Gaming are well and truly back in control, the same way they were in the latter part of half number one. And, I mean, Bongos, you have to be kind of fearful for them. Things aren't looking good, to say the least, and momentum most definitely not in those sales.
Zuru. You can tell he's really close to that showstopper. He only needs a couple of orbs. A couple of ticks. Certainly wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to go for that orb. Swings out. He's got reinforcements as well. They'll all spray down collectively onto him, giving Duck Gaming the numbers advantage. But look at Monster. No, he's given away his position. He can't mask it anymore. And now they move back onto safety. That's the advantage. Well, potential point of advantage gone. And how does Bongos now come back from this? Obviously, their buy isn't looking great. Duck Gaming have all the cards lined up. Unless Bongos have an ace up their sleeve, there's really not much they can do. If they peek out dry here, they could be catching Jamie off guard, but no, he's going to do that instead. Swizzer lines two up together, and this is a simple round going in favor of Duck Gaming.
Very easily played there, and of course maybe a consolation kill. Collected, Michael will find one, but the slow orb keeping him at bay, and that's all about a waiting game now. With just over 30 seconds left on the clock, he's going to be dropped by Jamie. Nicely played there, Duck Gaming with 4 remaining players right back in control. Not only that, 1 round ahead of Bongos, and this attack inside, I mean, they are falling flat now to Duck Gaming, who on defense, you have to say, looking really good.
Yeah, they're not looking too bad, are they, Neo?
I have to
Now
say,
ahead.
I'm liking as well from Duck Gaming. Their mid-round calls are excellent. They're really understanding
Let's
the
make them dance.
aggression from Bongos and, well, very easily putting it to rest.
Does seem like that's the case, absolutely. The rotations are quick. The response to how Bongos have been setting up.
Poison
The
orb
Wolves,
emitting.
well, there's nothing they can do about it. See how they approach this.
Prepare for hellfire.
Dimensional drift being thrown out. Swizzer has been spotted. Oh, but he's heard it. Shorty! No, not quite going his way. Swizzer
Found
shuts
one.
him down. I like the idea, but man, the inconsistency
Welcome to my world.
of getting kills like that, it's just not worth it in my eyes. I know you beg to differ that Yoru can still be a viable option, but I still think we should wait for this remake for him to be remade. You know, change the abilities, switch things up, but I think Bongo's actually making this a difficult affair. 2 kills just found by Transformer, and the B site's completely open for the taking if they just go right for it.
Launching smoke.
Sending it all the way. Sky Smoke's coming forward, and the Molotov to follow as well. Will cut off the rotation expertly, and now, of course, they can get the spike down, and or maybe even if they want to, repositioning towards elbow along as the post plant. They can make things nice and uncomfortable. Michael holding a bit of an off angle as he sits openly outside of the door, just waiting for an opportunity. But it looks like the 2 remaining defender side players are going to go and push deep in towards elbow.
Kurt now, well, re-smoked though, but both of them approaching from the exact same location.
One enemy remaining.
One position has been telegraphed, the other hasn't.
No.
Oh, beautifully done, expertly done, good attention to detail, knowing that one position was heard and the other one would have been unchecked because it was from the same angle. Oh, that is impressive, and that is double digits now on the board for Duck Gaming.
Oh, the awkward thing there for Bongos in that post spawn as well is, of course, I understand putting the Sky Smoke down, but you can't just leave it. It's not a barrier which are going to stop them. They just push through it, and to be able to push through it uncontested is just... It's a rookie error. I mean, they were trying to both hold in the exact same angle, expecting the swing coming through from that defender side, and they pay the price for it. That one Sky Smoke does not keep them at bay by any means, and of course, they just push right through it, 1 tap away. Duck Gaming, 10th on the board, double digits gained, and a 2-round lead. Bongos are starting to struggle.
They absolutely are, and this could be map 3 being brought back here. Orbital Strike. Yeah, I think it's a glitch because I don't think you can see Orbital Strike anymore. I've been trying to look for it time and time again, but can't quite see it being placed on the map. It's unfortunate. Smoke out as well. Bongos taking long control, and Incendiary will stop them in their tracks for now. Guiding Light as well. They're just trying to delay them, really. Kurt having to move out of position. Movement has been telegraphed, but now they're slowly trying to inch forward, methodically take over the site. Kurt goes for the spray down, nearly shooting down Transformer. If he pull the trigger again, that could be it. There he goes.
Spike
Kill
down.
goes his way. Duck Gaming have the numbers advantage. Make that an even greater advantage as Kurt
One enemy remaining.
completely devours and sprays down for BM as well. He's looking spicy, he's looking hot, and it's 4 players remaining still for Duck Gaming as the round ends.
The Gaming are looking just like a completely revitalized side. I mean, everything is going their way. They're playing this expertly, and Bongos, I mean, we sort of talk about them falling flat and struggling, but that was an understatement. They are really just struggling to find absolutely anything, and everything is working against them. Kurt, a lovely, beautiful quad from him. That's Duck Gaming, putting 11 rounds on the board, and, well, they're ever closer to push this all the way to map number 3. It has to be said, deservedly, they've been the better side without a shadow of a doubt heading into bind.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? I mean, at the start of the game, I thought Bongos really enjoyed the defense side when they already had that 6-3 scoreline. And I would have thought that would have been it. You know, I thought that would have been where they could have even extended that lead, maybe getting a 7th and 8th round, but that didn't really become the case, right? Duck Gaming closed the gap, equalized the scoreline at half-time, and once they switched sides, albeit Bongos did retrieve that initial round, the pistol round, after that, Duck Gaming just came out guns blazing.
Exactly that, and, well, so far it's been working in their thing. We talk about, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. A perfect example of that. And Duck Gaming, they're utilizing that defender side aggression really, really well, which is essentially causing Bongos to feel really uncomfortable. They're not allowed to go for an execute in their favor or find any sort of easy take to a site. And, well, Duck Gaming comfortably in the lead now.
Bongos, they're in a tough spot, aren't they, Leo?
You can say that again. That's a bit of an understatement. They are really struggling.
Toxins going up.
You got to give credit to Duck Gaming, right? They've stepped it up. We talk about them being revitalized. It's a resurgence from this side, and the form that they had on that first half has transferred seamlessly across the second.
I think there's a good read going their way. Going
Toxins
to go to
going
the
up.
walls, that B site. There's a lot of havoc on the other side, on the other end. Michael sticking around. Obscure what their plan is. Keep as many players busy towards the A site as possible. That's what he's looking for. Maybe get a kill in the process. Spotted out. Mzuru. Oh no, Michael has to fall. But maybe they've done what was necessary. Pushing through. There comes the kill from
30
Savaya.
seconds
Cut
left.
is down. They notice where the other player is, but quick rotation coming in from Duck Gaming. As a teleporter, gets them right back into the action. Spike goes down. But is it going to be good enough?
Of course, once again, trying to make their way forward. 4 versus 4 was normally favor the attacking side, and the paint kind of just keep them at bay. As if I would have heard the sound cues, so now the information has been relayed.
Looking to contest over onto Hookah. Slowly making their way. Jamie now making his presence. They all jump in together. That's so much pressure being inflicted on
enemy
the
remaining.
Bongo side. Monster is the only man to deliver, only man to get kills. He tries to line them up, but shoots right in between them. Duck Gaming, they'll be finding themselves on map point and on the verge of closing this map and taking us to a third.
To be honest, I said it earlier, but I'll say it
Match
again.
point.
It's deservedly pushing this towards a third map because Duck Gaming, they've been the better side. And the way things are playing out, I would not be surprised if this sort of dominance that they're showing here in map number 2 transfers without any sort of effort in towards map number 3. Because Duck Gaming, they're controlling and dictating every single play that comes out. And Bongos, every time they even try to go for a sort of execute, they're immediately put in their place. It's been a one-sided affair for the majority of the second half, and well, Duck Gaming 1 away from taking number 2 and pushing us to our third and final.
These quarterfinals aren't disappointing, Neo. It's so early to stage, but it's ridiculously
down, B.
close throughout it. Now, can Bongos retaliate? Can they bring things back?
Satchel out.
Kurt,
I've got your trail.
Savaya here. Seekers being thrown. 3 players. This is desperate. Incendiary. Monster doesn't care. Needs to buy time. 1 minute remaining. Want to get themselves onto the B site as quickly as possible. Kurt waits for his teammates to arrive. But there goes the TP. They waited just in time. They're going to go through the Viper's pit. But it might be too late because look at them moving from Bongos. They already find themselves onto heaven. They already are in hot pursuit of this take. Jamie already puts his dent onto Michael. And it's down to 2v4.
Last player
As Bongos
standing.
are struggling to get any kill. Jamie, again, puts his dent into their lineup. Duck
Defenders
Gaming,
win.
13-8. Close out map number 2.
What a showing from Duck Gaming. That second half is a statement there. And to be honest, they thoroughly deserve to take the map number 2. From start to finish, it was all them, right? Especially that second half. I mean, that was just a one-sided showing. And Bongos, I mean, they couldn't find anything. Everything they tried, every sort of default, every sort of execute, immediately put in their place. I mean, Duck Gaming pushes the 3 maps should and is what we're going to see here. Because Duck Gaming, what a showing from them. They may have been a slow start in map number 1 and, you know, it took a bit of time to wake up, but now they're awake and now they're fighting.
Absolutely, and I believe it is Ascent up next, so make sure you stay tuned because this match will be decided on that 3rd and final map, and it's also the final map of the day, so you might as well stay tuned and see how the Valorant action goes across there. And we're back for the third and final map of the series and the final map of the day, the one that will dictate which of the two teams of Bongos versus Duck Gaming are able to qualify to the semi-finals. Of course, we are Xwari and Neokai bring you the action. And Neo, so far we've had a close series of back and forth. Both these teams have one map in the bag each. How do you sort of see Ascent unraveling?
To us, in my head, I can sort of only really see it one way. Duck Gaming, they've been looking so strong, and Bongos, to be honest, for the latter part of that entire map number 2, really lackluster. They were in this massive lull period where they struggled to even find anything, and well, Duck Gaming took advantage of that. They dominated that second half, and of course, if things carry on the way they were playing then, I think Ascent could be a one-sided affair once again.
But here comes the picking phase when it comes to the agents. Of course, Sova picked up across the board. When it comes to Ascent, obviously that is your go-to pick. And Omen, though, being the controller for Ascent, we've seen a team earlier today kind of pull that off, but it's usually paired up with a Sage. Now, that's not really the case, really, for this side, is it? Because they've got a double duelist lineup. They've got both way on the Reyna. They've got Monster on the Jet. Now I'm a little bit concerned when it comes to the Reyna, since she's fallen out of grace, though. It's such a difference maker when it comes to momentum, though, right? That's sort of where Reyna finds its most use. Once someone is fragging out, you can clearly have that feeling be distributed across your team, and you can just continue to steamroll.
I think where picking up Reyna is actually a perfect choice for him individually, because he's one of those players who can at times be a bit of a one-man army situation. I think the way he's been playing so far in this series, Reyna is actually not a bad choice for him. He can pick up a frag, he can either fall away and play things passively, get the regain of health, of course, on top of that. And well, for him, could we allow him to carry on this sort of destruction that he likes to bring out? However, if he struggles, if he's left in a bit of a lackluster situation, he can fall flat, and, well, of course, that would be a big upset to his team. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. As Duck Gaming, as I mentioned, momentum definitely in their sails, but can they keep it ticking across into map number 3 after that small break we just had?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the Bongo side will approach it as well, considering that they do have that double duelist lineup. They will lackluster when it comes to utility and ways to sort of slow their opponents' take when it comes to it. But I guess they don't really have to worry about that currently. They have to worry about being the proactive team, starting things off from the attacking side, while their opponents, Duck Gaming, will be on the defensive.
I'm interested to see how this one gets started. Duck Gaming, with them playing on that defender side, on this pistol round, are they going to go aggressive from the get-go? Or are they going to do their sort of default where they do like to take that step back and, well, again, play more passively on towards this site? In map number 1, that was one of their biggest detriments, was just kind of playing a little bit too passive. But
they're going to put a bot down and they're going to peek through together with the blinding, with the guiding lights. Look at that. They're going to wait a second until it spots anyone. Outro. This is where they go for the approach. Only one player, though. Swizzer gets flashed in return. They're going to drop back out of it. They're going to break this so they can use this later on when they want to push through. That's pretty good stuff, but they want to go for the retake as Bongos get a hold of the site.
An easy take as well, just a simple aggression over towards A. One smoke is all it takes to cut off any sort of rotation. Spike will go down, and Monster just holding aggressive on the other side, waiting for an opportunity. Peeks inside, no one's spotting the close angle, but now he can fall away.
Monster now on top of silo. Kurt delivers on his end. Kurt delivers with 2. Duck Gaming looking to get themselves a retake. And it seems to be working so far. Where finally shuts that man down. But there's further damage to be inflicted from Enzo, who is still alive, still chiming in. And it's him to get the defuse onwards. Duck Gaming with a beautiful retake get themselves around.
I was actually feeling pretty worried for Duck Gaming. Once that site was taken immediately by Bongos, relatively uncontested as well, I was looking like, opening round going to go their way, and they're going to use this sort of chain momentum in their favor. But Duck Gaming, what a retake from them. Everything went in their favor. Enzu picking up 1, picking up 2, man, saying Kurt picking up 2. Perfect way to do it. First run on the board, and of course following. It's going to be a relatively comfortable buy. However, we are seeing Weyer, Light Armor, and Guardian. Could this be the differential maker?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see in that regard. It's going to have to be accurate. It's the only rifle kind of being taken over from that side. Bongo's slow approach, although heavily stacked towards the left side of the map. smoke as well to not get spotted from that short angle. Easing into mid, little by little. No one's really contesting it. I think Duck Gaming is comfortable to settling in their ways towards this B site. But Jamie, as soon as he gets himself the kill, gets himself on that close angle, realizes mid has been taken over and market will shortly be contested, and gets himself the save.
Blinded.
Once again, they're stuck in towards market, trying to just push their way out. This is a 4 versus 5 here, aggressing forward. Duck Gaming with that man advantage. Can they use this to turn it in their favor? Playing super passively over towards side.
Aljoan, they know where one is. Spike hasn't gone down yet, but you can see the full-on rotation, but it's worked. It really has. Going towards the A site, they've completely bamboozled their opponents. And Killjoy, as she's dead,
30
can't really
seconds
put that utility to good use. Michael retrieves a kill in the process as well as he's stuck around in that market angle. And the A site, together with a Shroud, could well be given to Bongos.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Michael! Michael, wow. They've turned this round on its head, and now it looked like Duck Gaming could make this retake happen. Now, definitely not looking so hopeful as Mzu has got such a tough job and he's given away his position.
Do you know who Mzuru reminds me of, Neo?
Who's that?
Our buddy Nexus. His Twitter handle being Nexus.
Oh,
just
yeah,
just a random thought. Every time I read Mzuru, just that guy comes to mind. What a legend.
What a man. What a man. And what a man Mzu is. I mean, he's been playing really well so far. Not only in this game, you know, with the 3 kills picked up, but this series. He's been a consistent fragger.
Yeah, absolutely. Guardian now in the hands of Were still. I mean, Bongos haven't lost too many players throughout that process, did they? Due to the fact that Michael has been such a pillar. It really just helps Bongos get themselves right back into it. Multiple pieces of utility being thrown. Jamie locked out of it. Quite literally locked out of it now. And he's only got a classic now to break this wall down. But the B site, slowly but surely, falls under the hands of Bongos. With the spike going down, it is going to be a 5v5 retake if Duck Gaming actually go for it, which they will. They will go for the first kill coming through. Michael can't quite deliver on the second, so that's a couple of rifles that can be picked up by the Bongos side.
Yeah, we sung his praises, and Mzu's delivered. He's picked up the 2 openers, pushing his way forward, and now with a man advantage in their favor, trying to keep the attack inside at bay. Of course, spike down, the postman sets up. Can they make them work? Where finds one as the rotation's coming through, but Mzu triples up.
Remaining. Last player
Monster
standing.
as well. Ooh, Monster. Oh, what a beautiful kill fest from him. Across the board, it got dicey. But Bongos are able to get themselves ahead. I'd love to see that again. You can see 2 players are low. Up through the smoke. Somehow he manages to connect spray down onto Transformer. Now, where... Okay, Monster, yeah, it was just like that. He pushes through, gets 2 kills. There's not much analysis to put behind that. It was just him moving out, getting kills.
It's essentially a pre-fire, right? I think he had the rough information from his teammate, right? So he knew he was over towards those green boxes. So in that situation, he just ran out, run and gun with the Spectre. It's probably the perfect weapon for the running gun, but he's utilised it perfectly. With low HP as well, all he needs to do was connect that 1 bullet. Actually, what he does, Operator. All about timing there. Won't quite take the shots and stuff. All 5 men alive for the time being. Orb collectors by default.
Okay, Peter's drone just bumps into the wall. Doesn't quite make it on top, so I guess delayed prospects of having his sights over to the B link. But look at the movement coming in from Bongos. Slow movement now towards mid. Or as well, dedication of 2 players across the main side as well. Sevire replying in kind, giving space to his team to sort of move onwards. This Aljoran is such a high impact ability. No wonder it's more expensive now.
I've got your trail.
It looks like they've got this A site under their sight. Seekers as well will give away multiple positions. Swizzer locked out of it, has to spray down to keep them alive. Flash out as well, being spotted, trying to spray down through the smoke, but they're making their way into it. Rotations coming in from Duck Gaming. Are they going to be quick enough? Michael is the first man to find the kill. Savia looking to get himself up on to this lodge here to try and get access towards heaven. Where delivers long on an long angle with this Guardian. A Phantom from Chamform is absolutely immaculate. Savaya also chimes in for one. Bongos, they start to increase their lead, getting themselves a third round.
Nicely played once again from Bongos. They wanted right back. We did sort of say that, you know, Duck Gaming coming into this, maybe they might have the momentum in their sales, but on this attacking side so far, it has sort of been one-way traffic. And of course, they might follow suit heading into the next with Duck Gaming. That economy not looking great. Sheriff's coming out, half armor here and there, and maybe a small amount of utility support. It's going to be an awkward eco buy for Duck Gaming, and again, the priority is just about finding kills, making that long-term economy in a bit more of a mixed state for Bongos.
I have this fight.
Bongos. Now, they made their presence known towards the B side, but they quickly rotate. Now, Duck Gaming, they figured it out. They're moving directly into this position. They're limited in weaponry, so they need to go for this gamble. Bongos, though, may be in a world of hurt when they start crossing through the smoke. They're going to push it directly forwards. The Cloud Burst really works out because it allows Monster and his team to move forwards. It also permits them to get 3 kills in the process. True, on 3, Duck Gaming have done quite a lot of damage, but is that going to be good enough? Spike not quite gotten on site just yet. But Monster may look to peek out through again. Mzuru's got an idea of where he's hiding out. Checking his garden position as well. Will there be a spray down? I don't think you want to risk it. Ooh, moves out of it. 28 points of health. He's basically on the precipice of dying. Getting his final breaths. But Mzuru, Peter both want to approach from heaven, but they need to approach from 2 different angles so they don't get lined up simultaneously. Cloud Burst. Simultaneously giving them some space.
One
move
enemy
onwards,
remaining.
isolate the kills, that's what they're looking for. Savai delivers, Mzuru does return, but now needs to deal with a Monster down to low health, 28 points of health to be exact. But Mzuru, as he tries to circle around the site, chasing one of his opponents, the other is able to shoot him in the back.
Once again, this lead is starting to get further and further away from Duck Gaming. Bongo's doing another brilliant job of entering, and they're running Vandal. You love to see it, but you hate to see it. Works in his favor. With low HP, Monster just keeps the frags ticking across for 1 start. And of course, with that 3-round advantage being gained in favor of Bongos Gaming, they're going to have to buy into a similar situation. They've bought in, lose this round, economy broken. That's Bongos pulling even further away.
Ooh, and Zuru, with a little more patience in that regard, could have made a massive difference, but no, Monster dashes inwards and retrieves that kill. Jet, I imagine he'll be chatting on that alt tab, but now
Spike
what?
down B.
Alt enter, actually. Shift enter. Alt chat, that's what I meant to say. Bongos, though, clearly get themselves on site. They only lose 1 player throughout the process, and Swizzer, he's very low. There's really nothing much they can do, and they can be glad they've retrieved the 5th round here.
Exactly that. We mentioned, I think, for Duck Gaming, because their economy is in such a low state, and well, the information on Kurt has been gained, but because their economy is in this low state, they've just got to keep whatever they can taken across into these next rounds, because, well, it's going to be a tough fight coming into the next. Just probably some mixed, maybe Spectres, maybe even just Sheriffs, to support the 2 remaining weapons they've got in their hands, and Bongos further pulling away. We said there was potential here if they were to pick up this round, and that's exactly what they've done. They have delivered. A 5th will be on the board, a 4-round lead, and with the mixed buy going out from Duck Gaming, this lead further extend. A stellar performance so far from Bongos on this attacking side, and in map number 3, they really have stepped up, because map number 2 was not the showing we wanted from them.
Gaming. You know, I just can remember the words he said on the just before we jumped into the game here. Duck Gaming. They just won the previous map and they look unstoppable. But there you have it.
Well, in all fairness, I did say, would the break we've just had make the difference?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This doesn't change things. This doesn't change the fact that Bongos definitely have a say in the matter. But they've looked really, really strong so far, and Duck Gaming haven't had too much to respond.
No, not at all. Spike to go down as well, and Similar situation, Duck Gaming left with a harsh retake to try and find something. However, MZU finds the opening, fire dropped, man advantage gained, and the lockdown might be the differential maker.
Where? Transformer. All together, lining things up. Monster again, lockdown. He might be the difference maker.
Last player
Not
standing.
quite. Kurtz finds the space for two. He's got a bot to place down as well. Will stick it, or does he? Just presses it once. Transformer. He's going to have to check it anytime soon. Presses it again. Spray down doesn't connect. It's Transformer to get himself the victory. Barely surviving with only 2 points of health, but they do get the round win, and that's what matters.
We mentioned about pulling further and further away, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Things are looking so good at this Bongo side, and of course, with another tough, harsh buy coming up with Duck Gaming, it's going to be Bongos putting that lead, you know, guaranteeing that lead heading into that second half already early into the first. I mean, the way things are playing out, Bongos, they could hit double digits in this first half and force Duck Gaming right into a corner.
Hawk out!
Mids not being contested, only smokes on each end of it, as Bongos may look to take the sidelines. Duck Gaming going for something aggressive here. They're getting desperate. They need themselves some round. This is sort of where they came back in the previous map, but no. Trade out. Mzuru puts the blaze to good use. Seekers.
Found one.
Spotting out one of the players towards the B site, and it looks like they will actually go for the full-on commits.
Of course, now the 4 versus 4, they're starting to make a decision, and Mzuru with the Blade Storm popped out as well, with the perfect thing, just trying to cut off this, rotate in towards the side, try and find something. The Guardian Light for the time being not going to find anything. The Owl Drone might.
The only thing it found its absence.
Which is a positive, maybe. But it makes a difference either way.
It doesn't really make a difference, yeah, does it? Because Duck Gaming, they've put 3 of their players towards that short catwalk angle, and, well, now it's too late. They've all repositioned, and the site has been taken over. Only 1 has been left onto the site, interestingly enough. 2 of them are going to hold on from Garage, and that might be the difference maker for Duck Gaming. They need to try and get the kills here. Flash out, blinding light. Hunter's Fury. Looking for the kill, but no, Monster is able to capitalize with his own kills. They're trying to close up the kill, but I think Transformer wants a piece of this pie. He's had the clock go down, so that will give away an audio cue. Monster still alive, dashes forwards, runs out of bullets, goes for the classic, but Kurt is quick enough on his trigger, but it won't really matter, will it? Because Bongos get the win either way.
Bongos are pulling away a 6-round lead this early on to map number 3. We mentioned that, you know, for the majority of the games that we've seen today, there have been very close affairs going right down to the wire, but this, the way things are playing out, this could be our most one-sided map of the day. And maybe we're seeing now, essentially, Gaming being heavily affected by fatigue, right? The gamer fatigue, we don't really take into account that much heading into map number 3, but now it seems to be taking a real toll onto Duck Gaming because they are looking, well, in a real rough spot, may I say.
Mzuru. Oh, hasn't been spotted out, but don't check this corner. Oh no! Mzuru! 3 kills go his way instantly. Duck Gaming, that's going to be a resurgence in confidence. Make that a 4th. It was potentially getting the full-on ace. He's going to go for it. Cuts these it off his hands. But it's still the victory and a flawless one for Duck Gaming.
Cool. Well, they shot me right up there. We were saying things aren't looking good for them in a rough spot, and MZU just absolutely lights up the server. We sung his praises earlier, and he delivers. I mean, what a way to do so. With the visual brilliance, and Ice Aid's every single fight. Stunning stuff from MZU, and of course, second round on the board. Maybe, hopefully, a lifeline for this Duck Gaming side to try and get back into this, because so far, it's not been anything in their favor.
Scanning ahead.
3 rounds left. How far can Duck Gaming go? Last time they had a chance on the equalizer and they were able to take it. Now, the chance they have is of that of a 5th. Still, will help them out a great deal when they head over to the attacking side, as it does seem to be the favourable side on each end. Michael, Savaya, and Ware all chime in for kills, one after the other. They're looking to bring things back. They're not only happy with the 7th, they want the 8th. They want to extend this lead as far as it goes, and they've got so much map control. They're not even scared of splitting all their team because they've got economy for days. They don't mind dropping a player. They just want to make sure that there's no save to come underway, and that's exactly what happens. One tap will be the name of the game for where Swise just drops off dead.
Yeah, I mean, Duck Gaming, of course, had that fantastic round previously. Took the second on the board, and it's instantaneously clapped right back. Bongos, they find an 8th, and with now once again a 6-round lead. This is just so rough. Maybe you're Duck Gaming. I mean, they've been trying everything and nothing is working. As we get into the penultimate round, Bongos, they still have an opportunity to make this a 10-2 half, double digits already in the first half, and that would be crazy.
Movement towards the B site. Thank you for Duck Gaming. We've got... Well, it's sort of a standard setup, isn't it?
I've got your trail.
Revealing area.
Seekers out again. It's interesting how Seekers is enabled so many times, time and time again. There you have it. Monster falls instantly. Bongo's at a deficit. Jamie barely breathes. Swise now with a big task ahead of him to hold the lineup down, but won't be able to do anything about it. Transformer won't give him that benefit.
Spike planted.
4 against 4 with Spike going down, favoring the Bongo side, but they don't have much ground space. Lockdown as well, that puts a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But there's gap behind that can keep them alive. Now, a lot of them have moved out, but 2 of them have nestled themselves in the backside. From the shadows, reveals 2 positions. Peter delivers onto Wire. Operator now in the hands of Mzuru, looking to be the difference maker. 2 on 3. Make that 1 on 3 as Kuz able to eat them. Survival by himself, they know exactly where he is. Finds another one. It's down to a 1-on-1. The bomb is being stuck. Operator now in his hands. He finds a swing. He finds a shot. And Bongo stay alive.
That is just ridiculous. What a shot. What a flick and what a reaction. I mean, individual brilliance of the highest caliber there from Savire. And I mean, the opening 2 were stunning on their own, but this flick is just absolutely spectacular. What a showing of individual prowess of the highest regard from him. And of course, that's going to be 9th on the board. Once again, Duck Gaming left with a rough showing in terms of their economy. It's just going to see Spectres, Bulldogs, and that one singular Phantom and full armor to come into next. Bongos have been incomplete.
Looks like they have as well. Last round of the half, and it looks like they want to extend that lead further. Double digits already, that would be quite a change of pace. And now on the 3rd map, they want to make sure that they close this series out. Duck Gaming, though. Want to have another duck in the matter. By duck, I mean say, you know, that's the way they speak. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's not really funny, is it? Oh, that's enough foam. We'll be able to bring things back 2-on-2. And they realize how bad my puns are, so they make sure that Duck Gaming aren't able to bounce back for any of them to be brought out. Again, Mzuru with a backstab. Timing could be everything. He's giving away the auto cue. You can hear the movement. Bunny hopping, Savire. They know exactly what's going on. It's been telegraphed. Mzuru peeks out. There you have it. Goes for the trigger discipline. Actually, this is masterful. And
enemy remaining.
Waits to have the other one in his sights. There you have it.
Brilliant.
Double puts it up as well. Duck Gaming, at least they have a say in the matter before the end of the half comes through.
Yeah, at least they finally managed to find something, but time and time again, the rounds that Duck Gaming seem to be finding off the back of, you know, real individual brilliance. It's not, you know, I wouldn't call this an even showing by any means. Take a look at the score, but of course, Mzuru just leading the charge by a long way, and it seems to always be off the back of him, right? Time and time again, he is what, you know, drags Duck Gaming still in this competition, where Bongos, I'd say it's a little bit more of a team affair, and let's see if off the back of that round, maybe heading into the second half, Duck Gaming can step up on their attacking side, which granted does seem to be their more favourable side.
Shadows traveling.
Kurt.
Alarm bot out.
Alarm bot thrown. Can't really allow Bongos to go aggressive towards mid. They instead just increase the tempo of their play. tapping on their own bongos and going ever faster onto the A site now as the spike gets planted. They've got the numbers advantage and the hold going their way.
Now, spike gone down as well. As mentioned, with the numbers advantage, that's the big factor here. Man advantage is so crucial, but the dink from Swice to keep them at bay. And Zuru finds yet another kill onto his Transformers, where trades out Swice. Still in a 3 versus 2. Favorable for the attacking side and made even further with where. Now this one's awkward.
Absolutely does. Where he's just out in the open with his pants down. But he's able to reload. Oh, he thought that was the closer, but it wasn't. Jamie lines it up, puts it right between his eyes, right on top of his nose. And the bullseye, as they call it. And there's that game and you get the pistol. Is this the comeback, Neo? Are we smelling it?
Do you know what? Normally, again, I'd be like, nah, no way. I mean, it's such a big deficit, but we've seen it happen time and time again. I mean, every time we're like, nah, surely not. It happens. So, by no means going to count out Gaming. We know they have this kind of fight in them, this grit to bring this one back in. It's just whether they can deliver or not. Of course, heading into this next round, they will have the better buy in their hands, but are they going to be able to find anything?
That's a big question, Jamie. Spectre hand is able to chime in first. Transformer, they know exactly where he's hiding out. And Cut is having fun of his own. It's his own small shooting range. And as his own little spray indicates, he's feeling spicy. Wouldn't be surprised. Transformer, though. It's a lonely world. The only thing he can do is teabag at his own position, knowing what his destiny is. Death. And Kurt is a deliverer. And there goes his own little teabag.
Nasty play. And to be honest, we did expect once again, it's just the standard meta, right? When you pick up the pistol around the second buy afterwards, it's normally going to go in their favor. This time, though, Bongos, they don't go for any sort of aggressive force buy into that second round. They go for the full eco. Off the back of that, now we're going to see Vandals, Phantom, and the Odin being picked up. And we know how big the Sova darts, the Recon darts, plus an Odin, how powerful they can be, especially shutting it down over towards that B site.
They absolutely do, but look at that Gaming. They initially want to get in straight. M0. But does get shut down. That was a little bit anticlimactic. I thought he would have been pushed through further, but Sabaya still alive. To tell the tale. At least for now. He's being challenged from all angles, looking to swing out wide, but Kurt able to deal with him without too much trouble. He's stuck Gaming with a numbers advantage, and Michael is kept out true to that Nano Swarm. Peeking through again. Lockdown, though. That makes things difficult. A lot more difficult. They have to move away from this angle now. And this buys a lot of time. Oh dear, Transformer. I thought and he thought he was out of it, but no, he's stuck in place. By the time it's nearly run out. They need to aggress quickly. They need to find his kills. But I don't think that Gaming would give them that delicacy. Cut and Peter will line things up, and that's where the cookie crumbles. That Gaming, they're going to retrieve a 6th round, only 3 away from their opponents now.
See, we said, you know, we're not going to count out a comeback because there's potential here. And that's exactly what it's looking like is going to happen. Even though Bongos had that nice buy coming into that round. They're the full buy of their own. The Vandals, Phantoms, and that Odin put to very little use. And this time we are going to see a timeout called by the defenders, Bongos, as well, things aren't quite going in their favor. All of these games so far seem to have been going the distance. And to be honest, I think this one might follow suit.
Ooh, well, I don't think we're the only ones feeling the pressure. Bongos, might as well say bongos. They're feeling it. They need that timeout. Not only to break the momentum of Duck Gaming, but sort of to reconfigure their own game plan, because time and time again, they found weakness on the defense. Duck Gaming breach their lineup more often than not, and the Bongos need something in reply.
Exactly that. I'm interested to see what the game plan changes now for Bongos once they get another full buy in their hands. This one might be slightly awkward, of course. You've got that save Vandal, but it'll probably be supported by maybe some good pistols like the Sheriffs and the Frenzies. But when they get their next full buy, I'm interested to see how Bongos play, because they played it quite passively, you know, aside from the Odin of course spraying through the wall. It was a relatively passive defensive side play. I want to see if maybe we see some aggression come out from the Bongo side on the defender side, get the early information, and on top of that, maybe even the early pick. Man advantage in their favor. That's humongous. Then they just play the trade game.
I think that gaming will find an empty site though.
I think you're spot on.
Although the aggression has been telegraphed, we'll move out of that position and we'll end up dying as well, so that's the numbers advantage being gained by the Bongo side. Went for the gamble, and they're going for the full-on retake.
They're going to weapon as well in supports. Will it be a... Oh, I was saying will it be the difference, but Monster is the lead alongside Transformer.
Ouch.
Never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Last
Absolutely,
player
Jamie.
standing.
He just says, where do you think you guys were going? No, I never allowed you to get pass through catwalk. No, this is my turf. Get off
like
my
it had
lawn.
potential as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it was really a good start, wasn't it? And
Absolutely.
of course, guarding lights, keep him at bay. Peter will finish things off. I mean, Bongos, there was real potential in that round there. Once they found that opening kill, it's another weapon collected alongside the already saved Vandal that they had. I was like, okay, maybe this retake might actually work despite being an eco. But instantaneously put back in their place, and I just said, get off my lawn. That's exactly what happened. 7th round picked up by Duck Gaming, 2 rounds behind, and I always think a 2-round lead is a nervous one at that.
Nervous now.
Keep up.
Bongos, I've got a buy in them. Barely. They do. Rifles all around. 1 kill on the sky, on the A site. That's what they need. Now, Kurt is on that lurking duty. Able to find rotation so far. He's hidden his approach, but the A site is going to be given to them. They take quite some time to actually approach this from the shadows. Jamie lands in the center of the site. Realizes no one is inhabiting it. Paranoia made him delay them, but Kurt, he's down. There goes their B lurker, and now they have got to deal with this at a numbers deficit. Michael, only first man to lead the charge as they head right into it. Paranoia thrown out, and Zora goes aggressive, and Michael's able to retaliate. 5v3, things are getting ever so difficult for Duck Gaming. Bongos, I think they're able to get back on this beautiful retake from them. Jamie all by himself, he needs a masterful piece of performance, but it won't be coming to fruition. Where shuts him down. He gives the defuse to someone else to build up their ultimates. Hunter's Furies they're looking to build up, but it's double digits now gained for them as they stop Duck Gaming's streak being built up.
It was looking like it could have been a very worrisome streak as well. I mean, Duck Gaming, that's 4 consecutive rounds picked up by them. And of course, we'll pick up the pistol on the 4th bar afterwards. Slightly expected they were going on a little bit of a run. But that 4 rounds in a row, that's when things became very dangerous for your Bongos. Now, they've answered right back. However, with Duck Gaming having built up that relatively, or pretty strong long-term economy, they've guaranteed themselves, no matter in which way these next 2 rounds play out, they will be able to pick up a buy nonetheless. So, for Bongos, it's about a battle of finding these kills without losing too many players, because their long-term economy is not on the same level.
Here.
He's out now. Looks like they're moving straight in. But no, they double back. Now, Bongos, it's not like they have any information. They're still playing within the dark. But look at Duck Gaming still moving towards Catwalk. That is something we haven't really seen too much of. Well, they've got options here. If Monster doesn't peek out, they should be okay. But if he does, they need to have someone turned in towards that direction again. They do have the likes of the Killjoy now in that lurking position, and it could go for the backstab onto the jet, but it's a little bit too late to bounce back. So Duck Gaming, they're on the numbers disadvantage again. Monster deep within the lineup of their opponents is able to stop them in their tracks. Wire aggressive from the B garage site, and for that reason, they again find yet another pick. The B site is open.
1 enemy
Look at that. Well, knows exactly what's going on. Tap of that taps on 2 players there. Cleanly shoots them down. It's a flawless round for the Bongo side to get them now on the 11.
God, that was so clean from where. We mentioned that the Reyna pick is not, it's not picked too often anymore, especially with the recent meta changes. But in his hands, maybe he can be the one to really make it work, and he's proving it here. Individual brilliance, and of course, we're alongside Reyna. We mentioned that one man army ability, may I say. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing. 23 and 13. He currently sits well and truly ahead of his peers, not only in his team and in the server, as Bongos with 11 rounds on the board, 2 away from taking the map and the series.
Time to hunt.
Side coming in, Michael.
destroyed.
He knows now, but it might come in too late. Now the rotations will come in from Bongos, but I think they're happy to go for the retake. They've been able to make it work on the pistol, but now when it comes with more buys, maybe ultimate's surely to be available if the spike kid's gone down. And exactly where it's going down as well, so maybe a lineup coming through from their own server, but they're waiting to push in together. Moving from Catwalk as well, once it delivers. Transformer as well, lines things up from the ground beneath them. It's simple pickings, one after the other, been able to kill them off. And now Jamie's all by himself, finds one, looking to kill off the diffuser, but that's not going to be the case. Savaya is there to hold his teammates back, and for that reason, the Bongos will now find themselves on map and series points, and 1 round away from qualifying to the semi-finals.
The pressure on Duck Gaming's shoulders must be immense. They have to be flawless now to take this, even to take this to overtime, and then even still they've got to keep going. It's this battle of fruition that we talked about, and the sort of fatigue really starting to play into account, and Bongos just winning out in that regard. 12 rounds on the board, 1 away from the all-elusive 13, as you mentioned, to push them forward to tomorrow's games, the semi-finals, and of course the grand finals afterwards, if they can go all the way. And Bongos, the way this team have been playing this series, they have potential to.
Flash out, Michael. Peeks through, Swizzer delivers. Duck Gaming. It's been a while since they've had the numbers advantage. More often than not, had that situation favouring them. Aim to get themselves a victory, but this could be where their force of eye lines it up through the wall. Transformer needs to fall back from it. Hunter's Fury. Oh, little do they know they've already moved towards mid. Bounce back again. Hunter's Fury from the other side. Savaya gets it onto Jamie. Some would call it luck, but I call it game sense. There's only one player remaining on the Duck Gaming side, and Kurt needs to make it work, but I fear it might be too late. Bongos could close it out right here, right now. Kurt shuts down where? 2 remaining. 2 different sides, though. The spike hasn't been recovered.
Swarm grenade out.
And I believe there's an operator looking across mid. They know exactly where he is. Nano Swarm, making sure he's not in that corner. Savaya lines it up. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Bongos get themselves into the semi-finals.
Bongos, what a performance from them. When Duck Gaming were looking so strong in map number 2, that break was all the difference, because the momentum in their sales completely, well and truly disregarded. And Bongos, especially in that second half, one-way traffic, all going their way. And credit where credit's due, they deserve the place in that semi-finals tomorrow. And of course, well, we'll see the bracket up on your screen right now. These are going to be, well, the 4 teams making it forward. We will be seeing GGGN versus Unjob. That's the first game on the stream tomorrow, and I think that's a pretty fitting one to have, as GGGN, they took down Malik, who are arguably the favourites for this entire tournament.
Oh, yeah, and that is a really surprising outcome as well. Unjobbed have been able to take over Cunning Stunts, and on the bottom bracket, as we've seen, Bongos take over Duck Gaming in a very close series that has just come underway. Really actually looking forward to how GGGN was able to deliver. Oh, wow, that is a mouthful. Imagine casting that tomorrow. That would be interesting. But you will also get the chance, ladies and gentlemen, to see that actually coming across. So make sure that you do tune in tomorrow. I believe around midday we'll be there to... I will be here, back again here for the final day, the semi-finals and the grand finals, and I'm really excited about that prospect. Neokai, any final words before we turn things, well, until we close things out for the evening?
Well, as you mentioned, I'm just looking forward to it. Of course, Malik now out of this tournament, right? The competition's wide open. This can go either way. Today, we saw 2 of arguably the closest series we've seen in the entirety of our time casting for Rix, right? Going down to the wire every single time. And now, well, I think tomorrow will deliver equally the same. It's been a pleasure joining you on the mic once again, X-Warrior. You absolute beauty. And of course, with Zilv and Benelot behind the scenes, making our lives easy. Thank you once again, guys. Well, everyone at home, thank you very much for watching us. It's been an absolute pleasure. As you mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow with the semi-finals and finals action. So from myself and Erikai and X-Warrior, we'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Scout destroyed.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Enemy remaining.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
I saw your trace.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Placing swamp grenade.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Why
B.
divide it?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Spike down A. One. One enemy remaining. standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast.
That'll work.
And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can
Last
sleep under
player
the stars,
standing.
we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars.